On today's episode of Let's Talk FGO, 33 million downloads in JP, and a wonderful, beautiful new Grailfriend event coming right up. We'll have more details on that later, because there's actual story in this one. Woo! And of course, we'll have our thoughts on first week or so of Ghosts of Yotei at the end there, if you want to stick around. We'd really appreciate it. I am one of your hosts, Omega Latte. With me, as always, if he was a Spice Girl, he would be Pumpkin Spice. It's Lucky.
I'm sorry, I took sand damage on that one.
This is like I think I get 2 Pumpkin Spice puns in a year.
Probably. But I took mental damage from that one, okay?
Beat back the demons.
I don't know why, but I think my tab key freaked out on my keyboard for a second.
It happens. At least you didn't get ambushed by a saber-toothed tiger on your front lawn.
That happens too. Anyway, I hope everyone's enjoying Fate Grand Order, aka Tactical Servant Action. And while we here at Studio Manga like to bring you the latest in FGO-related news and memes, we will be talking about current and future events from both the JP and EN versions of the game. So anyone not wanting spoilers, remember, the P is silent.
Both those things are important. And yes, once again, there will be a pregame. If you like to do events completely blind, you will be spoiled, but that will be later. Yes, and if you were curious, we were talking about Vintage Story. We'll probably talk about that some later too. Sorry, I had to burp there. But regular business, we're back. First of all, I should say, hey, there was no show last week. I declared it Ghosts of Yotei, and we skived off work. It's a thing you can do when you're a self-employed adult and you want to play video games.
We did want to play video games.
Well, it means that our talk about Ghosts of Yotei will be a lot more extensive this week. And I'm going to be honest, the other stuff, also pretty good, because over the time period, obviously, we got an announcement of the exact date of the upcoming Grailfront, which is still a little ways away. So, we have more meat to put in the show. But don't you worry if you miss us. I have extra things that I plan to get out this upcoming month, so be sure to stay tuned, subscribe and all that stuff. And consider supporting us on Patreon to get access to some stuff early, and some stuff only. So, keep your eyes peeled out for that. We'll have more on our patrons later. And also, more on Ghosts of Yotei later. Just my headphones a little. But that means it's time to move along with our regularly scheduled business. And first, check in with every favorite Kohai. Mesh.
先輩、起きてください。
Because that means it's time for Wake the Fuck Up Senpai, or except for Pro Tips. And, well, it's a little dated, obviously, because it's been about 10 days into the month. We still haven't talked about it yet, so I would remind everybody that your October items are Scales, Poison Needles, Pages, Night Metals, and Fangs. All very solid picks. And a few more of those may come up later. No records, no evils. There's nothing really been going on. It's a pilgrimage festival, so just, chilling, cranking through some rank ups, spending some storm pods. You know how it is. It's not a record, but I should say in the show that it's finally actually fall here. It's no longer giga-hot all the time. It's actually cool. My window is open right now. So that's why we're in a real fall-time mood. Which does kind of make the show delay funnier, because it was still super hot last week. It did not feel like a fall at all. It does remind me. I forgot I was going to add another joke I could make in the intro. I was, mention my pumpkin spice puns. The other thing I like to do is always reference spooky, scary skeletons. Unfortunately, ever since the many years of advancement in the YouTube copyright technology, we can't play sound clips from that anymore.
No, we cannot.
R.I.P. the classic spooky jokes. But let's ask everybody then, did you finish your master missions? Your master missions for this week: defeat 5 servants, defeat 10 servants, defeat 3 each of servants of the earth and heaven attributes, defeat 15 female enemies, defeat 15 enemies with the divine trait. All real simple stuff. You can accomplish this in Fuyuki, you can accomplish this doing rank ups, you can probably do most of this in dailies. You can accomplish this anywhere, really. We're just cruise controlling.
Kind of a bye week.
Yeah, just normal, typical stuff, space it out. You'll probably get another batch of relatively normal quests again next week as well, because the Grailfront doesn't start for like 5 days. But that means it's time to move into news about Fate Grand Order, aka Skelegrams. I can say it with my full bony ribcage. Never mind that making the Skelegram voice is all in the nasal. But we do actually have a little bit of news. First of all, there were some more banners for Shinsengumi The End, the Guru Guru event. One of them was the new SSR that we all predicted. It is Saber Kondoi-sami, showing up as a new 5-star servant. More on that later. Also, Heisuke is up again as the 4-star. And they threw in some, what they call Banner 4, but it's technically 2 separate summon banners. But there's a Mao Nobu banner and a Lancer Ryoma Izo banner. I don't know if Izo has defeated Gilgamesh for, least limited servant yet. But it feels like it sometimes. He should at least be theoretically easier to roll, being 3 stars. But, you never know. We also have the Grand Duel Assassin pre-release campaign. Started the 4th, going until the 22nd. And it's got what I generously call all the usual stuff. So, during the pre-release time period, you will earn special tickets, which you can exchange for assassin-themed mats, statues and skill gems. You will have access to double XP for all assassins, super and great suck chances increased. Your embers are half AP, and training field assassin is half AP as well, and is open for all days. Like assassin is available every day, so you can farm up your assassins appropriately. Additionally, there is a summon banner for every assassin, which honestly isn't even that many. It's a pretty small pool, TBH. We've talked about this before, that assassins are kind of unfortunately put up on here, but that means raid ups for Jack, MHX, Shooten, Cleopatra, and yes, that's as far as that jumps. First Hassan, Osakaba Hime, Semiramis, Old Man Li Shuen, Kama, Koyan of Light, Huyanzhou, Tezcatli Poca, and ends at Kashin Koji because Kawakami is, just got an extended raid up from the event they just took part in. So they do not technically get a raid up for the Assassin Grand Duel. Their banner just gets extended longer. But yeah, no, not a lot of assassins. It'll be very interesting to see kind of how that shakes out. Who'll be showing up, what we'll be doing.
Yeah.
I kind of hope that maybe it is Old Man Hassan, but it's like all the Hassans. Bring back our friends, Gozul the Strong and stuff.
I want to surprise opinions by Hassan of the Big Spoon.
We love Hassan of the Big Spoon.
We do love Hassan of the Big Spoon.
But yeah, so JP is basically winding down one event, leading into the next Grand Duel to be set up. So won't that be nice? And I do not know if there is a plan for an event in October. I would assume so, because the Grand Duel can't be that far away, but I don't know yet. Anyway, over here in EN, we've started our Grailfront, Castle of Shining Dawn, Castle of Shadow Dusk, because saying Day Castle, Night Castle. Sorry, I said that wrong. Day Castle, Fighter of the Night Castle. That's right, I'm bringing back the old memes. Anyway, pre-release campaign for the next Grailfront. Started the 6th, goes until the 19th. There is an accrued login bonus for stuff, thank God. Accumulate total logins during the period. There's some limited time missions for story prog to get up to 6 Saint Courts. Main story until LB2, up through LB1, 0 AP. So, anybody behind on story can catch up. Anybody who want to do funny stuff with alternate accounts can catch up, all that good stuff. If you need to increase your servants for that extra grindiness, you've got all your EXP dailies are unlocked. The bonus list of servants, which I will elaborate on later, is half AP on rank ups and interludes. They also get double FP, I believe. So, you can raise everybody in the bonus tank, and won't that be nice? We also have some pre-release banners. Most of them are not actually related to the Grailfront. I think it's just, cuz. But one of them is. So your banners are going to be Lancer Artoria, Skahawk, and Koyan of Dark. All decent picks. And also, yes, the full list of bonus servants is, besides new servants, is Urale, Neja, Taigang Wang, Huang Feihu, Penth, Asterios, Koyan of Dark. I think actually for once in my life, I own almost all of them. I think Taigang Wang is the only one I don't got out of that list. But yes, there will actually be bonus servants for the upcoming event. I'll explain how that's going to work a little later. We have been called out specifically when it's going to start. I mentioned it already. It's the 15th, 10:15, but it'll be the night of 10:14 for some, I think, depending on where the exact maintenance starts and goes. Actually, we're 4 hours, so it'll probably still be like 1 a.m. at the latest on 10:15, but that's still really close to 10:14. The Caldea broadcasting will be the 14th, so you know that it starts that evening, that morning after maintenance. These I'm pretty sure we've got maintenance planned. We're adding 3 new servants. But, like I said, we'll have more on that later because there is actually a little bit more to this event than previous ones, which is good. Because I do believe this Grailfront is actually pretty well liked because it's got some story. There's going to be some characters we're going to get introduced to, finally. Also, there'll be some new silvers in this event, so hey, keep your eyes peeled for that one. Get your FP ready. But we're going to round this out with some more JP news. Because JP's other thing is 33 million downloads campaign, starting the 8th, going until the 22nd. They've got a login reward going on for, usually tens of various items, but it ends with 30 sync quartz at the end. We are now, once again, permanently in the, you just straight up get a 10 pull if you log in all those days. Not even 10 tickets type 10 pull, like straight up an 11 pull of quartz, technically, with all the security that entails. There are permanent master missions being added for Ordeal Call, for advanced quests, and for high diff quests. These are not focused, though, on sync quartz. Mostly what you're going to get out of these is extra torch marks, unlocks for your class score. The advanced quest ones are all related to Stardust. There is a fuck ton of Stardust if you've been keeping up with your advanced quests. And the high diff quests, I believe, are lores and grails. Grails are assured, but if you've been doing high difficulty quests on Bleached Earth, you get permanent added missions to get some extra lores and some extra grails. Lots and lots of juice for your servants, which again is pretty good because, there's another Grand Duel right around the corner, so making sure everybody's gassed up is pretty important. Yeah, and specifically you get the Nova Torches and Morningstar Torches for clearing the halfway point and the final act of every Ordeal Call. Which also, now that I can actually look at it, is very interesting. So it's like Paper Moon is Act 6, Act 12. Next one, Id, Act 9, Act 18. Yes. Archetype Inception is 7 and 14, and then Trinity Metatronius is right back to 9 and 18. I'm just like, I see. I see where the big boy Ordeal Calls are. Okay, yes, it is, it's Star Sand lores and grails. So there's 2 lores, 2 grails, and like 600 total sand up for grabs. Oh, actually, I didn't miss one. There are class score missions to ascend X number of servants to Final Ascension, so you can get some extra torches and stuff there. There's bonus items in Da Vinci's shop for both rare prisms and mana prisms, and we are permanently adding some CEs and command codes to Da Vinci's shop. For CEs, 5 copies just straight up in the mana prism shop are going of Ocean Flyer, Hide Hunter, Army Marches on its Stomach, Aerial Drive, very important CE.
Very important CE.
Ellie Chan's Adventure, Wizard and Priest, and Maiden Halloween. That's the Tomacat one.
Oh, yeah.
It's back permanently. And bonus copies in the Rare Prism shop of 5-star command codes for Royal Bunny, Everybody's Da Vinci Chan, Majin-san, and Hero of the Endowed, which are from various events, but those are all 5-star ones that are cracking back. So extra bonus stuff, always good. We've got half AP dailies and all are open for this time period. You've got double suck chance during this time period. If you're doing daily quests, you will get Metatron Jean as a support servant, and the banner is Meta Jean and King Ashoka. So kind of a little Ordeal Call 4 throwback. And them's the news.
Woo. So, with that, it is time for this week's Let's Talk FGO Mailbag, the segment where we read what you have to say and comment accordingly. This week, we got eight lovely comments, and we will get through them all right meow. Yeah. So, starting here at the top, our first one comes from Monster Girl Aficionado, who says, "Dear Lucky and Omega, no question this week. Just sending good vibes, wah, and wishing you well. Keep up the great work. Your shows are some of the highlights of my week. Hey. P.S. We've hit 7.35, so the reminders will resume. Don't forget your PvP point ladder."
I have strongly been neglecting my PvP point ladder, it's true.
It's true. We will talk about our initial impressions on 7.35. Still have not finished the new Hildy quest, but we've done enough of the other stuff. Let's see here. Moving on, this next one comes from Hoarder of All RPG Items. Hello, Lucky Omega. My question for this week is, what other novel equipment do you guys think can/should be found in Caldea's kitchen, besides the ice cream machine that the childlike servants talked about in Wangina's event?
I mean, we've got...
Honestly, I think a better question is what we can't find in there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we've got a Nemo-powered, space kitchen in there.
Like, with so many people who have, like, magecraft abilities of just item creation of various ranks, and how many servants are just on Team Kitchen, I'm pretty sure there's nothing that's, like, not in things. Hell, I remember freaking Emiya makes you like a starter kitchen set themed off of his knives and whatnot. You just pulled that out of nowhere. I'm just like, bro.
Yeah, probably projection. But yes, that's his Valentine's return gift from the first year they did that, is his kitchen starter kit.
Yeah.
Pot, pan, knives, oven glove, I'm pretty sure is in there.
Oh, yeah. No, but like Benny Enma and Tamamo, Cat, Raiko, Boudica, Emiya. I forgot our new Indian Lancer. It's
Bima?
Bima, thank you. Bima. It's like we have a lot of different cultures and like in cuisine and whatnot. So like who else is Team Kitchen? Because it's I mean I guess Kirky
like
counts, but that's all. She's all fucking about Kekyon then though.
Yeah, you got to be careful with her. I mean the original core, the canon core is Emiya, Cat, Boudica.
Yeah.
Because they're always seen together. But there are quite a few other servants who will chef it up.
Yeah, like Benny Enma, Tamamo, Raiko. Tamamo and Raiko usually, mention when they're doing Japanese food. Bima's been pulling kitchen duty too, so that's, Indian cuisine. Like, I guess Boudica will cover, like, maybe more Northern European dishes and stuff, but I don't think we have anyone who does, like, particularly, like, Mediterranean dishes.
Other than Kirky and Kaikion.
Yeah. I don't know, so, like, thinking about it, no, they probably have, like, a full gambit of, like, kitchen supplies, kitchen gadgets and implements, plus all the modern conveniences you can think of. But
yeah, this is the beauty of Emiya, is that he actually understands how appliances work. He can work a VCR.
Can I find that GIF easily enough?
Yeah, I don't know. I got it somewhere, but I'm not sure where it is. Sorry, slightly on there. Also, if I paused and zoned out, it's because we started talking about Bima and just my brain filled with the Paper Moon map theme. God, Paper Moon was real good.
It is real good. Sorry, I'm looking through this collection of Carnival Phantasm gifts to see if I can find the one I'm looking for.
Yes, we did find it, the classic.
So, with that, we move on. This next one comes from the guy who's always too earlier. They say, no questions, only the VIBE. That spells 5.
It's our new, our hit single. I'm thinking, Men in Black MIB style. Classic Will Smith. VIBE.
But moving on, this next one comes from Agent 418, who says, hello, Lucky and Omega. P.S. Have a good weekend, y'all. Same to you, my friend. Oh, nothing much to say there. We move swiftly on. This next one comes from the Tyreek here, taking it slow as a time stranger in the digital world. Question. Hey guys, is there a franchise you've seen but haven't experienced yet but would like to? The reason I ask is because a lot of Pokemon-only YouTubers have been playing Digimon for the first time and so far loving the game. Anyway, that's it for me. Sending good vibes your way. Wah 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 wah. And hope you have a great evening. Oh, I don't know. Franchises are weird, in my opinion. Especially like well-established franchises that have like a lot to them. Always weird. People are always just like, oh, just jump right in. You'll find your footing. And I'm always like, no, I won't. I was like, I'll jump in, could be completely confused, ask someone some questions, and either get treated like an idiot or exposited to for a half hour and still not understand what anything means. Franchises, though.
Gaming-wise, there's a few. It's tough for me to remember them all, but I have talked about it before. I would still technically count Devil May Cry in there, because I did mention previously that I did purchase one of the HD collections and played it a little bit, but then got kind of talked around to the idea of streaming it, so I haven't really picked it back up, and I haven't had time anyway. But that's still something that, like, all those games are on, like, my PlayStation wish list, get a crack someday and grab all, 1 through 5 and try it out. That one, at least, I feel like, is kind of, like, longer and drawn out gaps. There were some big hitches in that one. But, yeah, I'm trying to think of, like, all the... There's a few video game franchises I probably wanted to jump in on, but still haven't fired through. This is, like, one of the reasons why I should say, like, re-releases and collections and other shit, and obviously remasters as well can be this way, but that's why those sorts of things are kind of important, because it's, like, it can be really hard to jump in on shit. Like, honestly, genuinely, it's still pretty hard to get, like, a comprehensive picture through the years of Fire Emblem, because I'm still pretty sure that, like, 2 through 6 don't exist outside of Japan, I think, because they remade the first one, and then I don't actually know if they remade it. I'm pretty sure they stopped remaking them.
I don't know.
Yes, whereas, like, something like Pokemon fans will debate me on this, but I think actually if you want to jump in on Pokemon, it's real easy. You just pick up whatever the newest Pokemon is and just fucking, let it ride.
No, like, it's like speaking of Digimon, I do kind of want to get more into Digimon. Like, I have, Cyber Sleuth. I have the dual pack for that, and I have played, and I do like it. And I am interested in playing Time Stranger, but, I want to, not add to my backlog right now.
Yeah, backlog's pretty intense. There's a lot of games I do want to grab. At least I will say it seems like Time Stranger isn't like super long.
No, a lot talked about how he like beat in like 60 hours and stuff.
For a Mons RPG, that's pretty solid time lock in.
No, but speaking about the RPG, I think one that I have been cautiously wanting to get into is just get more into SMT. SMT has like a lot of titles of like different flavors in there.
Yeah.
But, it's one of those things, because I came in basically on SMT on Persona 3 when they were still using SMT at the front of it before they kind of went on.
Before Persona got bigger than SMT.
Yeah, but it's like one of those things of like, I want to try get back in there. Like Axe got me 5, and I'm like, that's on my list, and I actually want to get back. Oh, excuse me. I want to get back at least to a few generations back, because I remember when I was younger, I was interested in like Digital Devil Saga and saw, Devil Survivor and stuff. And I think is Soul Hacker an SMT title, or is that just an Atlas title? I can't remember.
I think that's technically SMT, because it's got a naming format like most of their side games. You've got DDS, Raito Kuzunoha, which I owned on PS2 but never got very far in. I should check out the remasters of those sometime.
So it's like one of those things of like I'm always it's Devil Summoner, okay. But like I said, like SMT has like a lot of branches and stuff. Like, I just mentioned earlier, Persona used to be a SMT branch and stuff. And like I said, I like Persona games, and I want to try something that's a little less, maybe like a little less, high school life sim with, devils.
Yeah,
and
Persona's
more just...
very, very, very dug in on the life sim parts.
And try for that. But again, like I said, the fucking backlog. Like, playing Ghosts of Yote right now, putting in Times and Vintage Story right now, and I still want to play more Coral Island, goddammit.
Yeah, Lucky still bit on Coral Island. Yeah, and it's man, October's fucking packed. Like, my backlog's not crushing yet, but we're working on Yote now. We're trying to log into 14, Sometime we want to get back to Monhan. Because we're not engaging with that update at all. Nope. But also, like, FFT, like, super big, really good. Everybody likes this. And also, later this fucking month, there's a new Katamari game, and, like, that's... I hope everybody at home. I'm where possible, I'm a pretty big fan of Katamari. I've bought the 2 remake games they have. I played the original on PS2. There was a PS3 title, Katamari Forever, which I feel like every Katamari game for a while was like, oh, well, that's the last one. Bamco, like, went through the whole, like, exclusivity ping pong thing during, is PS3 and 360 6th gen? I think it is, because I think we're on 8th gen. So, like, some of those titles are still, like, locked into weird exclusivity shit. But I've played a decent number of them where possible, and they got a new one coming out, and I'm like, I like those. I would like them to, keep either making new ones or re-releasing the old ones that are, like, weirdly console locked. So, you gotta support. Actually, wait, shit. Does that mean... Sorry, this is a complete aside, but I'm just questioning myself. Does that mean that Katamari as a franchise has launched more games in the interim than Ace Combat has? God damn it, Bamco. What the fuck are you doing, Project Aces? You're killing me.
So yeah, no, I'd definitely say, like, video game-wise, it's one of those things of definitely SMT as a whole, I would say, because there's a lot of different titles in there and a lot of different vibes in there, but there's that. Also, I do want to do a little bit more on Digimon. Here's the weird thing. I feel like Digimon is less toxic in its community than Pokemon is. Also, less tryhard.
Yeah, Pokemon obviously I think kind of has they are the much bigger franchise, it's the kind of thing where if you try to get in like a pissing match, it's like, oh, well, obviously, Pokemon is the biggest, and even, people talk about that in like the trading card game world when cardboard nerds fight amongst each other. Which honestly also I think to the Pokemon trading card game's detriment genuinely. Like, people who actually play the trading card game kind of wish it was less popular, so they could actually fucking purchase product. But yeah, like, for a franchise that's really simple and still really, like, I would argue still is pretty decently, like, child-friendly, like, it's still decently accessible to kids, I'm pretty sure. Like, and all that stuff. Oh, it's almost like fucking Disney adults at this point. Like, there's so many different things you can do with the Pokemon franchise, but if you're doing any given thing, you're arguably doing it wrong, and there's just so much extra baggage. We've talked about this before for sure, but I've mentioned that, for instance, that literally you will never catch me doing like a Nuzlocke or like a weird challenge run. I just Pokemon is not so much percentage of my daily life that I feel like I need to add extra spice to Pokemon. You know, I play a Pokemon game now like once in a blue moon. Scarvi, pretty good. Had a lot of fun with that one. I also was like one of 4 people who had fun with Sword and Shield though, so you know, because I was out all through the 3DS era. Yeah, ZA soon. I don't know if I'll ever. I want to catch up on the Legends titles because people say they're a pretty good way to, you know, get in there. But yeah, Digimon is definitely a smaller franchise. It is a franchise that is ongoing. Like, there's a lot of anime series of Digimon I've missed, but I have fond memories of several of the series from when I was younger.
Oh yeah,
Tamer still hits pretty good, Chad. I have recently watched it.
If we're talking about like media, I'm always telling myself I need to watch more movies, but I've always been like slightly interested in Kamen Rider and its associated franchises. Like I said, mostly this interest is like 100% because we have several people who, you know, watch Kamen Rider, talk Kamen Rider, and it's one of those things that like you hear someone talking about and you're just like, It's all like, you're talking about stuff and it seems interesting, and I've seen some jokes and they've made me laugh. Would I be interested in seeing more of this? That one's more of an I don't know kind of situation. But it's something that's on my mind with, you know, semi-regularity, I would say.
Yeah, tokusatsu as a whole is like a really interesting area. And I kind of feel like, obviously there's going to be diehards who are going to watch every series, whether it's Sentai or Kamen or, you know, anything else, right? But I do kind of feel like as the outer audience, you can kind of like pick and choose a little. Like if you did want to be into, say, Sentai versus, you know, Kamen Rider, there are specific series that may be more of interest. You know, you can get a little pickier and choose. It reminds me, like I'm not caught up, but I've watched a decent number of like old school Godzilla films through several eras. So like, you know,
you need to put those on the list, by the way.
Yeah, watching kaiju films is definitely like a very particular sort of thing, and like as someone who has watched some old school Godzillas, it's the kind of thing where like you recommend different ones to different people. Like genuinely, Godzilla as a franchise starts out super heavy and like dramatic. You know, the original Godzilla from the 50s is a metaphor for, you know, the ongoing specter of nuclear annihilation. Like you know, it's absolutely like about something. And then, you know, people really latch onto this guy though, and they, you know, start working through sequels. You get to like the 60s and 70s. Those are super campy. They're fun, but, you know, Godzilla stops being like Gaia's vengeance and more becomes just another tokusatsu hero who's fighting against, you know, constantly alien kaijus we don't like Ghidorah and Mechagodzilla. The original Mechagodzilla is an alien. Well, he's a robot, but built by space aliens. Who I think are giant cockroaches, if I remember the original Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla correctly. It's been a while since I've seen that one. But when you get to like the 90s and the 2000s, Godzilla kind of like reconstructs itself, gets much more serious and heavy again. You watch something like the Godzilla vs. Destroya or something, where if you don't know, chat, Destroya is literally a expanding colonial kaiju monster that was created by the original Dr. Serizawa's Oxygen Destroyer that destroyed the original Godzilla.
Oh, speaking of the Trails games, Legendary, you might want to consider that, because they've actually did remake the first Trails games, Trails in the Sky, Chapter 1. So it's a good one.
This is what... Sorry, some people are purists, and like I obviously understand that we don't want old games to be kind of replaced, you know, because there is something to be said for, you know, like the thing being of its time.
Mm-hmm.
And I have heard some people push back about, you know, oh, the controls are dated, oh, they're clunky, and it's like, no, they were of their time. That said, some control schemes are clunky. If you're trying to do digital movement or do analog movement pre-analog stick, it's a little weird to be constantly holding 2 buttons on the D-pad down. I've played with an SNES controller. It's not very ergonomic, chat. God help you want to play old school, you know, like old ass Atari games with the fucking joystick and 1 button. That's not ergonomic at all.
No, but like the Trails game is something I'm interested, but I can already say I'm in that franchise. I own all of Trails of Cold Steel, and I hold the original like Trails in the Sky like on Steam and stuff. So I can already say I'm in that franchise. It's just Legendary is right. There's a lot of fucking games. There is a lot of fucking games.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like there's I'm like that's the thing I know about Trails. I'm not into any of those games at all, but I know that they have like subsections that are carved out. So like again, you could kind of like pick a la carte, but there's a risk that if you are actually really into it, then you're like, well, shit. Now there's a lot of games to play. That is kind of like the comparison I made earlier talking about Fire Emblem, right? It's like, yeah, you can't access every single Fire Emblem game, but if you decided you were getting into Fire Emblem, there are a fuck ton of them for you to play. What number is N-Gage, chat? Is that like Fire Emblem like 15, 16? It's a lot, even if you can't play half of them. Also, yes, chat. God, I mean, you can play, they haven't actually straight up remade the original Resident Evil. It's just the HD port. So you can play it with those old school controls. I do actually think there are a decent number of people who don't like going back and playing old school Resident Evil because, like, yes, they did do a lot with the cinematography of fixed camera angles and shit. And I don't think every game needs to have, like, a free-floating camera. But also, like, they were doing the best they could with what they had at the time. It is definitely, like, a specific feel that is designed to be slightly inhibiting because they couldn't give the player complete freedom of camera and movement.
Oh. That does remind me. I never did beat the Tales of finish them. Not to mention there's the fucking it wasn't Tales of Azure. What was it? It was the two-parter that took place in the technological city. Fucking hell. No, but Trails is a game. Like you have the first 3 games, then you have the next 4 game, but there's another game series that's 2 games that takes place during the same time as the previous one. It's like it's crazy. And there's a lot of characters. There's a lot of fucking characters. And they'll just keep showing up in places. Actually, you know what? Actually, no, this is what I'll say. If you want to get into the Trails series without actually getting into the Trails series and what it knows, play Tokyo Xanadu. That's a one-off game that kind of does the same thing. It's not exactly the same. It uses a different combat style, but a lot of the system and the systems and the storytelling is the same. Like with its slice of life stuff. I believe they have Tokyo Xanadu like EX Plus, which is like the remastered version of the game. Yeah. Sorry, I was just thinking about that because, well, I do hardly recommend the Trails and the whatever series. It's a lot of fucking games. So if you want a kind of taste of what they're about, no, Tokyo Xanadu. I sometimes forget that one exists. It's just one of those games that's just was weird. But with that, I'll make it in the chat, crying out, for Sucker and his Ace Combat fantasies.
Yeah, I've only played a very limited number of Ace Combat games, but I really like them. The problem is, like I said, they're fucking, it's been over 5 years since Ace Combat 7. They are working on the 8th one. Last time they talked about it was like 2021, but like they have a huge back catalog that's like super inaccessible. And it's very funny how, like, you look at I posted, like, a chronological list of the releases. The original Air Combat was Ace Combat in Japan. They changed the title for the international audience for some reason. But then they went to Ace Combat 2 without bothering to correct us. The 90s were a wild time for licensing and localization choices. But they go, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, like clockwork through the PS1, PS2 generation. 0 then for, like, a prequel one. They did X. They did 6. 6, by the way, is Xbox exclusive. It pains me a lot. And we got a little Wiggly. Join Assault Horizon, stuff like that. They tried to, like, break away from Strange Reel. They're kind of in-universe setting. And then they went back with 7. But, like, they've super been on hold for a while. And a lot of those games are not going to be, like, super out there. I'm pretty sure you can access the PS1 titles on PS5 store. Like, they're on the PlayStation store. But I mentioned this a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. It was 1 or 2 shows ago about like Ace Combat 3. But that came up when we were talking about Drakengard briefly. The Ace Combat part. We talked about Drakengard for a long time. I love to do a Game Grumps joke. But Ace Combat 3 Electrosphere, like the original JP release, had like anime cutscenes and branching story and shit. And for space reasons, all that got cut out of the international release. So it's like, I don't think there's, like, a proper release of it. You have to, like, download an emulator and download the fan translation patch of the Japanese version of the game to get the full experience. And it's like, man, that seems like an untapped market to pull people in. But yeah, 7 is very popular. It's also, like, I feel like they've milked all the blood from the stone of 7. Like, they've done so many DLCs for classic aircraft. They've literally done... They got tie-in licensed DLC for Top Gun Maverick. Like, they've done, I think, everything they can out of 7. You gotta make a new game sometime, guys. And like I said, they are. But slow going.
It goes slow. But I think we can probably stop talking about franchise and stuff and move on to our next one. And our next one comes from a hunter hunting for a Digimon harem. Didn't someone just say Digimon players are less horny?
Yeah, I don't actually know if that's true, because several Digimon are just women.
Anyway, they say, Heyo, Grand Lookamon Omega and Cyberdramon Lucky. Hope you're both doing well in these dark digital days of doomed posting and drama. Nice alliteration. As one for the dramatic, sometimes, don't you lie to me. I have a question for you both. So people typically ask, what Disney property do you want to see in Kingdom Hearts? Usually with the idea of the world being explorable and lived in. What I want to know is, what Disney villain or antagonist would you like to bash upside the head with a massive blunt key? Whether it's for potential mechanics of their fight, or you just think they deserve some blunt force trauma to the head. Personally, I would want to fight, Dr. Facilier? I'm not actually sure. I've never seen Princess and the Frog, by the way. From
Dr. Facilier.
Facilier. Gotta put some French in it. Yeah. I imagine something neat and creative can be done with his ability to have his shadow do separate actions as he performs dark voodoo matches to keep control of the battle arena. Like we said, I do hear that the Princess and the Frog is pretty goo.
It's basically Disney's 2D, Last Great Hurrah.
Yeah.
I've seen a few of the musical numbers, so there's a good one, yes. Come on, boys. Won't you shake a poor sinner's hand? And the friends on the other side would just be, heartless, obviously. Darkness.
Oh,
no, I think it's a good
man,
pick.
but
I'm trying to think, man.
I don't know. I feel like most of the Disney franchises I would think of have been done. Lucky hasn't been a Disney guy in 10 years, man. Maybe even a little more than 10 years.
All right, I got one that kind of matches up because it's also what world would you want? But yo, Kingdom Hearts team, hit me up with a Great Mouse Detective world, because the Radigan fight would be key. That guy throws hands.
I forgot about the Great Mouse Detective. I'm not gonna lie.
It's a classic. We should throw it on our movie list if we can make it work with the didness. But no, Great Mouse Detective is fucking phenomenal. And like I said, Radigan is a guy who's got juice. Rescuers is a little weird because of the scale. It would be like fighting the evil, auntie or stepmother or whatever from Rescuers is she just chases you with a broom.
Yeah. I'm trying.
I guess at that scale, her fucking gators would be the size of Maleficent the dragon, or bigger. Actually, wait, maybe that's the joke. Maybe the Rescuers world, Sora's full size, and the Rescuers are still small. Treasure Planet would go super hard, yeah.
It would.
R.I.P. Treasure Planet, underappreciated in its time.
Rescuer Down Cylinders, I think, was one of my favorite films as a youth.
Both Rescuers are pretty good. Oh, it's a great gif, Aaron, with the second phase to the Mandalorian. Also, yes, by the way, Grogu, who's 50 years old, just ate some lady's eggs. That kid is a freak. Atlantis has a couple, yeah. You could have both, the giant glowing heart, and you could also have, I forget his name, but, Mr. Man fighting in the Rourke, thank you, yeah. Being pushed out of the balloon. Doesn't he get, Disney villain deathed by, touching the heart and, exploding into light and turning to stone or something? That's a pretty good Kingdom Hearts boss transition. Oh, yeah, he gets turned into... He glows with crystal and shit.
That reminds me of the end of Indiana Jones and Fate of Atlantis, and people getting turned into mystical fucking goo and, exploding.
Yeah, that one took us a while to figure that out, but that was a pretty fun end. Watch that stream, by the way. I think we did 2 of those?
Did it take us 2 sessions for that one?
I think Indiana Jones took 2.
I don't remember.
It's a decently long and complicated game. Day of the Tentacle, we definitely did in 1.
That was because I actually beat that one. It is still one of those things that I lay in bed and just go, look, you're a fucking idiot. As the whole reason I couldn't progress that team as a kid is that I didn't realize I needed to fucking invert some of the lines. It's all reading comprehension. I did not have it, but no, I think Atlantis and probably Treasure Planet would probably be my picks then. Both those films, I think are underappreciated in their own way. I know there is definitely some resurgence in the people's minds on them, but generally no, people do still kind of fucking sleep on them.
It's that because there was the let's do a little Disney historicity chat. Disney kind of dipped in the 80s, and then there was the Disney Renaissance, and that was that's all the movies from the early 90s you remember. Aladdin, Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, Lion King, right? all bangers, all big hitters, all really big successes at the box office. But then there was kind of like that transitional phase in the late 90s, early 2000s, where they got a little more experimental and they didn't really know what they were doing. And some of those movies are still good, but are weird, like Hercules, Hunchback of Notre Dame. Like, those movies are all right, but they do read a little weird. Like, Herc has an Air Herc subplot that's like way too timely. And it's just like, now you watch it like 30 years later, you're like, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. Who's offering this guy merch deals? He punches hydras.
They turned me into an action figure. I just remember that scene so well.
And then obviously Hunchback of Notre Dame has this weird problem where like the movie is super dark and brooding and serious and like the soundtrack is killer. But then they have those three gargoyles for some reason. Because I'm sure Disney corporate was like, this movie doesn't have enough levity, guys. We need marketable levity. But yeah, like Treasure Planet and Atlantis and stuff like that, arguably even Tarzan, are kind of from that phase where like post-Renaissance, which are like, they're cult hits now, because like people have like broader tastes and can really appreciate like that they were going for something like in terms of like tone and genre and setting. But they did not hit big at the box office when they came out, and it's a shame. And now, I don't think... Ooh, Emperor's New Groove. That one's weird because there's not a lot of Kingdom Heartsable conflict to latch onto, but Yzma would be a great match.
Well, it's one of those things that Yzma can, like, you can have Yzma in Kingdom Hearts and not necessarily have her tied to a specific world. Like, you can have free-floating villains.
It's true. There's that whole, like, corridors of darkness and shit. Just imagining her, with the cat thing at the end, just like, wait, this is my voice? Emperor's New Groove, another one that's kind of, like, hit a little weird at the box office, but is, like, honestly also, like, so good. Like, so much energy and through line. And very quotable, too. Oh, no. Don't tell me. Let me guess. Big Tall Waterfall. Mm-hmm. Sharp Rocks at the bottom? Yeah? Bring it on.
Yeah!
Also, I mean, how many times do we, in our circle of friends, quote, "You threw off my groove"? I'm sorry, you've thrown off the Emperor's groove. And of course, Cusco's poison. Cusco.
I think that is probably the thing we quote the most. Just some iteration of X thing, the thing for X, the thing for X, X's thing.
It's just so
we
good.
just do that so often.
Warburton
the thing for X?
Great...
Yes!
Warburton has such a great... I mean, I think it's why his work in fucking Venture Brothers is so, like, good. Like the Brock Sampson read is just powerful.
It is. Well, Brock Sampson is also just a great character. Guys, watch Venture Brothers. I don't know if I'll say it's like, well, no, it is kind of amazing, but it's kind of amazing in, the nostalgia.
It truly is of its time, Adult Swim, adult animated series, poking fun at previous generations of stuff.
Yeah, no, that, like, I don't know about, like, current Adult Swim, but back when, like, Adult Swim first got off, like, they had actually, like, a lot of shows just poking fun of that. Like, Space Ghost Coast to Coast was one of those. Like, do you all know Space Ghost? Like, actual Space Ghost? I doubt it.
I think I have actually seen some, like, clips of the original Space Ghost, but yeah, no, there's, like, Adult Swim kind of got their, like, start in the we're gonna re-edit old cartoons thing, which was their shtick for a while. And then Venture Brothers is one of their rare shows where, like, no, that's, like, especially the early seasons, like the pilot and stuff, that's animated like it's an old school cartoon they're re-editing, but they did not re-edit it. That's original.
No, it was C-Lab 2021, which is when they... Or was it 2022? I don't remember. I thought it was 2021. But yeah, no, Space Ghost Coast to Coast, C-Lab 2022. Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law, which did use new footage, but also they did a lot of crazy shit with that one.
Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law is so good.
It was 21? Okay.
I don't know why, but there's just that bit where they're in court talking to a henchman, and, the judge is like, name, age, and occupation, and he goes, Lizardman, and, Lizardman? And it's just a dude in a green jumpsuit. Like, he's not even a literal lizardman, he's just some mook from, like, Johnny Quest or something. They like, reanimated into the booth, but it's like, I don't know why, that's so funny to me.
No, it's all that's what it's like. That's what Adult Swim was like real early for me. Was like, well, when I experienced it, it was like they had some weird weird ass shows like at the super late on, because that's where you got your original Aqua Teen Hunger Force home movies stuff, which is the really really stupid animation and the really really stupid jokes, but people love it for some odd reason.
I think honestly, like Aqua Teen Hunger Force and stuff, I didn't watch a lot of them because it outwardly did not appeal to me that much. But I think it was really just the idea that, like, back in the day, we truly were not making them like that. Like, nobody else was making cartoons like that. Even when Adult Swim ended up hosting, like, refugees like Family Guy, American Dad, and like Futurama, that was still, like, once upon a time, those were primetime-ish shows, you know? They were making adult jokes, but they were still making jokes that were acceptable on, like, at 8 or 9 o'clock at night. They were only on late because that's how Adult Swim works, because it was, Cartoon Network. I don't think you can show Aqua Teen Hunger Force on any channel, like, before midnight. I don't think you can do that under FCC regulations,
Probably not, no.
And God knows they have done some other weird... They still keep doing weird shit over the years, Garth Marenghi's Dark Place, shit like that. Hey, Chad, do you remember also, like, obviously Bumpers, very classic, love them to death, but, like, do you remember they also, did weird shit? Anybody here still remember Too Many Cooks? That's an Adult Swim bit. And, God, it's a weird one. I don't know why they decided to do that, but they did it. Fake infomercials, yeah. Too many cooks.
Adult Swim, like, done a lot of stuff, and honestly, I think, like, Adult Swim should have a credit for, I think, really pushing more mature, like, animation projects into the wild world, and just other weird shit. Like, some people might fight me on this, but I completely credit, Toonami and Adult Swim for pushing anime into more mainstream consciousness of the West, just in general.
No,
like, you would have...
I think that's... Like, obviously, you had your Saturday morning blocks, like Fox Kids and WB Kids, 4Kids blocks.
But that was,
like,
those were
4Kids,
heavily sanitized fucking, my fucking rice balls are fucking, donuts.
Yeah, like, those were super sanitized for kids to commit. And it was Toonami and then, especially, I want to say, early Adult Swim that, like, actually did the dubs that were... God. In the tone of the original show. Like, I remember recording and eventually watching at night. Well, I turned into a night owl. Sorry, not true. I was probably always was a night owl, but I extended my night owling. But like watching like the dub edit of like Inuyasha or like the original Full Metal Alchemist pre-Brotherhood.
No, like,
and it's like
their dubs of Cowboy Bebop, Trigun, Fooly Cooly are still some of the best. I think some of the best dubs I've ever heard in my life.
The Fooly Cooly dub is like, shout out to those guys. I guess they only had like 6 episodes to work with, so a little bit of flexibility on the budget. But like, they really went, okay, I think this show is unlocalizable, and they're just like, crack knucks, roll your neck. All right, let's get down to it. Cause like,
well, that's what I liked about it. They didn't translate it. Like they said, they kept honorifics in there and like and all that other stuff. So they kept the thing. Like I honestly do not understand the West's obsession with just removing honorifics. They are really helpful in understanding the fucking tone. Guys, actually, I want to talk about this for like real. I'm gonna be real Blacklist. I prefer the Fooly Cooly dub over the sub. It's just like that's one of the few times I will say dubs over sub is Fooly Cooly. But
because it's like you don't have to read, you can follow along with your ear, but you don't lose anything.
Yeah.
Down to the fact that one thing I was going to bring up real quick is like they were so much on like not wasting a single like mouth flap or sound. The Fooly Cooly dub keeps the like automatopoeias,
yes,
which is like wild.
No, it's like it's still one of my favorites. But like this is one of the things I want to bitch about. Like well, this is about like subtitling in general right now. So, like I said, we're officially in the fall quarters. We're not necessarily at the 3 weeks, so please wait before Lucky gives his recommendations. But we just finished season 1. There was a show called The Water Magician that came out last quarter. It's about a guy gets isekai, he does water magic. Cool. And the very last episode, there was a scene where he's hanging out with this elf girl, and she's upset because the main character talks familiar with another character but not her, and basically says, "Call me by my name," to which the main character does. They translate this by saying, "Call us friends," and then they translate it as "we're friends." So you hear the characters say, call my name, and then translate it as a call me friends, and then you hear the main character, which this took me out so much. He says the character's name, but on the subtitles it says "we're friends." I'm just all like, you can't see it. Lucky's doing this thing where his hand's over his mouth and he's looking incredulously at the screen, just like, really? And I have this problem, and this bugs me because, like I said, Japanese is a language which is a lot more subtle in its interactions and has a lot more emphasis on standing, I guess I would say.
There's a lot more about like face and social status, and also we will actually, I think, get to talk about this with Ghost of Yotei. I have some discussions there as well. But Japanese is a language where your level of politeness is much more explicit in the text rather than implied. Like, obviously, I think that you can still talk in Japanese, and you can very sarcastically, use polite language and honorifics.
I mean, every time Atsu goes, "Oh, samurai-san," I'm all like, she's being sarcastic as fuck, even though that's technically,
Also, though, it's funny that she does do that also, because one thing I want to bring up is, like, even in Samurai Cinema mode, the subtitles don't communicate that, especially in Japanese, Atsu is rude as hell.
Yeah.
Her default pronoun is teme. Even to people she is, like, working with. Like...
But then you go talk to her fucking Shamisen instructor, and she gets polite as fuck.
Yes. And it's like... And no offense to Erika Ishii. They're doing a great job, and I like them a lot as a person, having seen them around and, like, drop out and stuff. But, like, in English, it doesn't hit quite the same way, because I'm just conversational enough with Japanese to, like, pick up on the literal text, or the text that the not even the literal text, the text that the original writers who were working in English, I think, wanted me to read, then versus what, like, how they adapted it to the Japanese script and how the Japanese performers read it. And it's like watching an old samurai movie. But yeah, no, like, there are these like subtle differences, and like, yeah, no, like, if you don't know a little bit about, like, Japanese language structure, it's harder to tell that, like, oh yeah, no, Atsu is, like, super rude to everybody. Like, almost always, and, like, super casual. She uses very few honorifics, too. And it's not even like they're trying to keep to the original English script either, because I believe they said they re-edited, like, mouth flaps and stuff to match the Japanese anyway.
Oh, no, I'm still dying slightly that in, she also definitely has different layers of politeness. Like, as she said, like, in general, yeah, she's very rude. To people like the teachers and whatnot, she, steps it up, usually adds a shisho to, their name. Unfortunately, they translate that in English as sensei, which, makes me go, guys, really, come on.
Well, it's probably in the original dub they went with sensei, and then the Japanese script were like, no, actually, we have one better word for that, Yeah.
No, the original language for Ghost of Yotei is probably English. Like I said, it was developed by a Western company. They probably wrote the script in English and had it adapted to Japanese. It was made with a Japanese focus in mind, and they probably had a lot of experts on it, but it's a Western game first, so I would consider Japanese its original language. Once I actually get done with my playthrough, I'll probably try a second playthrough in actual English, but I'm sorry, usually I like to play the games in their original language, but I could not pass up playing a Japanese-ass game and not Japanese.
No, I think that's how I felt about the original Tsushima. Like, I listened to the dub, but it was also like, but I want to hear what Japanese voice actors they got for this. And, like, it was pretty good. The original Tsushima is a lot weirder because it's much more in, like, movie time. I think we talked about this when it came out, like 6 years ago. Or more even. But, like, the actual Mongol invasion of Japan is, like, from a period that was, first of all, like, way, like, pre-katana.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not even sure if we were on, like, curved Tachi-style swords. They might have still been, or we might have still been on, like, straight-edged, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Also, like the themes of, like, honor versus practicality are, way more, like, a fairy tale. I feel like Sucker Punch really hit their stride with Yotei, because that's just, like, much more, like, Atsu has worked for Samurai. It's even explicitly that she was part of the Battle of Sekigahara, which is, like, the largest battle in Japanese history, like in the home islands.
Losing side, in fact.
Yes. So, like, she is interwoven with Japanese history, but her themes are much more about, man, gotta kill those Yotei 6. Gotta get those fuckers.
we're gonna talk about this love, but I love how like I've completed like 2 chapters so far, I would say, but like, well, no, I'll talk about it later. But it's so good.
No, the game's good.
It's getting good. But yes, no, someone in chat did mention it's amazing how we've gotten here from like 4 topics. What even? Oh, we were
talking about dubs. You were talking about kind of like how even with subtitling,
like yes, even with subtitling, I think we, like, as Western audiences, need to accept that there's, other languages that have different structures and teach people to understand them, and rather than just to adapt everything to, the language we know. I grew up watching, reading manga and fan subs, and they would always have, they would have little appendixes in the front or back saying, hey, these are what these honorifics mean. And I'm like, cool, sweet, I have learned something. And fan dubs, when there was, a particularly, difficult concept, they put subtitles up at the top. It's like, hey, this means this, or, this is a, figure of speech on that. Still, nowadays, when I read, light novels online from my translation project, there's a lot of times when people be like, yeah, no, so this is a little bit tricky to actually understand in Japanese. They actually wrote it this way, but if you, change it this way, it means this. So this sentence actually has a double meaning. And I'm like, cool. Personally, I love that. I want more of that. I wish that was more in mainline stuff, because people saying, I don't want to have to read and watch this at the same time, you're fucking lying.
Well, I mean, if you're already watching subtitles, you're already reading. That is the legitimate argument to go with dubs, is that if you're a native English speaker, listener, you can kind of take in the totality of watching something without necessarily having your eye drawn to subtitles. Now, me, I'll finish this thought while Lucky BRB's first. Now, me, chat, I am a speed reader. I am one of the fastest readers I know. So to me, I have never had a problem reading subtitles, because subtitles are usually spaced out, one line of dialogue at a time. You show me a line of dialogue, I can read that shit. My eye flicks back up to watch the action pretty fast. And I've mostly watched subbed anime through web video players. So backspacing 10 seconds, no problem at all if you want to catch the action, But there is an argument for if you're not as fast a reader as me, or other things. God knows if your English isn't your first language, but you don't have a subtitling of your native language available, kind of thing. There's something to be said there for needing that slower pace and keeping your ear open for dubs. And certainly that's one of the reasons why I think I watch less anime these days, is because it's harder for me to multitask and watch anime myself. But that's okay, because that means that I'm, get more focused. And, I think dubbing has gone a long way, but it's still something to be said for, if you're already watching subs, like I said, you can't go, oh, I don't want to read, you're already reading.
Listen to it. So when I want to multitask and watch anime, that's what I usually want to do, but, it's just one of those things. Yeah, I can understand people wanting to multitask and maximize your time, but, then you're not actually watching anime. You're just doing a bunch of stuff, and anime just happens to be on in the background. At that point, you might as well just put on some music and use that, or an audiobook.
As a serial multitasker, yeah, I'll balance 2 or 3 things sometimes, but media watching isn't there. I've technically resumed the recording in the middle of a conversation, but it's fine.
It's fine.
But yeah, just on the multitask thing, I don't usually multitask when I watch TV or movies in English. If I'm sitting down to watch a show, complete aside, but semi-irregular Omega actually watched a live-action TV and recommended it to you. Netflix fed me House of Guinness, which is a historical drama about the Guinness brewery family.
Yeah.
Set in the 1800s. It's a pretty good one. I hope they get a second season. But that's just I watched that shit before bed. I sat down, turned my lights out, and lock in.
Mm-hmm.
So, But yeah, we were talking about how I was refuting that, if people are saying, oh, I don't want to read and watch my anime, if you're already watching subs, too bad, you're already reading. Get wrecked.
Stop multitasking and watch your damn shows.
Especially because, I think that's, the merit of, I've had a few, semi-formal lessons in Japanese. Most of my ability to pick up on Japanese stuff is just doing a little bit of background reading and also listening. That's how, immersion works, is just, listening, comparing the subs, and, putting your ear out for that shit.
Mm-hmm. I'm not good enough at Japanese to always know what to say, but I always know when they say something wrong, or I read something wrong, rather.
Yeah, and I don't know if some of that is like you said, some of that I think is just that we are making stuff too palatable to the general consumer, but I don't know if that's necessarily just because is anime too mainstreamified, or is it as a result of anime getting so mainstreamified, translators and localizing work is more strained, like there's more throughput. I haven't ever seen them, but I know that people have like raised concerns that like there have been some like anime subtitles even like on Crunchyroll and other places that were like clearly fed through like an auto translate or an LLM, you know, and it's like that doesn't seem quite right at all. I know that's also a problem with translations of manga going on. Like there are some manga publishers who are like super expanding their catalog and are not hiring new people to kind of make up for that production gap, and are just kind of like trusting machines to do the work of people, and the machine thing is not at that level. So I you know, I mean, it makes me wonder if like some of these are not just due to like, I guess, labor shortage, for lack of a better term, you know?
I don't know. But let us move on. So this next one comes from A Very Long Day at Work. They say, "Howdy, Lucky and Omega. Hope you're all enjoying Ghost of Yote based on Lucky's mailbag books. I have a feeling I know the answer to that. And enjoying the new FF14 content. I'll get there someday. Question. Ptolemy arrived soon and gave me a thought of a decent question. What other Roman servants have we not seen yet in Fate that would you like to see added to the roster eventually? P.S. The alias because I am having a very long day at work because I forgot my headphones and lunch, so I am decently hungry and may miss some of the show. Good thing I listened to the audios again on Monday, even if I got the show." Well, thank you. I hope your day has gotten better.
Hey, fun fact. Ptolemaeus isn't Roman.
Isn't he Macedonian? Not,
yes, you would call him Macedonian, so you might call him Greek, or you might call him technically Egyptian. But he was part of Alexander the Great's, you know, pan-Hellenic culture thing. I think his reign in Egypt might predate the Roman, definitely predates the Roman Empire. I don't actually remember what Rome was doing during that period. That said, I think there are a few slices. I kind of feel like it's been interesting. You know, we've had Caesar for a long time. Fate hasn't really made anything of Augustus, who is arguably, you know, just as famous. Like, we have famous for being shitty emperors in, like, Caligula and Nero, who are, like, fairly universally dunked on by history. I think there's been some work that, you know, like, you know, maybe Nero was not as bad of a leader as was painted.
Bill was not a great one.
No, I mean, at the very least, there's something to be said for the whatchamacallit, the socio-political maneuvering to just be, like, constantly telling the Senate to fuck off. Not good statecraft.
Let me be real, the Senate needed to be told to fuck off a few times at least.
It's true, but, you know, it was one of those things that the reason why history thinks of Nero so unpopularly is that the Senate really hated Nero's guts because Nero spent all of their tax money on, like, you know, public works, bread and circuses type stuff, some of which were probably extravagant vanity projects, but some of it at least went into the pocket of the common man. And I don't think Nero really gave a shit about stuff like, you know, expanding the empire, law and order type shit. It was, you know, arts, parties, making sure that people are, like, happy and Rome is, you know, pretty, and occasionally poisoning people who upset me. Trajan and Trajan's Column's really good. But Augustus is, like... Caesar's very famous for obviously paving the way for the Roman Empire. Augustus is the guy.
A guy.
To the point of, like, even, like, doing, like, the tricks of, like, no. I'm not the dictator. I'm not the emperor. I am merely the princeps. I am merely the first citizen. Like, lots of stuff. Marcus Aurelius is a pretty big one. Like I said, Trajan was mentioned.
Trajan is probably the other one. The only one I remember Trajan, though, is because he was in Civ, though.
Fate could probably do something with Hadrian, specifically, for his conquest of Britain and the wall.
Yes. That could be interesting. Give Boudica someone actual to hate.
And of course, you know, if you want to go a little earlier, there's obviously, like, mythical stuff. We have Romulus, but you could do Aeneas. I've done a Fancy Freddy on him before. You could do, you know, Hannibal Barca is canonically a servant, so that means you have to include Scipio Africanus, aka Scipio the Younger.
Yeah, unfortunately, no. I do not necessarily have a lot of thoughts personally on this. Like I said, I am not the most well-versed in our Romans. So I think we'll leave that.
I'm a Rome guy, but, you know, ask me about that some other time. Shit, maybe I should do a Fanservant Friday block of, like, nothing but Roman emperors.
Romans! Could be fun. So, last but not least, we got Soul of the Light Mode Discord. Dear Alpha, Lucky, and Omega? No questions, just want to wish both of you good vibes, ignoring this next part. After not being able to message in so long, the combination of Silk Song, Monster Hunter, and Kidney Stone Surgery is a mix that makes times weird. Remember to drink your water, kids! That is actually something I need to do more. I need to drink more water. I have been having some problems because of it.
Drinking water right now.
That is that. I think that's it for the mailbag.
Beautiful. That's the mailbag. I shall crunch down that tab.
Crunch!
I should actually have grabbed some paper. I could have made some crunching sounds. Could have done some Foley, chat. But I didn't. So I myself will continue to hydrate or dihydrate, as I am developing a little bit of a headache, but that could just be because it's a little muggy in here. And also, I don't think there's anything like pollinating at this time of year, but we did throw all the windows open.
All the outside is coming inside.
Never know how that's going to shake out. But it means it's time for Caldea Free Talk.
Woo!
As we actually have a couple of things for you. First, new servant Deetsums. We're a little late, but we are finally getting to it. It is Kondo Isami, new 5-star saber. He is the commander of the Shinsengumi, and also was a sword master, was ranked the master of his school, Tenon Ryu. And so saber fits very well. Got some very fun different ascensions and different sprites. He's got a lot of different poses and stuff. So, he is 1 quick, 2 arts, 2 buster. Pretty normal stuff for a saber. Fairly median hits, but low NP gain. His NP gain is 0.35. His arts cards are like 3 hits, so it's pretty normal. But the quick is like 5, so, you will compensate a little. You'll get a little bit of that energy back. For a saber, he's slightly on the higher attack, lower HP side, but is not to either extreme. For instance, he's got like about 1,000 less attack than like Okita, but also has like, 1,000 or 2,000 more HP depending on your leveling. So, you've got a varietal of options there. And I actually should check. Yeah. His NP gain, I think, is so low because his NP is Arts AoE with 8 hits. So, they don't want to make it too easy for you, chat. His NP is pretty rad, though, because it is the Banner of Sincerity, which, funnily enough, is supposed to, like, ever since, like, Ogita and Hijikata's, like, lore got established, is supposed to be a thing that all Shinsengumi have. Like, they all have the Banner of Sincerity, the Haori to, like, summon forth the squad. Mm-hmm. It's just not usually utilized, but that is Isami's NP. He is probably the best fit to actually, like, utilize it. But it's pretty cool. You actually, get to show off everybody into squad. So, like I said, this is an Arts AoE. Hits everybody. It first removes all debuffs from Shinsengumi allies. And also, the overcharge effect is to increase the quick arts and buster performance of all Shinsengumi allies for 3 turns. Between 10% and 30% depending on overcharge. Then it just deals damage to all enemies. That's it. It is the ultimate Shinsengumi attack. His first skill gives him Pierce Invul for 3 turns. And also a 20 to 30% attack up and crit up on self for 3 turns. Second skill is 20-30%. Arts and Buster up on self for 3 turns, and is a 2 hits, 3 turns evade. We love 2 hits, 3 turns evades. And then the final skill is a pretty funny one. This one, I think, it really brings it together. So, first of all, it's a charisma, 10 to 20% attack up for the whole party for 3 turns. If you are a Shinsengumi ally, you get 20 to 30% battery. Keep in mind that he himself is Shinsengumi, so it's a 20 to 30% battery on self, but also your friends. If they're not Shinsengumi, allies just get 10% NP. And then also, all non-Shinsengumi allies get the Shinsengumi trait for 5 turns. I believe this procs in order, so, they don't get the 30%, then get their, they don't get their trait change, then get the 30% kind of a thing. But still, 5 turns of everybody gets to benefit from the buffs on NP. That's pretty good. It's pretty solid. Passives are just magic resistance C and writing C. So, you're looking at this, and you're thinking, oh, Kondo doesn't sound that crazy. Remember, chat, I just said it. He is also Shinsengumi trait. So this means that, first of all, firing his NP can get pretty crazy. He's got a 30% attack up on self already, and then also can charisma, so that's 50% attack up. This guy, I already said, is not like bottom barrel of attack stats for sabers. Also, that overcharge effect on NP, that procs first. So he has a double mana burst, right? 30% up on Arts and Buster. Hey, you could get like 60% up if you max out overcharge. Like if you're at 500% overcharge, that's another 30% up for 3 turns. So this guy can give himself like 50% attack up and like 60% arts up, and also remove all his own debuffs. So I think that's why his NP gain is low. But also you've got great synergy for the Shinsengumi team, the Team Sengumi, if you will. So he works as a centerpiece to kind of bring that whole thing together, and that's pretty good because most of those guys are sabers or berserkers, so you can actually string along. With arts, he's aiming to be looping, and he's gonna hit pretty hard. He does have a 3-turn, Pierce Invold, and has a good hard defense. He doesn't have the worst HP in the world. This is a pretty fun pick. We get to do quite a lot with Shinsengumi stuff as a result, so that's pretty cool. And like I mentioned before, he's got a big variety of sprites. Like each of his 3 different sprites is a different stance. Also, another Paco illustration. Yeah, so a wide variety of stuff, including a costume for slightly alternate looks. It's also very funny. We talked about it. Like a lot of the Shinsengumi, was involved in the Boshin War, and eventually Kondo Asami was executed. When he was tried, it was still mostly about the charge of assassinating Sakamoto Ryoma. And they still thought that Isami was involved, even after those other guys confessed it was them. Some generational haters out there. But, with our new servant Dietz aside, it's time to do a little Girlfriend pregame. And yes, we are doing it's shorter, but it's still a proper pregame because there's actually story here. There's quite a lot of story, honestly. So, this one has story quests and free quests. There's actually farmable free quests in this. You don't have to just do dailies. So, first, for Castle of Day and Night, let's recap Grail Fronts. If this is your first time doing a Grail Front, because I think it's been about a year since we did our last. I'm pretty sure we haven't done one this calendar year for sure, so it's been minimum 10 months. The way this works is your Grail Front map is a tactical map. You will be able to place certain servants around the map. You will move them on your turn with limited movement points. You can get buffs and debuffs to appear on the map if you pass over them. And multiple units can be involved in fights, which you make by moving into an enemy square or an enemy space. If you have multiple units adjacent, they will all be involved in the fight. This counts for both allies and enemies, friends and foes. You have as many turns to deal with as there are attackers. So if you are attacking and you have 3 guys, you got multiple turns. If you're being attacked and there are 3 guys, they have multiple turns. If it's just 1v1, it's 1 turn no matter what. Now, also I should say, I put this in my notes earlier, cooldowns count anywhere. So servants not in the fight will still get some cooldown credit if they're elsewhere on the map. And especially your master skills will constantly be cooling down. That's pretty good. Now, normally, the way previous Grail Fronts have worked, your victory conditions are either eliminate the enemy master or eliminate all servants. And I think actually even in the very first Grail Front, you didn't even have an enemy master. This one is going to be slightly different, with more story and some more rules. So, depending on the battle, you may have to reach a designated square, you may have to defeat a specific non-master enemy, you may have to do other things going on. Oh, also I should say, in case it wasn't obvious, the lose conditions are, you lose all your servants, you as the master get tagged 3 times. You have 3 HP, you get tagged, you die. You're done. Added with this Grail Front, we should get the ability to do Saint Quartz and Command Spell Revives in the Grail Front. If you use these, you will restore all defeated servants you have at their original position with full HP and 100% NP gauge. Servants who are... Good?
Oh, I just said interesting?
Yes. Also interesting, if you lose because as the master you get tagged, servants that are still alive do not get HP recovery. They stay at whatever state they were at before they got revived. But upon spending the revival, you will get your master skills instantly reset, and your servants will have buffs and debuffs removed, except on removal ones. So you can now reset spaghetti fights.
Spaghetti.
Which is handy, especially as we do get a little more complex, like I said, with some of these options. Because they do go out of their way to point out some maps are going to have some routes will be unlocked through special conditions, so certain lines can only be taken after you've done something else on the map. And also, each map will have a day and a night variant. There's a whole day-night cycle mechanic thing, kind of similar to that one summer.
Okay.
Some of these will be locked by story progress, but eventually you'll be able to switch freely. Do note that while you can do both the day and night variants of, I think, every Grail Front, clearing a Grail Front twice does not yield additional rewards. So, the day and night version don't count as, 2 separate versions to clear for rewards. It's just, depending on what you're doing, you may, be able to get some extra time in or check some stuff out. Now, for story stuff, I mentioned earlier, they've got, 0 AP through the end of LB1. It's because this requires LB1 clear to participate. Everybody keep that in mind. You'd have done at least 1 Lost Belt. Now, your main story is going to be 20 acts, prologue and epilogue. Now, don't worry. This is 99% story only. There's 3 fights total in the actual story acts. But there's still a lot of it. including possible like daytime, nighttime variants. So completing the story will net you 18 Saint Quartz, a 3-star CE, 3 Grail fragments, and a lore. There's no whole Grail at the end of this, so they just give you a crystallized lore. The battles are so few and far between that most of them aren't worth noting. Like, you know, you're going to have, like, the prologue fight will be like, fight some guys at, like, 20k HP. Check out this support servant. The only one to note, I think, is the finale, the actual one pre-epilogue. You got to fight a rider boss who has 134k and 177.4k HP. They'll get buffs and adds, and you have to defeat them in a limited number of turns. I believe it's 5 turns both ways, either day or night. But you do have a time limit, but other than that, pretty normal stuff. Now, there are 9 Grailfront maps to clear as well. These I'm not going into full detail on because these are turn-based strategy maps. There's a lot you can do to, like, approach these and do differently, you know, depending on what servants you're using. And, like I said, I might be able to, like, dig in the depths of the wiki and find out stuff like special route clearance conditions and whatnot. But main thing is, keep in mind with these things, there's going to be a decent amount of options, there's going to be a decent amount of flexibility. You can, of course, always just reset to the beginning, you know, restart if you want. And you can even get revives now, so, you know, you can get one free try a day, basically. Or 1 free revive a day, because we're at full restore. Clearing everyone, each Grailfront gives you a summon ticket and QP, and also some other mats. And the final also gives you 4 Grail fragments, Tears of the Holy Grail, so that totals up to 7 between the Grailfront and the main story. And each one of these is going to have their own wide variety of alternate win conditions, support servants, and enemies. So you will have support servants to pick from, and like I said, some of them are as simple as, like, beat the guy, you know, defeat all enemies. Others will be, you know, bring the master to a specific spot, etc. The finale, though, is going to be a little bit of a big one. You have to defeat a 1 million HP / 2 million HP pretender boss. So they got big HP. They do have a special AoE map attack. They can attack you in the map stage and do like 10k damage, which cannot be defended against, can't be reduced.
Right.
You will get a warning when this is going to happen, but, you know, stage hazards and shit. They are coded to have class disadvantage or defensive disadvantage against all classes, so you can, you know, hit them with the extra damage. But also, remember how I said they got 1 million versus 2 million? Yeah, they got a break bar. When you break their first bar, they get special damage reductions and lockout, and so they can't be attacked for 3 turns of the map.
Damn.
You just gotta stall it out, you know, leave and come back. So, like, there will be a decent amount of thinking and a decent amount of damage required to clear this. But I have confidence, chat. Now, free quests are going to be a lot simpler. You're going to get them all monoclass. They're usually going to be 333 waves. Your highest one of those is going to just be 160k HP and be all riders. Next tier you're going to have is 231 of Lancers, caps at 274k HP. The post-epilogue, the 90 pluses and pluses and pluses, is 123. These are Sabers, and all have Mondo HP. The mobs have like 150k to 200k each. The boss is like 600k. So you're going to need your highest level farming setups for that one. But you should be able to swing either the last 333 or, like I said, the 231 fairly well. Now you may ask, oh, well, why do we got free quests? Because we got a shop.
It's a shop.
The event shop will contain your command codes, 4 event CEs, I cry every time, 3 lores, along with usual things of Leaf, Foes, EXPs, Archer Rider Berserker statues, and mats such as rainbow yarns, bones, void dust, oil lamps, pages, silver crowns, bullets, Oni lanterns, eggs, octuplet crystals, and ether photons. Plus, you can also exchange for QP. Also, I think this is the first Grailfront to have, like, proper bonus servants. I don't remember that one from previous ones. But these not only get bond up, but also have different boosts for free quests versus Grailfront, so they do actually do damage up in Grailfront as well. Ptolemy, of course, as the new SSR, is 50% bond up and is plus 100% damage in free quests, 50% damage in fronts. Sugitani and Theseus, our brand new 3 stars, are going to be 20% bond. They do extra 50% damage in free quests, 30% in fronts. And your remaining bonus servants, which, just to remind you, are Urale, Neja, Iskandar, Taigon Wang, Huang Feihu, Waver, Penth, Asterios, and Koyan of Dark, are all 20% bond, 30% damage up in free quests, 20% in Grail fronts. So you have a variety of servants to pick from. To round it all out, before we go on, banners. Summon banner number 1 is going to be Ptolemaios, Penth, and Sugitani, plus CEs. Banner 2 is going to be Taigong Wang, Neja, and Theseus, plus CEs. And then we get a duo campaign. You get a run of Iskandar and Theseus, and Waver and Sugitani. that should be it. Happy hunting, everybody. Look forward to this upcoming week, a Wanted, as appropriate. And that is our pregame, and this is the end of Caldea Free Talk. That means we're going to move into What's Up and talk about whatever.
Talk about what is up.
But first, let's take a quick intermission.
Resume.
We're zooming. All right, well, since we already were talking about it earlier, we should probably start by talking about Ghost of Yotei. So I'm about... Sorry, I leaned away from my microphone a little to say that. About 50 hours in, let me actually check. Power of PlayStation stats. 51 hours, yes. Lucky's about a day ahead of me. So, definitely not, I would say, probably, like, near done with the game. But, pretty good amount of hours.
Yeah.
But yes, so, this is the... well, I guess we could call it a sequel in a sense. It's not really strongly connected to Tsushima that much. But, mechanically, it is a new game in the franchise, in the Ghost TM. But if somehow you don't know how Ghost of Yotei works, you follow the story of Atsu, a lone wolf, a stranger with no name, who, she returns to the northern island of Izo after 16 years away to finally get revenge on the Yotei 6, who killed her parents, killed her whole family, and burned down her house, and pinned her to a tree with a sword. That was kind of a bitch move. That wasn't very cash money of you, Yotei 6. And, Atsu has spent her time, practicing in the south, so you start the game literally by scratching name number 1 off your... Well, actually, you start the game by writing everybody's name on the fucking list.
Because put on the list.
Yes. Because I believe, as you've said, Lucky, this game loves using DualSense 5 features. There is so much DualSense in this game. So, first of all, you can vaguely calligraphize, you can sumi paint with the touchpad.
It's very generous.
Yes. It's very generous, it's very vague. I do kind of like how they map the motions to kind of the painting, like the suggestion of brushstrokes. But, I instantly had a joke in my head when doing, the name list where it's like, okay, so we start with, super simple names like the snake, the oni, etc. And then, by the time you're getting to, the... Saito himself and his sons, the dragon and the spider, it's you're doing one line stroke and Atsu is doing 4 strokes, and it's just yes, I see. We started with the simple names and then we're leveling up to just to put you in the mood of the growing complexity. But that's not all. There's all kinds of motions and attitude controls. You want to cook some fucking mushrooms? Hold out your controller, even though the controller does not necessarily map to holding mushrooms over a fire. You want to upgrade a sword? You better hit that sword with your controller. The controller's the hammer. So, lots and lots of that going on. It makes me very curious because I'm pretty sure they did port Tsushima to PC. So, I'm very curious how Yotei's going to go to an eventual PC port.
Oh, it's probably just going to be a whole, right mouse click and move the mouse.
Probably pretty good, yeah, if you can do some vague mouse controls. And obviously, it'll probably be a lot easier if you just, fucking connect your DualSense controller. I think they even just did a firmware update where you can, have your controller be, hooked to multiple objects, multiple systems.
I actually need to double check that myself, because that would be useful.
Yeah, that'd be very nice. I should, rather than using my old plug-in Xbox controller for PC, I should see if I can do that pretty easy. But yeah, so, there's a lot of spirit in it. But yes, after you do, the intro stuff, your... literal tutorial fight is right out the gate. You kill the snake.
No story, no nothing, just kill him. Which I think is kind of great.
No,
I don't
it's
think there's
really
anything
great.
to talk about that guy. I don't think there's anything to talk about that guy. He was a drunk and a sadist. Stab him. Fuck him.
Yeah, he's the least developed of the Yotei 6, but I think that's okay because what we see of it from his thing going on is he's just a slimy little guy.
Yeah.
But you do it is because it's in media res, but it's not in media res because obviously the snake is the easiest to pick a fight with. But they do a really good job of setting the tone. You sneak into town, you're suspicious of those guys. You fight him. You do get your ass kicked a little bit. Get used to that one, chat. I'm playing on medium, normal. Well, whatever the average difficulty is. I still get bounced out a little.
Usually in boss fights, I usually go down, not get down and get back up again, but like
actually
go down,
burn through all your
maybe
spirit
once a
and then
fight.
have to reset.
Yeah, like probably like once a fight.
Yeah, some of these guys are pretty nasty. So like I'm not going to be like it's the Dark Souls of Ghost game. But no, like this game on normal difficulty is not easy by any means. It is meant to be a little bit of a challenge. You kind of got to know what you're doing. Well, we'll talk about mechanics in a second, but the intro also sets up very much kind of your story as well, because as far as everybody is concerned, Atsu fucking dies. She gets a sword through the gut, and then she just gets back up anyway and walks home. Fuck you, not dead. And thus begins the legend of the Onryo, the vengeful spirit, which is very funny because, like, that's also the theme of Blue Eye Samurai, which is also a story about samurai revenge. But I'm pretty sure that, like, the way AAA game dev works is that Ghost of Yote was hella deep in development before Blue Eye Samurai was out there. Well, I'm pretty sure. I think the loss is mandatory.
Yeah, no, they do have mandatory things that happen in fights. Like, I remember fighting the Oni, and at one point he just does a command grab and throws you out, like mid-fight.
Yeah, I haven't.
And I don't think there's
screwed up with that guy, but your conflict with your first conflict with the Kitsune has a forced ending when you get poisoned again. Spoilers: the Kitsune,
like,
the
why do I
ninja
keep
one
getting
uses
hit with
poison.
kunai? Stop hitting me with that fucking kunai! Fuck!
I mean, I would say that, but also like the moment I got the kunai is just like I'm throwing so many knives. I'm throwing so many knives, some of which sometimes they're on fire.
Sometimes I use flaming knives, but no, I'm talking about he does the thing. He throws the single kunai. It always hits you in the shoulder. You're like, well, fuck, I'm poisoned again. Well, time to hallucinate. Let's go.
Oh shit, aconite poisoning. This shit sucks. But yeah, no, I'm pretty sure the snake fight always ends because it's like the perfect tutorial to be like, hey, by the way, if you go down, you can get back up. Which I'm pretty sure was a pretty advanced move in Tsushima. Like, this game does a very good job of, it has been a while since I played Ghost of Tsushima, but I'm pretty sure all of Atsu's, like, basic techniques encompasses almost everything you could do in the basic run of, Ghost of Tsushima.
No, like, the Onryo's Howl, the Assassinate, hacking, the grappling hook, those are all things you had to, discover. And
I think it wasn't until like Act 2 you unlocked like ghost mode.
Yeah, no, those are just things you can do like right off the bat, basically. But they explained I do think they actually, like, when they were talking about like the development of this game and Atsu's character, I think they like explained it very well. Like, Atsu's not a samurai, Atsu's not a shinobi, Atsu's a mercenary. For lack of better, and has basically lived, whoever's paying her. She picked up her tricks from whatever she could learn or whatever she could steal and stuff, and it has made her skilled but sloppy. I think one of her, was it Inomoto? It was the Yari Master. I can't remember his name all of a sudden. Who says so? Atsu's quick to pick things up, but she's never like mastered anything.
Yes, the thing she's probably best at is, in terms of, like, you start with the most sauce in it, is single katana. But even then, you still have room to grow, room to pick up stuff. But yeah, Atsu's really doing a lot of stuff by instinct, and I think it's, Chad even saying, like, oh, she can relate more to Ronin. Kind of, but also not. Like, you have to remember, like, later Ronin become, like, mercenaries. But the original reason for meaning Ronin is a masterless samurai. So, like, a lot of those guys in Ezo are Ronin because they're from the faction that lost Sekigahara, which Atsu also is.
Like I said, this is post Sekigahara, so we're firmly in the fucking Tokugawa shogunate right now. But since everyone still has their fucking swords, we haven't done the Shimabara Rebellion right now. So, yeah.
This is like, I think it's like 1601, maybe? It's like literally like the year after Sekigahara.
I don't remember the actual year, but Lucky's never been good with numbers and dates.
It could be 02. I thought it was 01. The Battle of Sekigahara was literally the year 1600, so it's pretty easy to remember. But yeah, so, and you go to Ezo, and so it is, like you said, Atsu is a mercenary. She is a lone wolf who gets a wolf pack. It's a whole thing. There's a whole fucking metaphor here. She also has a magical spiritual connection with a wolf.
She has a magical spiritual connection with most animals. Atsu can go, hey, elk, can you show me the way out of here? And the elk will walk over to an egg and be like, there you go. And you're like, thanks, elk. This literally happens.
Yes, no. I mean, some of that I think is supposed to be So actually, we should praise this game for another thing. This is something you mentioned. I know you mentioned earlier, but this game is set in Izo, the northern island. The Ainu are a very strong presence in this game, and Atsu is kind of, I feel like, a rare breed where she is also pretty friendly with the Ainu people, having, lived up here most of her childhood, and, actually, bothers to relate to them and try and understand their culture.
Well, unfortunately, Atsu suffers from the problem is that her family was too good to live.
Yes.
Her mother and father were really, really good people, apparently.
Yeah, I don't think I've dived fully into their backstory. I get the kind of impression that, they're one of those kinds of people that they saw some really gnarly shit, and then they decided to resettle in Izo, and then they were like, you know what? We're done with, doing shitty things. We're gonna be better people. We're gonna be the change we want to see in this world. And then Saito was like, I also am going to be the change I want to see in this world. The change is more dead people. I will be in control of more.
I think there is some, complexity to Saito's story and whatnot, but no, ultimately he is a fucking villain.
Saito's a good villain because he is a guy you can read as reasonable, but also my guy, that's really unreasonable.
Yeah. No, because, when he's talking, because, we are just getting into the Tokugawa shogun where all of Japan wasn't actually united. We're just literally post-Sengoku era. So, no, basically, Ezo, which becomes basically modern-day Hokkaido, is basically the Wild West of Japan right now. It's largely unsettled, and people are just kind of scattered in there. A big through line of this is everyone's worried about the Shogun coming and basically taking over Ezo. And Lord Saito is like, no, this is our land. You kicked us out here, and now you want our land. I'm not having that. And for most people kind of share that same sentiment. Just usually a lot of them don't have, what's I want to say? Chronic tyranny disorder, I want to call it.
Saito is... They don't say, what clan or what faction he previously fought for, but it's pretty clear he is not just a deposed samurai, but a deposed, lord. I would assume he was a daimyo where he came from. So, he still has Sengoku-era daimyo mindset, which, if you remember what some of those guys were like, not great guys.
Let's see, I think he lost the Battle of Nagashino. Hang on one second here.
The shogunate's forces are also represented by the real-life clan who were in charge of Hokkaido. Literally, it's actually still named after them today. There is a town named Matsumae in Hokkaido. But, yeah, Matsumae was a clan that was given their charter by Hideyoshi, and they ruled Hokkaido until the Meiji Restoration. So, the Matsumae is the actual, name of the domain and clan that was in charge of Hokkaido.
Okay, so I remember, yes, he lost the Battle of Nagashino, I believe it was, which was in 1575. I'm not seeing a Saito in, the commanders and leaders, but it was, Oda and Tokugawa clans versus the Takeda clan. So he was probably fighting on behalf of that. Which I think would line up the timelines pretty well since... Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm trying to...
Yeah, Sekigahara was 1600. Let me actually double check what year it was. Because Atsu is in the south for 16 years.
Yeah, because they also talk about this. This is one of the battles... This is the battle where fucking Oda Nobunaga showed off his 3-line match... His 3-line formation with the matchlocks.
Yeah, okay, and defeated the Takeda cavalry. Yeah. Well, I do kind of feel like a lot of people in this game have chips on their shoulder about black powder.
Yeah, no.
Hey, spoilers chat. Not only is this a really good, Wild West game, but this is a samurai game that remembers that samurai did use guns for quite a lot of years before the shogunate was like, stop that shit, cut that shit out. Several of the characters are openly obsessed with muskets, black powder. You can acquire as a full-blown ranged weapon, bombs. No, it's pretty cool. But, I double-checked this. Ghost of Yotei is set in 1603. We were all wrong. So about 3 years after Sekigahara. But that was that means that the Night of the Burning Tree was 16 years previously. Sorry, chat. That was me leaning over to get my calculator. So 1603 minus 16 would be 1587. When was Nagashino?
It was 75.
Makes sense. Yeah. So that would probably
makes
be
sense because apparently whatever happened with Saito and Atsu's dad happened sometime in the past before he had a family.
Yeah, Kenzo was part of Saito's faction, whether he was just a swordsmith then or not. Don't know.
But losing the Battle of Nagashino got Saito exiled to Ezo, and at which point I think there were some very bad times.
Yeah, I want to say like this. There's a constant reference to the fact that like Japan itself is a country that has wide climate swings.
Yeah.
Like Japan is very hot in the summer in most of the main islands, but also is snowy in winter, you know? But Hokkaido, aka Izo, is known as the cold place. So it's rough up there. There are a lot of references to like how farming is tough, and obviously during the actual game farming is tough because the Yote 6 and their men are constantly taking over any arable land. What's that? You grow radishes? You grow those for the Yote 6, or else.
Give me your squash! And then someone gets a kunai to the face.
Yeah, I've had to say. And then Hana reveals that the squash is full of kunai knives. It's kunai knives all the way down. Which also, actually, really good pull. That makes sense, because there's a lot of... The exact historical origin of the kunai isn't known, but it is theorized that it is, like, a weaponized adaptation of, like, a gardening trowel.
Anna did say, we used them, they actually used them in daily life, but then, time made them adapt. Which honestly is the actual origin of, the Shinobi/Ninja. It's just people living in really harsh places, coming up with ways to survive.
Yeah, very strong recurring theme of the game. And I think also, like, adaptation is a strong theme of Atsu. Like, instead of, like, having different stances, you have a fucking... I mean, it's not a triangle, it's like a quadrangle, but, much more so than in Tsushima, Atsu will adapt to multiple weapon styles to combat multiple enemies with different weapons. And enemies will switch up their weapons on you, too.
I both like this and dislike this because I find myself, especially when I'm fighting multiple opponents, trying to pull out one weapon to deal with one opponent only to start getting attacked by another weapon with a different opponent. I'm all like, shit!
Yeah, I don't know if there'll be a technique later, but I do kind of feel like the one thing I'm missing is, like, I wish there was just, like, a generic crowd control weapon. Like, I kind of like kunai for that, but that's still only, like, you throw, like, 3 tops in front of you, Like,
you can throw, like, up to 5. with
okay, so you can get charms to more. But still, like, they're usually in a spread, like, in front of you. It's like, I would really like, I don't know, like a bow staff or, like, a fucking... I know they do, like, big hammers, like Osuchi and stuff. Like, give me a Tetsubo, Like, something slow, but, like, give me some big crowd clearers. You have a couple of techniques that can do that, but like you said, there's definitely a lot of engagements where, like, enemies are not afraid to gang up on your ass, okay?
No, this is why I like the Kusarigama, because the whole triangle attack is you just swing around you. You can upgrade it that you can get like 3 additional attacks, or you just continue to swing. It's fucking great. I love it. I stand Kusarigama, excuse me.
Honestly, like, all of the weapons in this game are pretty good and do feel distinct, and I do like that. The one that probably, quote-unquote, bothers me the most is Dual Katana, because it's like, that's just like, pure samurai fantasy. Like, she should probably just be doing that with a wakizashi, But it's cool, so whatever.
I like the training scene.
No, the training with the different weapons, the different masters is always really cool. Like, I think all of them have some like really good moments in them.
No,
but
like the Dual Katana one, like, really sticks with me because,
sorry, I'm just nodding and smiling.
Master Hatri, I can't remember his name all of a sudden. It starts with a name,
Hanbei.
but the dual Hanbei. Hanbei starts you off by like, and then he takes you to a bamboo stand, and it gives you like the most complicated fucking bamboo mini game that like I think I've ever seen. Like, I don't know if anyone's been able to actually complete it, but yes, no, you actually have to push in the stick as part of the combination. It's super hard. But, you train, like, every several days, and you get, like, the mini game gets easier. And then you go back to the coals, and the coals are easier, and yes, I have trained. It's super good.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. But, like, all the rest of the weapons have a very distinct feel, I, of course, like, naturally gravitated to the Odachi because, like, first of all, Nodachi or Odachi are, like, super underrepresented in a lot of media.
Oh, actually, shit. There's that swordswoman I follow who actually showed how to pull out an Odachi from its giant ass sheet. Let me see if I can go find that.
There's a couple ways.
Cool, she was talking about playing Ghost of Yote and was all like, "That's cool."
Yeah. Atsu does a different things. They did a lot of work on the animation. You have multiple different ways to clean blood off your sword and, like, sheathe them correctly, and then like, she does multiple different ones. But yeah, so you got the Odachi, which is like your big heavy weapon. It's designed to be better against brutes, but also has other advantages against other guys because it's got kind of a, like, counter stance move. Instead of doing just heavy attacks, your special move, if you hold triangle, is, like, ready a stance to, like, block and counter, including if you time it right, you can interrupt unblockable attacks. And overall, like, I think just does better damage to, like, single enemies. So you can use it to, like, slash through stuff. It does also have, like, the Bloodborne style. You can get your HP back if you take damage while you're doing uninterruptible attacks. Makes it yourself your attacks uninterruptible. The Kusarigama is your primarily intended to be anti-shield, but is also kind of your stealth weapon because if you upgrade the skill tree, you can use it to perform assassinations at a distance.
No, it's great. You put on the Crimson Komodo, you can do that at even further distance.
Mm-hmm.
Get right.
Yeah. You can use it to, like, literally the normal move is you get to shield break and also fucking Scorpion get over here people as your special attack. Just, like, yoinky splinky some guys, like you said, you can do the spinning attack with the chain. But also, I do kind of feel like against some of the specialized enemies, your like stagger damage can be a little low because it is a weapon that outside of the chain end does have a shorter reach. Like, if you're just hitting people with the sickle part, it's more about that utility. The Yari is supposed to be against sickle guys, whether it's Kusarigama or double Kama, which you can't do. But that one gives you, like, a lot of reach, a lot of, like, flex combos, and your special move there is the Tempest Kick.
Typhoon Kick!
Where you just
pull vault off and you just kick and you can send people off cliffs.
Yeah, and you can kind of there's like a little baby version of that you can do pre-Yari. You could do like a jump kick.
Yeah,
but the Typhoon Kick's way better. And obviously, like I mentioned before, you can get double katana. Double katana is supposed to be against pole arms because you have a second sword, so parrying multiple spear thrusts is really easy. You also do just get to do the cool dual wielding thing where you just like go absolutely apeshit on attacks, including like full, 360 spin attacks. Get to do some pretty fun stuff, but it's got some variety. You have a couple of different ranged weapons as well. Not only can you get access to the Hankyu half bow and the Yumi full bow with a bunch of different ammunition that I almost never remember to use. You can also get fucking hand bombs, and eventually can I don't have it yet, but you can straight up get a Tanegashima musket. You can get a matchlock.
I thought I was going to get a musket in the current section. I didn't get a musket. I'm slightly sad, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I thought I saw the line to it, but they didn't give it to me. It's probably pretty good. But yeah, so Atsu like adapts to a bunch of different weapons and then overcome a bunch of different stuff, and you got to set out scratching off names. And from there, the game is like Ghost of Tsushima did have those open world, like, all right, you've got to recruit 3 guys. Pick which order you recruit 3 guys in. And, like, this has a little bit of that with, like, your weapon masters and stuff, right? But also, like, straight up the game is just like, well, your easiest target would probably be either the Oni or the Kitsune. So, like, I don't know, figure it out. I did go Kitsune first, and I probably could have finished Toshi Range, but I decided to double back to Ishikari Plains for a little bit because I was like, hold on, I want to get the Yari because I have a theory, and my theory was that it's anti-Sickleman. And I was getting a little tired of fucking Ninetales guys jumping out of the snow and, like, beating me in the face with a chain. But yes, the game does open-end you a little, so you can kind of pick where to go. And obviously, like, it's still very much like the original Ghost of Tsushima, an open-world game, so you can just kind of chill. You just get on a ridge and, like, open up your spyglass, and if you see something interesting, you can just point at it and be like, ooh, what's that?
Yeah, usually the game's pretty good about, like, if you see something weird, there's probably something there. Like, if you see, like, a yellow tree among, like, a sea of green trees, there's probably an altar there. You see a red tree? That's probably a fox den. Smoke.
Or a hot spring, yeah.
Like, you see steam rising into the air? Probably a hot spring there. Smoke rising into the air. Maybe some sort of settlement or camp. So yes, they avoid the the classic point markers there, and they just have very strong visual tells that you can kind
Figure
of
out where you're going.
Yeah.
And they do have a system for like more traditional open world game like acquiring waypoints in the traveler's maps, but those are technically completely optional.
Yeah.
You could freehand every single thing if you wanted to, but if you buy maps, or often you also acquire waymarks by just talking to people, run into some guys on the road and they'll be like, "Hey traveler, you look tired. There's a hot spring not too far from here." Just add a fucking hot spring, map to you. So yeah, that's very good. All of that open world stuff, very strong. I love just summoning horse and just riding free, but not too free. After you get a little bit of story progress under your belt, you got to watch out. Occasionally, some Ronin will string some lines in front of you.
Yep.
Gotta jump that shit. Nice, classic. But yes, I kind of agree, Lucky, on like the weapon switching. It's like, it's cool. I kind of wish it had been a little less of a like exact rock paper scissors thing, because it's very strict. Every single teacher you have has the same line about like, by the way, if you're fighting a guy with a katana, you switch back to your katana. Show me you know how to switch back to your katana. Okay, good. Like, it's very formalized. I think we could have gone a little looser on that. But still, each weapon has a decent variety of options for it, so you can still get in there. I mean, if you want to stagger guys, you got to counter them. EI cuts. Literally keep your sword sheathed until they strike, interrupt them, smack them with a lot of combos. There's a lot of deliberate timing in Ghost of Yotei, whether that's like perfect dodges and parries or just like timing out your attacks to be good. But yes, that's kind of your core gameplay stuff. Like we talked about, you kind of start out with everything you had that was really critical from Tsushima, and you start going. You get new tricks right away. You like Wolf. Wolf is its own skill tree.
Oh. Well, that explains it. Sorry, I'm looking it up. The fucking Tenshin Ryu actually helped with the sword choreography.
Oh, well, they are
like it's like because I've been following this girl, Harima Mekai, like fucking forever, and she's part of the Tenshin Ryu school, and she just posts her doing stuff with sword all the time. And you discovered their YouTube not too long ago, because they're a sword school with they're mindful of their social media. But now, I'm looking at it. I just saw a posting from PlayStation Japan talking about how the Tenshin Ryu school helped with the sword choreography. That's so rad.
Oh, that's cool. Makes sense though. Like I said, the moves are all like really strong. But yeah, definitely means that all the choreo is really on point. But yeah, having played a decent number, like the game's really good. Like the core gameplay is pretty smooth. You feel like mostly I feel like I'm generally doing the things I want to do. It is sometimes a little hard with like both the blue glint and then like the over the shoulder camera. Maybe this would actually be a reason to get into BK mode, get a little tighter. Like timing perfect parries sometimes feels a little tricky.
Yeah.
Because you're supposed to do it like right as the impact hits, but it can sometimes be a little hard to judge that. But you can get charms and stuff to increase your windows and stuff. I think the only thing that like, there's one thing that just is a straight up gameplay choice that bothers me, but it's like absolutely such a tiny little nitpick. It's like, so you climb ledges, right, Chad? You go up stuff. To move between sections, like when there's a gap, you jump. If you try to jump when there's not a gap to jump, you don't jump. And the game is like, just move with L. And I'm just like, this just goes against my gamer sense. But okay. It doesn't feel, normal. The only other thing that I was a little concerned about was the amount of unblockable attacks. But I think that was just Toshio Ridge. There were just a lot of, or I'm specifically also doing Takezo's like duels. There were just a lot of Ronin guys doing unblockable katana attacks.
No, I think that's usually safe for particular fights. Like brutes, like I see have a lot of those when they're swinging their kanabos or whatever. It's just unblockable into unblockable onto unblockable.
Those guys also have command grabs.
Yeah, and they also have command grabs that you got to be careful of. So it's just kind of one of those things that I feel it's just like they're trying to make it so that you can't just stop everything, and they want you. The game. Like, this game doesn't want to kick your ass, but it definitely wants to challenge you and ask you, hey, do you understand, what what we're going for here. They want to like, are you gonna parry? Are you gonna dodge? Are you gonna, fucking sheath your katana and try to fucking Aijutsu that guy's sword out of his hand before he does it to you?
Yes. But yeah, no, like I said, I encountered a phase where I was running into a lot of guys that unblockable, and especially in the Ainu area with oh my god, the bears. Chat, the bears and Ezo are a different breed, okay? These guys are taking bear crack.
Listen, if I get the drop on the bear, it's Yumi to the head. Usually drop hits. If the bear gets the drop on me, I don't fight no bear. I run.
Yeah. I did the Ainu legend about the bear. That one was like, I did not have a lot of fun with that one because it's like, now that you say that, it is kind of a horror segment because it's like, it's framed like a stealth segment, but the bear will also just stick his head in your patch of grass as part of the regular pattern. So it's not like you do a normal sneak. You gotta like fucking time it like a horror segment. The thing is
like if you're quick on your feet, you can just outrun the bear. There's some seconds I'm just like, I ain't sneaking past no bear, and I just booked it for a ledge. Oh yeah, no, I had a haul ass a couple of times. Like the bear is fast, but it's not able to climb up a sheer rock cliff face fast. Usually it has to run around.
And thankfully, the devs did hard code it that I think the moment you jump on the ledge, the bear fucks off. Because they understood what they were doing. But yeah, that was definitely a moment of kind of like tension. And like I said, the bears are another like source of unblockable attacks. But then that's another one, like you said, it's just like, well, I've got a fully upgraded Yumi, so it's just like, if I see a bear, I'm just like, nope, I'm back here. And like, most enemies are like that, sometimes when you first encounter a guy, you might think they're pretty tough. Like, the first couple times I fought a brute, it was like, oh boy, these guys are big and tough. And then, like, you practice a little, you get some extra moves in, you get the ability to make sure you can assassinate brutes and the like, and you get the Odachi, and it's just like, he's just a bigger guy. What's the Master Takahashi says about the Yari? Is like, if you can spear a fish, you can spear slower, bigger targets.
Yeah.
So, it's a game that has that proper level of challenge, but like you said, it's not trying to constantly beat you down. Like, there'll be times when you lose the combat rhythm and you just get your ass beat, but I think that's why they give you the ability to self-revive right away. Like,
excuse me. Thank you. That snuck up on me. Ugh.
It does that. But yeah, like, the game has moments where they know you're going to be doing a fight for like the first time and you're going to be caught off guard and you're just going to get killed. I guess I actually have a question. Like, Action Chat is like, thinking the Ninetales Shinobi to be way more a threat than the Oni Raiders. Which did you do first? Did you go to the plains first? Or did you go to the?
Axe went to the plains first because he likes to keep saying he thinks that's the first one you're supposed to go to.
It's truly non-linear. I mean, it is closer, so I could see them encouraging you to do that. I guess that would mean that you get the Yari before you go to Ninetales, so you can do it. But there are still shield guys in both, so like it's kind of half-see and half-see.
I'm pretty sure the game was designed in a non-linear fashion, but they can't put names on a sash in a non-linear fashion.
Yeah, I don't. It's like I said.
What are we supposed to do? Put the fucking Kitsune and the fucking Oni side by side?
Literally side by side? No, that doesn't make sense. I think they did like generally write it so that like you could approach either. If the game wants to suggest that you should go after the Oni first because he's like literally closer, that's okay. Nah.
I don't believe that because if they wanted you to go there first, they wouldn't have given you the names of everyone else at the same time. Like, when you start picking up names, you get leads to just about everyone right out the gate. You get the Oni, you get the Kitsune, you get the lead on the Adochi Matcher for the brothers, and you get a lead on Saito with the training camp.
Yeah, so, I haven't actually picked the fight with Saito in Tokatsu Range yet.
No, neither have I. Like I said, I said, the Kasaragama's there. I bet there's other stealth shit up there. Boy, howdy, I was right.
Yeah, like, I think everything has their themes, and I think, honestly, that may be why, if you're running into them, why they are more difficult. The Kitsune guys, the Ninetales guys, are more stealth-focused. I feel like there are more areas that are better set up for you to sneak in and, like, shank a bunch of guys.
Actually, now that you say that, yeah, no, I think, like, the Oni Raiders were definitely much more direct, like, big fights. Like, I finished Ishikara Rens. You do, like, several, like, big-ass fights in that scene.
They are a wild war band, so, like, I do think they just kind of, like, they don't literally jump out of the woods, because that is, in fact, what the Ninetales guys do. They literally jump out of you in snow. Like, they will... I have had so many moments in... In,
they jump out of you in pots? I don't know how they got in the pot in the first place, but they're in pots!
Yeah, no, they hide in pots, they hide in snowdrifts. But I've had several moments in the range where, like, I'm minding my own business and I'm just like, the game's like, press left on the D-pad to camp. And then they're just like, you can't camp right now. And I'm just like, huh? Why? It's usually because there's a fucking Ninetales guy, like, waiting to jump out at me the moment I get off my horse. Like, so, like, the different areas feel different. Very good, by the way. That's like, they do the thing that the original Ghost of Tsushima did, where, like, every zone has a unique feel to it.
I want to say, like, different seasons. I want to say, like, the grasslands is, like, spring or summer. The Ishikari Plains are definitely fall, and the ridge is winter.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a lot of the I can't think of
coast.
the
Oshima
no, I haven't
coast?
been to the ocean. I haven't been to the Oshima coast yet because I'm not trusted. But there's the area where you find the Odachi Master and the Saito training camp that I haven't been to. Well, I've been
Range. Not range,
yeah.
Ridge.
Ridge, yeah, because it's like because like I said, I blew past it on my way to get to
Tokichi Range, that's right. Yeah, the Ridge.
the north.
That one is also probably kind of like maybe even in the summer phase, because I feel like there's a lot more like, fully grown grass, but less of the kind of like floral colors.
No, but so I think like they usually have like a very big like seasonal motif in their areas,
And
which
of course
I
they
like.
do
Like I said, you go to the Ishikari Plains and everything's just like red and orange. So
but it also works thematically because like the Oni has this thing about fire.
They really do.
Which I also want to say, I think, is like those guys do have their own unique challenge. The Oni Raiders absolutely use a shitload more fire and throw like a lot more bombs than like the Ninetales guys do. It's the kind of thing where like they're probably easier to wrap your head around, but also if you were just rushing headlong, you might go to Ishikari Plains and just start getting your ass blown up and be like, oh man, this place is tough. It's a kind of thing where like they're much easier for you to wrap your head around. I feel like they're less cheaty than like, again, literally the Ninetales guys jump out of fucking pots. I got into a habit of preemptively smashing pots because there could be ninjas inside.
This is fucking Dead Space shooting the fucking corpse, or frickin' Prey shoot the copy of the mug.
Yeah, you see two mugs kind of stuff. But it is like, it goes to their distinct seasonal feel. And also, I think that they do kind of have those different moments. Like, they have different thematics almost. Like, the range up in the north is like, you have a lot of cross themes of like, I mean, literally, it starts with you escorting some merchants up there. Katsune shows up, fucking sticks you with a poison knife, and just leaves you in a blizzard. Like, and I think Atsu kind of keeps that feeling almost of just like wintry confusion, right? Like, you kind of don't know what you're doing sometimes and have to slowly puzzle it out. Right down to literally, you have to steal the QB's secret cipher of the PlayStation buttons. That was real cute when I realized that's what they
you
were
want to know
doing.
something super fucking hilarious?
Yeah.
I actually went the entire area without that cipher and solved all the puzzles.
Oh, you just brute forced it? Nice.
Yeah.
Also, yes,
Because
the PlayStation buttons. It's square, circle, X, triangle.
No, like they sneak PlayStation iconography in a lot of things. I always love like when the master shows the scrolls of their special technique. On the third one, there's always the technique, and then you see the calligraphy square, not the calligraphy triangle and circle.
Yeah.
And the corner, I'm like, yes, I wonder how I do this.
But yeah, no, the Ninetales seal is absolutely, because it's left is the square shaped one, the round one, the circular one is right, the triangle is like up or forward, and then the dragonfly is probably the most creative, but it's still an X and it's still down.
That makes sense.
No, it's cute.
I personally didn't grok that, but again, I didn't get the cipher until I literally completed everything else in the range and then decided to do the story, much to my detriment. There were some definite moments where I'm looking at things, like I figured out a lot of the ciphers on my own, like which one meant go forward, which one meant death, which one meant thing. I never figured out the direction ones, but I kind of just brute force those ones.
Yeah, you can just brute force it. Also, yes, I will say this game is a little weird about how open worldly it is, in that like you can absolutely just fuck off with story and do other stuff, but you do get more if you do a little story. But also, there are times when like you'll get suckered into just like side stuff, and like you will get drawn into like kind of like moments where you're just like, oh yeah, no, just follow this guy for a while. No, the game's gonna get real upset if you stop following this guy, and it's like, oh, but game, you're like literally leading me by like 4 things, you know?
No.
The wolf is like, wolf dens are wild. The for no reason other than because I think it's like supposed to be fun, the wolf takes you on like a crazy ass chase halfway across the map every time.
Oh, but sometimes they get stupid crazy with it. Like, sometimes a lightning storm will be happening and lightning bolts will be falling around you as you follow the wolf. Sometimes you run through Oni raiders who are, like, setting fire to shit. And sometimes the wolf sometimes the wolf is just a fucking badass and just plows through a man on a horse and sends both the man and the horse flying. And you're just like, damn!
I think they designed that only because they were just like, how extra can we get with horse chases? I'm Unreal right now. I'm worth 5K.
I'm Unreal as well.
So I think that's like, that's interesting that does not necessarily seem to scale with, you said you've completed a couple areas. I assume that you've actually scratched some names off your list.
Yeah, no, I've done Kitsune and the Oni. I'm
Okay.
currently clearing up space in the area.
Yeah, so it seems like your infamy is more generally related to the camps you clear and stuff rather than actual stuff. I have got the cutscene for unlocking the Blackguard. I haven't actually run into any of those guys yet.
Oh, actually, I
Probably
might be a
'cause I
little bit higher because I got the cutscene where the Blackguard have hunting dogs now.
Ooh, then yeah, you are a little. I haven't seen them with dogs yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, I also haven't, like I said, run into them any. But yeah, no. So like, I've done the like intro story for both the plains and the range, and like I said, I'm pretty sure I could have finished off the range, but like I said, I went back to go to Ishikari Plain to unlock the Yachty because I was like, I bet this counters.
Like both. Yeah. No, like I completed both stories and I like them very, very much.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil anything for people who may be behind, but they've both got really interesting twists.
Yes.
And I want to say that like both of them are like you can kind of see them coming, but also like are still like really good.
No, like the one for the Kitsune, like I saw that one coming. It was one of the things that like I don't know why I saw it coming, but it's just one of those things deep inside I'm just like.
I mean, I think it's the framing. Like I said, the Ridge has a strong theme about kind of like the relationship because like the Ninetales like gang, you know, the Kitsune's followers, they are trained like shinobi. They're literally using poison, like they're developing like, you know, aconite poisoning traditionally, reminding you of Ghost of Tsushima in its own way, you know, with your mass poison planes of some stuff. And they like jump out of boxes, but also they like use blue lights to mimic Kitsunebi, and like they have like altars dedicated to them to try and like trick people into leaving offerings, you know? Mm-hmm. Whereas the Oni also does have this thing with altars that he makes. But his altars are very different than the Kitsune shrines. His altars are, I'm a fucking demon, don't fuck with me.
Huh? You're paying tribute to us? Put masks all over your house.
Yeah. You know, the whole mask thing. Like, so, yeah, they have very different feels. I kind of feel like the Ridge doesn't have that as concrete of a separate feeling, but maybe it'll grow over time as I poke more at Saito.
No,
but like, so you do have kind of this like a lot of intrigue, a lot of mystery, a lot of stuff going on there, and like definitely there's stuff going on with your major characters you run into. They have like thematics, but yeah, like I said, I won't get into it too much. But it's the kind of thing where I'm like, okay, there's something's going on here, and I'm not sure quite how, but something is going on here.
No, like, and also one of the things I do like about it, because ultimately this is a story of revenge, but also at the same time, it's a story of challenging the concept of your revenge. Like, in both stories, you know, people are asking, no one tells Atsu, no, don't do your revenge, but a lot of people ask Atsu, why are you doing this revenge? What's gonna happen to you when your revenge is over?
Which Atsu, at least in the story, is pretty clear. Atsu straight up says, I'm going to kill the Yote 6, and then I shall join you in death.
Yeah. But, you know, she starts meeting characters that maybe might want her to, you know, challenge that. And I honestly, like, one of the things, like, I don't know if this happens until you've actually, like, completed it. But, like, Omega, have you actually completed, like, the Kitsune yet?
No, I have not actually finished the Kitsune, like I said. I could have done it, but backtracked a little. But
yeah, once you finish, go back home. Like, I know you will, no matter what, for the Forge, but go back home and look around and compare it to what you remember of the area before.
Okay.
Because, like, something interesting is happening there, but...
I mean, here's the thing, like, Atsu, we're talking about, like, in chat as well, and talking about, like, painting her as, like, an unreliable narrator. It's been 16 years, it was night, and it's, like, crystallized through trauma.
Yeah.
But the story itself also leaves things very open. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on, like I said, with Ishikari Plain and, like, Lord Kitamori is, like, when that started set up, I was just like, oh, yeah, huh, we never really did actually address that, did we? We just kind of implied it.
Ax, have you not actually completed any more areas? Any areas? Because the
I
way
think
that
you
you're
said
talking,
he
saying
finished
you
Ishikari
have,
Plains?
the way that you're talking earlier, like, oh, I have, like, 18K money, kind of give the impression that you've done a lot of stuff. Did you just go around and do everything but actual story?
I think it's like fragmentary storytelling, but you also get more as you do stuff.
Yeah, then Axel, you should know the answer to that question you asked if you've gone and looked at it. It's not that, but I'm not going to say anything more because I want Omega to discover it for himself.
Yeah, I'll figure it out. I'll see. I also do regularly go back home because not just because there are notifications, but also to check on stuff.
Yeah,
I think I've done most of the things you can kind of do like free flowing before you start unlocking stuff, but. There's a very strong line of like memory in familiar places, like especially around the initial area, the fields. You know, you can.
And I will say you do unlock eventual more memories there, which do certain things. I don't know exactly their triggers. It's just sometimes I go back and like, hey, a new memory. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I think some of it's general progress, some of it's finding specific areas, some of it may be related to your visiting familiar locations. You know, like I said, because there are familiar locations you can backtrack. But yeah, overall, the game, obviously, like, gameplay very strong, both for exploration and then actually doing stuff. I'm kind of curious, you know, going through the different things. But it'll be something we'll have to talk about in full, because I'm sure there's going to be more, because, like, there's always, like, lots of little stuff. But, like, Atsu is clearly haunted by the past multiple times. You will, if you sleep, you will go back and dream of the night where, and you know, Saito will keep beating the shit out of you in your memories.
Like, I don't want to say, like, Atsu's necessarily an unreliable narrator, but she sees things through a particular lens, and we never got the whole of the night in one go.
I mean, that is kind of like, that's, again, Sucker Punch does a very good job of making this feel thematically Japanese. This is a very properly, right, like, it's directly tied to Japanese history in the way that lots of Japanese media is. Oh yeah, this chick fought at Sekigahara? Sure. You know, kind of a thing. Was she drinking buddies with a young Miyamoto Musashi too? Well, Axe, I don't have any Oni memories, so I can't talk about it at all. I literally just went far enough on the plane to get the Yari Master.
The memories weren't like an entire thing. Like, what the Kitsune saw and what the Oni saw are two different parts of the same night.
There's a lot going on, and I'm sure, I was just gonna say, like, knowing this game, I think we're probably not gonna see, like, a clear picture of the night until we have our, like, big confrontation with Saito, and then, like, he kind of, like, tries to recontextualize the whole thing, but also we're still gonna be like, alright, your recontext is cool, I still have to stab you. You still killed my dad and stuck me to a tree. Also,
because
he explicitly condones, you know, setting people on fire and shit. We gotta get rid of that guy.
Yeah, no, like, the events that has happened with the Oni and the events that have happened with the Kitsune, those are all I can speak so far, do not necessarily conflict with what has happened in the story. They keep discovering, like, new pieces of the night, and you put them together, and it all fits without contradictions. Just one of those things that, like, oh yeah, I guess they really never explained that part.
They're leaving a lot in the gaps, which makes sense because, like, I don't think the game ever actually, like, I don't know how old Atsu is during the Night of the Burning Tree. It's been 16 years since then, but I don't know what age she is. So, like, clearly she is not aware of everything going on as an adult. You know, she doesn't have perfect recall of that event and like, all the context around it. She literally, you know, barely survived, jumped in a boat, fled. Oh, nothing but a shamisen and a sword. So, like, she doesn't know everything, and that kind of, like, gets uncovered as you keep going.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's very strong. We talked about this a little earlier, but I do want to bring it up. Atsu is a great character because, like, she is the Wild West bounty hunter.
Yeah, she is.
Like, obviously she's got, again, it's like, I think we talked about this when they announced what the plot of Yote was going to be, but, like, Sucker Punch wrote this game as a Western, as, like, you know, Red Dead Redemption 3, but set in Japanese frontier. Like,
nah, it's so good.
It's, I mean, I know it is the way that you wear the katana, but, like, everybody please note Atsu's posture. She always has her arms resting on her katana handle, her left hand, which is, is the way to, like, do that stance, but it always calls to mind, you know, the idea of, like, the gunslinger resting his you know, hand on the pistol grip, too.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know what they fucking did, but the fucking reflection technology on katana blades in this game it's always so cool when you do the dramatic zoom in showdown animation, right?
And you just pull out the blade.
And it catches the light perfectly.
No. Ghost of Yotei has, like, I think 4 nominations at the Golden Joystick Awards right now, including Best Audio Design and Best Visual Design. And boy howdy, that visual design one really, really sticks. God.
Yeah, we've talked about how, like, every zone has its own unique, like, color and seasonal palette, but also, like, enemy factions are always, like, really distinct. Your amount of cosmetic collectibles is all, like, really good. So many hats and masks.
Hats and masks.
You know, different dyes and stuff. But yeah, it all strings together really well. But yeah, so, like we talked about, you know, Atsu is a mercenary. She is here to kill the Yotei 6 because she has personal vengeance with them. But also, the game pretty early is just, like we said, you start with killing the snake, like, right away. He's basically like a petty gangster at this point, you know, rolling over sake houses and shit, but he's not a great guy. We only go up from there. The Oni has, like, recaptured a castle that burned down and is rebuilding it and is, like, literally setting fire to everybody. The Kitsune has an army of shinobi who are testing poison on people, and also, like I said, like, is buying into this whole mysticism thing. Saito himself frames himself as the proper lord of Ezo, you know, as the shogun of the north, and, like, he does stuff that is kind of groundbreaking. It's brought up very early that he actually, first of all, will recruit and make samurai of anybody, regardless of their birth caste, which is not, like, crazy. Literally, Nobunaga would do the same shit, you know? But we're at a stage where right now, where like, post-Sekigahara, where that's starting to be, like, way less common, you know? Like, the social structure is getting very formalized. But also he does something that I think is still pretty unusual in that he also accepts women into his army.
Yes.
You can fight female musketeers, and I'm pretty sure some of the Kitsune's shinobi are women as well.
Yes. I don't think I saw any women among the Oni Raiders, but I'm gonna be real, the Oni Raiders, they're little better than bandits.
No, yeah, they are. Calling themselves Raider is correct. There's a lot of them, but actually, you know, it's funny. We're talking about themes, right? There are a lot of them. They are kind of an undisciplined mob. They literally, most of them aren't even fucking wearing armor. They are, like, you know, half-belted, haoris open and tattoos and demon masks, and they just come charging at you screaming. But there's a lot of those fuckers. So yeah, no, I'm pretty sure there aren't women in the Oni Raiders because those guys are just an undisciplined mob. It'll be interesting to see how the brothers work.
I am curious about that. But no, like I said, I do think there's some depth to many of the Yotei 6, except for the snake. He was just a guy. The Kitsune has depth, but in a different kind of way, and you'll see when you complete it.
Yeah, that one's really interesting.
Oni has depth, but not so much as depth as the story that's happening between you and your main ally in the area.
Yes, Axe. He has chronic pain. He drinks to forget. He's still a sadist scumbag. Having chronic pain doesn't give you a free license to be evil. Just abuse opium like everybody else. Actually, do we? We have tobacco. Atsu smokes, by the way, if you guys don't notice. She occasionally will pull out a kiseru if you're, like, doing an idle animation, or if you, like, linger in a menu for a while.
I mean, Atsu smokes, drinks, and fucks. That's one of the things she can reflect about in the Hot Spring is how she sometimes misses the touch of another. But then he's like, nah. Actually, honestly, I think canonically, Atsu might be bisexual or just straight up homosexual. Because she talks about how she sometimes has to flee houses in the middle of the night. And I'm all like, you don't do that for dudes. Normally, I would think.
Probably not, but I could see it. Honestly, I would not be shocked if she was bi, because that was definitely, like, that's very in the samurai tone for this time period.
Yeah.
I think she gets a little flirty with Oyuki, but, like, Atsu isn't really doing any of the, like, using her, like, sexuality. I won't say femininity, because she is intentionally not very feminine. I think she makes choices to not be feminine.
Oh, no, she talks about that. Also,
yeah.
Also, she has a permanent scowl on her face.
Yes. But, like, there's a moment where, you know, she goes undercover as a sake house waitress, and it's just like, oh my god, you know, a fucking waitress kimono with an apron, I'm fucking dying.
I love the Crimson Kimono so much, and it's such a good story, it's such a good quest line.
Oh no, the just like in the original Ghost of Tsushima, the myths are fucking rad.
This is the thing I loved about Tsushima and Yote, how it's vaguely magical and spiritual without actually like super breaking anything. Like Atsu basically talks to animals and stuff, and they pretty much respond. You run into a fox, it doesn't run from you, and they're like, "Hello, follow me. I'll lead you to some treasure." And you're like, "Cool, thanks, fox."
And it's just, and you know, you're just like, to a modern human, that's weird, but also to a Japanese person in the year 1600, yeah, no, wild foxes work for Inari, duh.
Yeah.
Like, same with, like, the bears, the deer, you know, the golden bird that leads you places is literally identified in one of your flashbacks as, like, a kamui.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it means that you can get some stuff. The fucking, have you done the Spider Lily General, Lucky?
Nah, yeah, that's on my to-do list.
That's another good one. Like, that's like spooky ghost shit. Yeah, I love it. But no, like the Crimson Kimono is really good. I can't wait to go back to Ishikari Plains to do the Undying Samurai, because I'm sure that's more of that stuff.
The Undying Samurai is interesting, but it's not necessarily like that riveting. Like I'll spoil the fucking quest line. You basically just go to 4 locations, pick up 4 wind chimes, and then you go to another place and you fight the dude. There's like almost non-magical, but at no point does the game go, no, that guy actually wasn't, you know, an immortal soldier. It's just, you know, a guy who shows up who is summoned when you bring 4 wind chimes and place them in a particular area. It's kind of
the same with like when you do the bear quest for the Ainu with the arrow. Like, that could just be a really angry bear, and then just when you actually, like, when Atsu has the confidence because she has a, you know, arrow, she just takes the shot carefully and hits it in the head.
Yeah, but also, there could have been a magical arrow, and that guy traveling with you could have been, you know, a fucking, you know, Ainu Masonic figure with his black and white elks. Who
and
fucking
just
knows?
Showing up magically whenever you're off screen and not being bothered by. And that's the beauty of the way Sucker Punch in the Ghost series handles these things. Like, also, like, I will say, again, no knock against the English dub cast. I haven't tried them out. I don't think they're going to be able to do Ugetsu the same way in English.
Oh god, I love Ugetsu and how he actually does the proper fucking the style. It's so good.
Yeah, no, like it's great. I do want to say I like Sumei ink painting. It's not quite the same as the haiku mini game. Like, just because there's no like, oh.
You kind of, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. It didn't happen at the end of the Oni, but at the end of the Kitsune questline, you kind of get to do something like it, where you look upon things and you choose song lyrics.
That's neat. I like that. But yeah, I don't hate the Sumai thing because it's way more tangible. It's like very Atsu, you know, to have this moment of like, okay, let me sit, let me reflect, and let me like, and I love the, like, you know, they make sure to throw in a little splash of color.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's great thematically, but it just doesn't have quite the same feel as when your boy would sit down and be like, all right, hold on, let me haiku.
You look at things. No, it was very good.
But yeah, Atsu herself, like I said, very great character. We talked about this earlier, but like in Japanese dialogue, Atsu is rude as hell. Like, she uses the least formal and like most directly confrontational language with almost everybody. And like you said, even when she is being respectful, she is couching that respect in an insult. Like you said, the way she says "O samurai-sama" is like almost always sarcastic or condescending.
Mm-hmm.
If she is not, Atsu is not afraid to tell the Matsubai guys to basically get bent. And like almost always the only reason why it doesn't turn into a fight is because the Matsume are just like, shit, man, we got better stuff to do with our time. We gotta, you know, we gotta civilize the North. We can't go be chasing ghost stories.
Yes, the Matsume are as rigid as they are, what's the word I want to say? Ineffective, yes.
They are a very typical, samurai clan. They are actually like a samurai clan and are trying to handle things, and they're trying to do it the normal way, and it's not working because, as we've discussed, the Yote 6 are not normal dudes. By design, like I said, I think they use superstition to their positive, you know?
Yeah.
But yes, they are also kind of like again, to kind of frame everything in Yote as like a Western, they are the guys do it. They are, you know, like the sheriff, the local law, the U.S. Marshals. So if they actually got anything done, you wouldn't fucking be here.
True enough.
But yeah, no, Atsu has a lot of great moments, and like this was brought up earlier in our patron chat text. Suppose on Patreon you can follow along. But like, Atsu is not like a true dyed in the wool will do anything for money mercenary. You know.
No, she has rules.
Yeah, she talks about how I won't fight kids or animals. The animals thing is a little looser. You do occasionally have to take on some bounties where guys will have animals as support, but Atsu at least takes no pleasure in fighting those guys.
Oh no, I think one of the bounties you get is like, what was it, a hound master, and she's actually very upset about the dogs.
Yeah.
Because
she even says when you take him out that it's like it's like you turned these dogs into weapons, basically like you trained them to do this. This is just your fault, man. That's real fucked up of you.
But also she gets real pissed when people shoot at her horse. Have you done any of the Mad Goro stuff?
Yeah, I did the Mad Goro line. I've not gone back and talked to Kitamori after that, but yeah. Because I thought, ooh, he's got the Oni's prized musket. Maybe I'll get that musket. No.
Yeah, no, same. You do not.
But no, when Mad Goro starts throwing bombs at your horse, Atsu is very upset. She's like, hey, you can try to blow me up. You don't get to try to blow up my horse, okay? That's against the rules.
Also, side note, Mad Goro, my favorite tertiary character. You see him so many times. He really grows on you.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear he's recurring, because he's like, that's great.
No.
Also, hey, I know, guys who only played like 4 video games being like, but like, so, Mad Goro, are we thinking that might be a reference to a certain franchise with another guy?
It might be.
Whose
there are
first name is Goro?
I think there are there's several references in game. There's allusions already to other Sucker Punch titles in the game already. Usually in the form of cosmetics. Like you can get the infamous Strike, which is a sword kit you find on a pillar that's being struck by lightning constantly.
Nice.
You can also find the what was it? I can't remember the time, but there is a blue and yellow mercenary called the Sly Hunter, and also you can get a raccoon mask called, what was it? It was the something thief, but it's the description line says it what was it? Chivalrous at heart, but it's like quick with his fingers or something.
Perfect.
So there are like references to like Sly Cooper and the Infamous series in there. Not so sure about like other things, because I definitely had the Mad Goro line. It's all like, could it be? Like, I'd believe it if it were.
If nothing else, of just like, that sounds like the kind of thing where you're in like the writing room and you're like, okay, we need a name for a crazy guy, a wacky wild guy. What are we gonna call him? Mad something. What do we do? Mad. And somebody just word associations are like, well, there's this guy in Like a Dragon called the Mad Dog. We can't call him Majima, but we could call him Goro. Kind of a thing.
But no, the way Goro
Takezu the Unrivaled is like clearly an XP of Musashi, because Miyamoto Musashi is not actually that guy yet. But he does literally try to fight you with an oar.
Actually, I wonder if the guy that I found who was avoiding a duel might have been somebody.
That could be a reference, yeah.
Sorry, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of references in this game, but I might not catch them all. But no, Mad Goro shows up. You have like at least like 3 quests with Mad Goro, and he just Mad Goros it up constantly. The last one is the best, but it's just one of those things. Yeah.
So hey, we're over the 3-hour recording mark. I think we're just kind of yapping. We'll probably have some more collated thoughts when we're done with the game. But Ghost of Yote, good game.
Yeah, no. Once we have more story progress and we can talk maybe like as the game as a whole, probably do a lot more.
Yeah, but it's non-linear, so it's got like very strong contained story themes, I think, to each character. And we were talking earlier about like memory and stuff. That's also very Japanese. That's literally the tale of the Rashomon, right? The Rashomon Gate is like the same story told 6 ways kind of a thing,
I did put Rashomon on our fucking movie list.
Good pick.
Yep.
But yeah, like the framing of everything is very Western. We talked about it, but the showdown camera is like really good. Oh
yeah,
really good framing. You still got the magical wind supporting you. Maybe playing it will get me off my butt to actually finish my L5R campaign. Well, you have to visit everything and get in there, but like they have it.
Same.
Yeah, no, you can't use you technically could use a musket, but if anybody saw you use the musket, you would get sent to super hell jail.
Use the crossbow, baby.
All right, I did just have a little lag spike, so I'm going to stop the recording down and let that fix itself for a second. Then we can talk about a couple of other things or wrap up. I don't know. Resuming my recording. We're back on.
We're back on the recording.
Yeah, I'm most of the way through my L5R campaign. I got to refresh some ideas because, like I said, they actually kind of surprisingly reprinted some new encounter stuff for like supernatural stuff and spirits in the Unicorn Clan book. I guess it kind of makes sense because they did kind of like do an in-depth. They did the Fantasy Flight thing, even though they're Edge Studios now, where they like took a baseline mechanic and then like made it more in-depth. So there's this whole thing with like name magic and talismans that was like pretty mid-level in the core book, and then they were like, okay, so this is the Unicorn book, so we're going to go more in detail in that. But that did mean they had to like come up with ideas to do like social conflict with spirits, so that one of the things you can do is like, hey you, get in this talisman, get in the gym. Which fits some of the tones of my campaign. So like I said, I should revisit that. I mentioned off mic while I was resetting the recording, but I'm pretty sure all the weapons Atsu uses you can easily use in the L5R RPG. You know,
he does love himself a Kusarigama.
Yeah, there's plenty of chain weapons, and there are several techniques for it. And I still wish they'd kind of like named them something descriptive rather than numbers. But the way the range system in the 5th edition of L5R works is like very good for that kind of feel. You know, 0 is like hand-to-hand range, like 1 is like sword length. Mm-hmm. So like, you know, Kusarigama is like, oh, if you're just using the sickle, that's like range 0. But if you use the chain, that's like range 2. That's got the same reach as like a spear kind of shit. And I don't think the books have it, so I will have to homebrew the fucking knife bow from that one video I showed everybody a while ago. Because that is apparently an actual Japanese style of like, hey, what if we did a Hankyu, a half bow, but we put a knife blade on the end? But yeah, we'll talk more about Yote story stuff and themes and stuff when we're further in the game. But we got a few other things we can be talking about. You want to talk about Vintage Story or you want to talk about 14?
Let's get 14 out of the way. I think we can actually get through that one pretty quickly.
Yeah, new patch.
New patch.
0.35. Pretty good patch. Like, actually pretty packed. We've not gone through all the things in it. I did wrap up the Hildebrand stuff on stream on my end on Wednesday, but I know several people didn't get that done. I have not, however, actually remembered to do all my Yakoi yet, so 6 1 half dozen the other. But on stream we checked out the new stuff, so there's Monhun collab.
Yeah.
Arkfeld has hands and chain flails.
Flails on hands.
And that's a pretty fun fight.
There was much panicking and screaming in the initial bit, but we got through it.
Yeah. And as usual, they you know, in 14's doing like collab stuff, like all very on point, you know, we get our jokes in, we got our animations, you know, of you know, sitting down on the campfire, doing the camp, eating the meat, cook more meat. And you know, lots of other good stuff. And all the menus and stuff are really good, so it's like that's pretty good. And definitely worth the runs, because they got quite a lot of cool stuff in there. Like, all the weapon coffers look really cool, and obviously, you know, you've got the gear sets for glams and other stuff like that. It's looking nice. But probably the one that will take, like, more time overall to do is they did finally launch a new deep dungeon.
Yeah.
And this one's Shadowbringers themed, which is fucking rad. We played a little on Thursday.
Yep.
And like there were times where we just would like stop and like fucking nerd out about like, oh, what background track is this? You know, where are we right now? What are the geographic, you know, identifiers of this location?
It's like, hey guys, look, we're underwater. Cool.
So yeah, that's real neat. Having a lot of fun with that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was great because right, like it started with them just straight up playing Long Fall, and we all, you know, you hear the first beats and you're like, oh yeah. And then, you know, you clear a couple floors and it fades out and it's like, oh, what's this? You know, the piano's going kind of crazy, and then it starts the beats and I'm like, oh my god, it's Long Fall but piano. And then I think that one, very appropriately given that the boss used the same skeleton, but then it like transitioned to the piano cover of Invincible.
Yeah.
That boss was, the level 30 boss was also like very sick. Very unique arena. But yeah, pretty cool stuff. You'll be seeing more of it on Wednesday streams, I'm sure. But yeah, had a fun time. Do you need to remember to log in and do more PvP? I gotta do something else, I guess, to get into my daily grind set. I'm done with Aether Wells, so just need those Tomb Stones. That does actually remind me. That was very very funny patch note I saw. They like reversed the order in which the relic materials are listed.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, because apparently they had the I think the way it was that the older one was at the top, and the newer one was at the bottom, and they flipped it
Oh,
so that you didn't accidentally buy the older stuff.
makes sense.
Yeah, it was a fun time. Ugh.
Oh, yeah, I don't think I necessarily have much to say on it. Like I said, I haven't finished the Hildy quest yet. I got started on it. We completed up to 430, which is the base of the dungeon, I'd say. You know, that's the quote-unquote easy mode.
Yep.
But there's still more to do there. And I'd like to get into it, because I definitely want the Aether Grip, because the stained glass weapons, fucking rad.
Yeah, it's not only Shadowbringers themed, chat, but the Deep Dungeon is specifically themed after, like, Fey stuff and Fey'Ul, which, we love Fey'Ul in this house.
We do love Fey'Ul in this house.
So, like, that's just great. So, of course, we have to be grinding that out, because we gotta get the Fey'Ul minion, you know, get our Rainbow Anders Mant, that kind of shit.
Mm-hmm.
So that's gonna be super fun. And it's another one of those interesting things you can do that, like, technically you don't gotta be fully caught up on your story. Like, you can access the Deep Dungeon from 90, I believe, or at least level 91, I think.
Yeah.
So very solid. But yeah, in that case, if we don't have much more to say, the next thing that I wrote down for sure to talk about, as usual, I feel like if we want to talk about Rain, I don't need to write a note. We'll talk about Rain.
We're going to talk about Rain.
We're still playing Vintage Story, like I talked about earlier. You know, we're still working on our server. I did still include the parenthetical, though. If we could do mods, we would be unstoppable.
Well, it's one of those things of, like, the more we play Adventure Story, the more we try to get our views in there, we find the more roadblocks are involved in that. So, I don't necessarily want to say we had an argument or a blow-up or necessarily a confrontation, but there was definitely a moment we had during the week where we had to sit down and realize, okay, maybe the way that V3 is going isn't the smoothest.
Yeah, standoff is probably, like, it wasn't really an argument because we were more just being like, well, I don't know what to do, man, and I don't know what to do, man, and so we just had to, like, hash it out. Like,
yeah.
it wasn't an argument because I don't know if we had a lot of, like, points of argument.
Not really, no.
Like, we did have points, like, obviously, you know, you brought up, like, well, we don't, you know, how can we have an economy? We don't have an economic standard, and it's like, well, I mean, we don't. We could use gears, but people don't want to use gears. You know, they haven't been using gears, so what do we do? You know, kind of a thing. And
yeah,
we did have a talk about it. And yeah, it's like always, like you said with Vintage Story, every time we play Vintage Story, we have a little bit of growing pains, obviously getting back into the swing of it, and then we have that moment of like, okay, well, we're doing stuff, but also, like, are we doing everything we wanted to do, you know?
Mm-hmm. And we have basically been talking about we're not done with V3 right now, because for all intents and purposes, V3 is still going strong. We're mostly through our first winter. Like I said, I'm playing right now so I can keep the clock going so we can get out. It's February 14th. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. There's no one here for me to give fucking sweets to. I guess I'm gonna spend it alone.
You know, I do have some. I made some experimental peanut candy that I never ate yet. Hey, if it gets warm, I can try planting my peanuts.
Oh no, I'm not moving it by months. It's more like days. Like, and people are still logging in. Omega pops in, Aaron pops in, Ark pops in.
I double checked on what was like February. Like, I think I logged out after we reset the server on like February 3 or 4. We still had like 30 or 40 days left on all our pies. There have been some times where like a lot of time has passed and stuff did rot, but I think some of that still may be due to like climate change, basically.
Oh no, trust me. There's been periods where I've shown up and things have just advanced and I've like had like barrels for a run. So it goes both ways.
Yeah, I think we haven't done a lot of Zellwater though. You know, we haven't done a lot of time stops since we had to Aaron had to manually rebuild the server files.
No, I do think doing Zellwater might, you know, fuck with some of the RAM state here, so maybe not the best to do all the time. But also, we're in the middle of winter. No one wants to fucking, you know, Zellwater in the middle of winter. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, like, no. I have to hike so I mean, I guess it would mean that day wouldn't progress if I hiked 1,000,000 miles out to the warm south. Yeah, I think the thing that's leaking memory is just called Vintage Story, unfortunately. But yeah, like, I've done a little bit of re-exploring in winter, and it's like, it's cool, but it's also so much more fun to forage and explore when it's not fucking white everywhere, and you can actually see, like, terrain definition. Like, right now, one of my big things is I'm hunting for fucking chalk deposits. I need a fucking chalk stone so I can write on all my plaques. And that's, you know, how it is. But yeah, we're still progressing. There's still like experiments to be done. I'm pretty sure for sure on my end, I don't think I want to call the server until like we've cracked the riddle of steel. Like that's a tech level we haven't gotten to. once you actually, like, have the capacity to make it, like, once you have the tools and the anvil and can get enough fire clay to make the bloomeries, iron's not that hard to crack. It's just, like, you gotta bloom it, and then you need to smash it. But
we do still need to do story. That is also correct.
It's true. But, yeah, like, there's still some tech stuff we want to set up, like, we have the windmill at my place up and running now, and Axe has the parts to assemble the pulverizer. I don't think he's actually been on in a couple of days to run it together. And yeah, we do want to. I mentioned before that I did want to, when doing V3, to like actually do some story dungeons. So that's also true. Finding the dungeon entrances also means we consume less food when it's cold, which is going to be a big factor. But yeah, maybe when it's spring, we actually have some evenings where everybody is on, because not that I blame him, but Loth has definitely skipped out a couple of VS sessions because he's been like, I'm sleepy. I shall lay in bed and play Digimon instead.
I did directly call him out, and like it was funny. Loth did this yesterday. Loth and our table compound was like, "Hey guys, let me know if we're doing anything. We can assemble. Otherwise, I'm just gonna kind of chill." And me, being snarky, is like, yes, he chills while his lord is working endless projects in the cold of winter so that we advance to spring. He didn't say anything to that. He just kept doing whatever he was. I was like, fine, be that way.
I think he was just sleepy, because we tried to talk about the deep dungeon thing later in 14 chat, and he was just like, yes, me too sleepy. I'm dropping my phone on my face. It's like, okay, I guess he's sleepy. He eepy. But yeah, once we can get some groups together, we can try and run some dungeons. Yeah. I would also be interested in if you got your enchanting table up and running.
I have both parts. It needs temporal gears, and I'm not entirely sure how much charge things needs. Like, it says, enchantments, and like I'm looking at the thing like right now, and like I've been trying like different combinations of trying to get the thing to actually fucking enchant, but it hasn't worked. So I don't know if the gym doesn't have enough charge, if the charge is too low. Do I need to like put more charge into the gym? Again, this is one of those things that irritates me about mod makers. Like, I appreciate mod makers. They do a free service in supporting a game that we all love, but they also have no ties or obligation to said game either. They have no basis of they have no minimum standards and no commitments.
Yeah,
that means
at the very least, if you're playing the core game, you're a paying customer, right? So like you expect a little bit of back and forth there. If you're making a mod, just hey man, I don't know that guy.
Like, I do what I want.
Reminds me of for V2 we had the T mod, and that was like that one took me a while to figure out, because like the documentation and explanation was just like super straightforward and like didn't mention ratios, which unfortunately, if you're doing anything involving like cooking fires in Vintage Story, you gotta get the correct ratios. So I just had to kind of like eyeball that stuff about like what's my water to grass ratio.
And the wiki and the not the wiki, and the thing on the table says go look it on the wiki. I'm all like, why are you sending me to an external source in the fucking help me guide in game? I was very cross with it for a while.
Well, if I do some more dungeoneering and find some more, not it's during dungeon, but just like slap around, find some more gears, get some extra gears to juice it up. I know we have a couple of like rough diamonds and emeralds, I think, from like sifting.
I think Axe might have traded those to me for what was it?
I'll double
Axe
check.
did some trade. Axe did some trade. I don't remember.
I'm glad.
Exactly
that was a reticent step of like opening up the economy to actually have a little back and forth. That's okay. We can get some more. I mean, yes, we still have the onions and stuff. I used some of those to make more pies, and I may use some of those to make more pies later.
But
it's okay. We can find more. I think did I get through all that? I don't think I got through all the bony soil. We'll find more gems. I'm sure.
Like I said, I'll keep experimenting with like the things, but I'm not sure if like this particular.
I'm pretty sure from what I remember from what happened in Rubik's Raptors videos, I think if you're trying to use olivine, that doesn't work because that's like a different type in the game rules than like the rough gemstones.
Yeah, no. I specifically have some gems here because I got rough emeralds and rough diamonds. Yeah. I do got a line on those gems I need to go pick up from the abandoned mine in our territory. It's just I don't want to run out there in the middle of winter.
No, it's cold. I talked about this. Like I started building like cover to my bridge, and then I stopped because I was like, I can't be like building this like 6 blocks at a time and then running back because it's fucking cold. I've taken to actually like taking my armor off and like just walking outside in my gambeson. But also you got to be careful about that because sometimes there's fucking saber-toothed tigers in my front lawn.
Yeah. Combat Overhaul just did an update too and they changed something. I'm slightly upset with it. they switched the leather from just being outer to middle outer, so I can no longer wear gambeson chain leather. I think the only like 3D you can do gambeson chain and plate now, but plate has such high fucking. They also like because now it's leather is better out. They also increase the penalties on it. And I'm just all like, game, why do you not want me to go anywhere in armor?
Yeah,
like,
that
I
don't.
Super
Combat overhaul is
like
cool, but also like I feel like you don't actually need to make combat harder in this game.
No, I think what they're trying to go is they're trying to go for this. Yes, you don't actually stay in your armor everywhere. You only go into armor for combat. It's all like my brother in modding. I do not choose when the combat happens.
Yeah, I don't. I remember I had a crisis where like some guys snuck in during the heavy temporal storm, like a two-headed drifter phased in, and I was just like, oh shit, I'm not. I have my doors locked. I'm not in my fucking pants. I did, however, at least solve the riddle of gunpowder, and I do now have an arquebus. I have glackinated some guys.
Still another pie from Lofts.
It's the arquebus is a matchlock, so like it's tricky. My match goes out if I accidentally go underwater.
It makes sense.
And because if we have yeah, I mean it's one of those things where like technically it's in my ammo belt, which I'm glad I can keep it in, but also I couldn't actually keep a lit match in my pocket, you know?
Yeah.
That's one of those video game things of like, technically you can put lit torches in your backpack, but that's not how that works. No, it's okay. It was like, honestly, you probably couldn't have made the arquebus until after our iron explosion, because it literally the arquebus barrel was like 3 fucking iron ingots. I'd like a pistol so I can actually pistol sheath it. I did double check it.
No, mods are fun, mods are great, but mods, like I said, do not have... Here's my 3 problems with mods. 1, mod balance is wholly dependent on the person who makes it. This is that thing about combat overhaul. Actually, I think combat overhaul is like it's like I think the main guy is like Maltese, who does a lot of mod and helps out the community a lot. I mean, a lot. I think he helps out so much that the Adventure Story does actually help them to streamline their modding process.
Yeah.
But also, again, mods they have no if you make a mod, you have no commitment to that mod. You can put the most vaporware piece of shit mod on the thing, never work on it again. No one can say shit to you. It's like because no one pays you, and so you don't have to work on the expectation. And thirdly, God, what was it? It was balance is based on the creator. There's no reason to. Oh yeah, and there's like no make a vapor standard. There's like no minimum standard of things. You can, like I said, you can put to the absolute minimum work amount of work and throw it on, never mess with it again, and can just go fuck off, and people just be like, well, he fucked off, what do we do?
Well, if it was good, we'll make a fork, and that's all we can do.
Yeah, but like talking about that makes me one of those things of like, oh god, do I want to involve myself with trying to learn to code so I can make a mod? Because it's funny that we talked about because one of the things we're talking about Job 4 is to much more stringently protect jobs and goods, I think I want to call them. Because the problem that we had in V3 here is that endgame, you need food and water to live. You need shelter and clothing to live, all that stuff. None of that is provided for you. You all kind of have to scavenge that out at the beginning. Our original goal for the server was to basically have everyone form their own little fief, produce stuff, and then trade it around. The problem is that a lot of things that we wanted to trade around were things that were, kind of important to life in the first place, so people kind of had to start building them on their own anyway. Like, I wanted to be the farmer and grow food and, do stuff. Well, that's all fine and good for me, but unfortunately everyone needs to eat to live, and Omega over there, who originally wanted to just kind of be like a merchant empire and, shuffle goods around, had 2 other mouths to feed, and they were kind of starving. Yes. My food wasn't up yet, and so what are they gonna do? Well, they're gonna have to start gathering their own food. They started hunting and planting stuff. And I can't get mad over them, trying to stay alive. But at the same time, once they start establishing their own food stores, well, am I going to tell them, all right, stop eating, buy my shit? That seems a little gauche in my opinion. On the other hand, the Merchant Empire had Axe, who was really good with smithing and stuff, knocked out iron, can knock out tools and stuff. But to get to those steps, it takes a little bit of time. You got to go from copper to, copper, you go from clip to copper to bronze. And Axe hates copper for some odd reason, so he just wanted to go straight to bronze, which took a little bit of extra time. Me, in the meantime, is just all like, man, I'll just use fucking copper, and started making tools from there. I also
and then
had
you
the
guys
very
like stumbled into a shitload of bismuth, so
Yeah.
it's like, oh, well, we can go. We've got so much bismuth, we can make bismuth bronze.
yeah. It's God. I don't know what it is about our hills, but we got just so much fucking stuff.
I mean, I think we did dial up the ore stuff a little, but I think the way the world gen is like there are some very big like deposits of stuff. There's a pretty decent amount of zinc, I think, in our mountain, but you know,
I don't know.
There's definitely a lot of nickel under our mountain for sure. I don't think I've heard anybody else talk about nickel deposits. That's not useful because it needs fucking iron or steel tools to mine. It's for you make nickel's I think only good for like cupronickel alloys for like Jonas parts and shit, making night vision hats. But it's down there. Like so, I think that the geology is like fairly varied, but it's one of those things where like when we were just like randomly picking directions to go in, right? None of us had any way of knowing that you would end up with like a fuck ton of bismuth to turn into bismuth bronze, which like isn't Axe's preferred material. He prefers to go the extra level to get black bronze because that is the bronze tier that is the most durable.
Yep.
Also, it is black, which is pretty sick. But bismuth bronze has kind of like that. I mean, it's literally made with bismuth, so it's got that kind of like iridescent sheen to it. So that's cool too.
No, it is cool. But it's just like one of those. It was one of those things of like Axis going for very specific things of going straight to black bronze and thing like Axis straight up said once when I like one time when I was confronting him as like why he just wouldn't make copper iron. He just says I fucking hate copper. It's useless. So I was like okay.
I mean heated, but yeah. I mean he's talking about it. He doesn't like the speed of it, but like it's one of those things of just like no, it's this game is designed to go in tiers.
Yep. You
got to do it. And like making shitloads of nails out of copper, I think is supposed to be once you've comfortably got bronze or iron and you can phase the copper out, you need something to do with copper, it's great for nails. Unless people making mods are like, no, you need bronze tier nails or iron nails or steel nails.
But so here's the thing. So I have like a bunch of ore and stuff, but I'm trying to sell fucking food. Axe and Omega want the ore and stuff I have, but I'm all like, okay, what do you got? And they're like, well, what do you need? And I'm just like, actually, not much. And this was the problem that we had in our economy is that because everyone kind of generalized their needs and stuff, no one actually had a direct need of stuff. It was mostly just wants for projects they had or stuff, or things like they found interesting. Like we would trade like blueprints we find. If we like found like a pretty deposit of something that someone needs so they can move to the next stuff. As that, but we never had like a true blue economy. And like this is the part where we came to the standoff on.
There were a couple times I think when trade could have been stimulated, but the problem was like getting through all the stuff. Like at one point you wanted glass. And I was like, well, we have the bloomeries to get you glass, but my guy with the perk isn't here. So I would have to break the bloomeries. And before we did a big deal for fire clay, it would have been a very slow process of like making more of it. So you just cut out the middleman and made bloomeries to smith glass. Like, I think at one point you were looking for saltpeter and like I had a line on some of it. Ooh. Oh, I did cut off? Sorry. I think I like
No, you did, and then it just all came back in a rush. Jesus.
Ooh, Discord.
It's like you were charging
Discord
your
getting a little feisty. Luckily, I think recording on my end, that's all spaced out. But I'll reiterate because I was talking too lucky. I was saying like there have been points where I think there were like actual needs, right? Like at one point you wanted glass, and I could have made you the glass, but it would have required spending resources in the form of fire clay because I was not a high enough metal worker to recycle my bloomeries.
And then I go out and I find the two biggest deposits of fire clay we ever had and just said, fuck it, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, no, you just did the America thing. At another point, I think you wanted saltpeter, and like I knew where some of that was, but it was pretty dangerous, so it wasn't high on our list, without us being like starving. But then you just found a big deposit on your own. And it's like, well, I guess we're not. Honestly, I think, funnily enough, despite the fact that you are the farmer and... Is Loth also farmer? Is he chef?
No, he's
chef job.
He cook.
Like, despite all that stuff, that, like, you guys have the most mined resources because you go out and get... I will say, I don't want to let Loth be entirely without... I guess blame. It's not really blame. We're all playing a video game. I'm actually I was greatly reminded of our talk when I actually was starting to catch up on Rubik's Raptors VODs. They actually got so far as they had a mini little war on the server, despite that being kind of against their setup rules, where like the dwarves came to town and like had a lot of muskets, and they did a little bit of bullshit. They like entombed the boys' bodies so they couldn't get their shit back, to try and like ransom them back. It's okay. Scorch got him back. I can't wait for the edited videos. Apparently, he drank four sprinter potions and suicide bombed the Dwarven Forge. But like, so like they had fun, and at the end of the day, like in the video comments and in the next video, like Jay is on being like, oh no, like we literally played Deadlock right after. We were all friends doing it, but it was like mostly they got so heated and got so into it because it was funnier that way, right? So like we're all still friends at the end. We're just playing a fucking video game of pretend. But like originally I was thinking like with the way food stuff was work, right? Loth was like the chef. I was like, okay, so I'll buy prepared food from Loth and like stock my kitchens. But Loth was also like, I'm going to be Lucky's vassal. Yes, my lord. What do you need, my lord? And of course, obviously, if he's going to do that, you're going to be like, yeah, I'll send you out to mine stuff. So like, it took Loth a little while to get his kitchen set up the way he liked it as well. And like, he was not open for business because he was out doing gopher work for you as well as cooking for you and stuff too.
I don't think, like, even so, it would have helped that much because Loth does not play as long as the rest of us do connection issues and whatnot.
It's true. He makes good food.
It's also, he does make good food, but also the problem is with Loth is he likes to make very specific things and other things you guys just didn't want. Like, we talked about getting you food. You know what you guys said? You know what you said? You know what you said, Omega? Nah, I got pemmican when we tried to get you food. That's what you said. You cracked the secret of pemmican, and you didn't want anything we wanted.
I had a shitload of pemmican. I still have a shitload of pemmican.
Yeah.
I actually offered to trade it back because, like, Loth said he's still on, like, drinking bowls of stew while he's in the wild.
No, he actually likes drinking bowls of stew. Like, that's genuine. That's just his.
This is the other thing we talked about. The problem with the economy. People just like to do whatever. It's like, yeah, no, I like the pemmican now that I cracked it because I can stack it like 6 deep in a slot. Don't you? And don't you be like Omega loves his preserved food, Axe. You like go crazy whenever food is spoiling and you're like, it has to be eaten. Here, Omega, eat this half-rotten piece of pie that's left over. Throw it at me. I'm like, just let it rot, dude. We'll make more pie. But yeah, no, there have been points where like the food situation, like I said, it got less so because Sakar has also played a lot less with us than the others. But like it was points where like there was a lot of food and I was like, oh shit, it's all preserving. And then it was like, oh well, I made a shitload of pemmican. I don't really need like travel food. I could use like the grains, to grind into bread.
But so our economy really didn't like kick off the way we wanted to. So like we're trying to get off our our bits and bars system here using copper, silver, and gold bits and ingots, which I think is a pretty good standard. But it's one of those things of when we move forward, we're probably not going to be as separated. Before, like I said, we got like maybe 5 or 6 players max. We don't actually have enough people to actually split off into factions and zones. I think some of you guys, like, I actually haven't watched the any of the VODs or the short videos for Jay. I haven't been in the YouTube video watching mood, so I haven't been up on those. But I think you guys have been like maybe trying to compare yourself to the Ignis server a little too much, of like trying to emulate the feel that Jay and his guys are having with like their economy and going back and forth. And I don't think we can do that. We don't have enough dudes for that, and also we don't necessarily have the.
No, it's not 50 plus. They'd die.
We don't have necessarily the fuck around and find out mentality. Well, I take that back. Some of us do, some of us don't. And you can't go into this with some of us have the fuck around mentality and some do not. It just does not work that way.
It's true. You can't summon the FUFO energy. But yeah, no, it's funny because like ultimately I think that when they started to wrap up the like season, I think they're done now. Like Jay's posted the video called The End. I'm not caught up at the VODs. But like when they started, the economy was dog shit because the elves were constantly being killed because they installed a mod that was too tryhard. And the elves died to monsters for like the first week. But the dwarves got set up and like started facilitating trade. Once the elves got settled in, they like maximized their food production and they did back and forth. I didn't really consciously plan it to be that split because the original idea was the split between dwarves work metal and stone, elves, produce leather, cloth, and food crops. Mm-hmm. That just kind of happened because, like I said, I originally wasn't planning on being necessarily a big settlement, but now I have like I do have 3 people living. Like I said, that was not to plan. But they had a height point in the middle where there was a lot of trade, and then part of the joke about the war and rat ops and stuff which was sanctioned black budget operations by the human faction, was because trade did kind of stagnate because like what happened to us initially, everybody in the factions ended up self-sufficient. The dwarves ended up colonizing enough space because the factions were so far apart that they, at least outside of winter, had farms to produce enough food to, like, preserve stuff, right? Even whether they had, like, I think class debuffs. And, like, eventually it was slow, but the elves traded enough metal to actually build up enough anvils and stuff to get to, you know, like, at least iron tier smithing. And then the dark elves were a whole separate thing because there were too many trees and chisel bits and monkey bridges that some of the elves had to relocate themselves. Their main thing was just being creepy and weird. But, like, they ran into these economy up and downs, too, and like I said, going through the VODs has kind of made me think about that. It is a kind of thing where, like I said, we locked into self-sufficiency, and we did not have, like, an overarching, like, server charter to, like, go back, you know, to try and enforce the economy. And I also think, like I said, when we originally, like, the very first pitch for V3 was, like we said, like, semi-independent fiefs. Like, we should be able to, like, set up in our own areas and kind of, like, work on our own projects, but be close enough that we could shore up each other's stuff and be like, oh, you know, you grow a lot of food, you give us extra food. Which you did do a couple of times. You were just like, I have so many fucking turnips, man. Smoke bomb. Yeah, Aaron's just minding his own business, and we have done some trade before. He's been like, you know, oh, I've got a, you know, copper saw or some planks, and like, here's a stack of, you know, grain and stuff.
Well, this is like one of the things about Vintage Story. Vintage Story, I think, speaks to like a couple gamer mindsets. Like people like Ark and Aaron, like while they're not like averse to doing like home things, they also just like going off into the wild and seeing shit. You know, like I know Aaron likes to explore, and Ark really likes to explore. You know,
honestly, I like to explore too, but like I said, I ended up being mayor of a settlement, so like I had to be at home some, otherwise shit would never get done. It's kind of like how you and Loth ended up like switching back and forth, right?
Yeah, no, like honestly, like Ax was talking about this earlier, how I just end up doing everything in self-sufficiency. I'm like, yeah, no, that's me. I'm a jack of all trades. Hell, in this game, you can almost call me a master of all trades. Like I
you are, like super power leveled in some things.
Yeah, like I like doing everything in here, but if I had to like super say, it's like no, I'm best suited at like, you know, the home front. Like, I think my territory is the most quote-unquote developed.
Yeah,
like, I have, like...
You're really good at looking at the blocks of Vintage Story and, like, macro-scaling it. Like, yeah. I have some pretty high levels. I'm very proud of my guild hall. It's pretty cool, and I ended up with more space than I originally planned. And I completed, like, a whole, you know, windmill tower with shingles and stuff. But that was, like... I picked a space that I knew would have enough space to hold all the stuff I wanted, and then kind of just figured it out as we needed to expand, right? I'm pretty sure since day one, you were like, oh, this hilltop, we can just, you know, kind of like, you know, we can terrace this, we can level this out, you know, and we're like working on it. You can see your shit from space.
No, so like, I'm usually best, you know, working at home, like building up the base, building houses, getting projects done. Like, I don't think you've seen it, but I actually built I finished my beehive kiln, so I can, you know, fire a fuck ton of pottery at once. But just across from it, I actually built my first warehouse where I just stuff, like, I have, like, all the crates. It's like, it's the quintessential fucking Costco experience where it's just, you know, wall-to-ceiling fucking crates of shit. And then right next to it, I have the Twin Towers, which are twin mills, but they use the vertical windmill ones, so this is just,
I should
like...
look at the vertical config.
Yeah,
I haven't been popping over because I'm concerned about hiking in the fucking winter and accidentally falling into a river and dousing my match on my arquebus, which I need to keep the fucking Smealodons at bay. Listen, the arquebus is very good for hunting. Like it if you can actually land the shots, it'll like drop a ram in one hit.
Like I'm over here. Like the reason why I wanted glass because I need to get my greenhouses going. I got most of them done, and now I'm setting up the apiary back half of them so my bees can work a little bit longer the year. Been transforming soil into terra petra so we can have a big crop. You know, expanded the charcoal pit, put a nice looking overhang on it. You know, I'm considering, you know, the fruit orchard for next year. I still haven't finished my bamboo pagoda, but that's just, you know, that's a work in progress. Yeah. Now I'm looking at the initial hut being all like, all right, I need to overhaul this fucking hut to more modern materials and clear out space for my actual living location. And I'm just like, these are all the projects I have. And, well, I don't mind going out and exploring and finding stuff. Usually I go out and explore because I need something. I need saltpeter. I need, you know, a thing and stuff.
And, like, we could sometimes trade for that, but because we were kind of minding our own business, and like I said, I I originally planned to be more of a freewheeling merchant. Like, I picked the squire job when we started because my plan was to be running around, like, popping in, seeing, like, what people needed, going out and, like, scouting for materials, marking them, maybe mining them, doing more dungeons, which I've done a decent stuff like that. I mean, I think the idea would work okay with people too, but like I said, Axe, I don't want you to dodge responsibility on this. You attached yourself to me. Like, my plan was originally to be a lot more freewheeling, but I had to compensate for that.
I kicked Axe out, so we can blame me for that one. I don't care. Because unfortunately, Lucky does have a temper.
I mean, I did not reject Axe moving in because obviously my business sense tingled into being like, oh yeah, well if Axe is the blacksmith and like he's gonna be running up the blacksmithing tree, like that will be pretty high quality. There's probably market for that. And certainly I did a decent amount of back and forth trade with Ark, my nearby neighbor, of just like, feeding him bronze bars. I don't actually know. Ark's in chat right now, he could probably say. I don't know if he actually bothered to build a smithing setup or if he just, traded for bronze bits for all the stuff he needed.
I think he has a smithing setup. I think he mentioned something about it.
He has a pretty complex setup. It's been a while since I looked over there as well, because it's fucking... Okay, so you have some smithing setup now, yeah. But, like, the other thing I think we talked about before, but I realized is, like, looking at where everybody's shit is, like, we did not have to settle so far apart. Like, your place is probably the most developed. We probably could still be on, like, literally the other side of the river, and you would still have the space to do all that fucking work.
Well, the problem with my side of the river is it's very hilly. You guys both you and Ark settled in, like, relatively flat areas. I literally, came in this little pond, and I dug myself this thing. Like, there is, like, we have done so much terracing and flattening. Like, you can see areas, like, me and Loth actually had to talk about this. Like, we're like, man, we can't actually just leave these giant-ass cliffs. Animals are falling off of them and dying.
Yes.
We have to tear these cliffs when we cut them back. We have to make them more natural.
But yeah, we like explored like a river flat, which I did like deliberately because I was like, I'm gonna need some space. So there'll be a mountain back here that we could mine into. We never really mined into the mountain. I think I'm pretty sure. I don't know for a fact. Like, I think some areas Axe just dug down, but I think Axe also is a miner. Like, hunts for like surface deposits or cave deposits, and then like maybe digs down. I personally in home at home games and stuff, I'm a methodical miner. Like, I find like a surface deposit or a hint of something. I like, will start digging plumb shafts and checking out and like building out big blocks, in very orderly fashions.
No, I've been meaning to make a prospecting pick so maybe I can find some other stuff. But again, I'm that farmer in Bumfuck Nowhere, U.S. who just stumbles on the giant the world's largest deposit of something. It's happened
genuinely,
like 3 times.
If we had fucking oil in this game, I would have expected you guys would have accidentally struck oil already.
No, totally. Like I said, let me go look at my fucking thing.
Yeah, Aaron, I think, has traded all entirely for either he's just surviving off native copper bits or has traded for stuff.
Yeah, no, like saltpeter, got over 1,000 of that, have 675 of powdered sulfur, 424 of powdered borax.
I should, you mentioned the warehouse. Salt. I should do that. Because I do, our storage space is pretty good, but I could store things in more crates. Maybe I'll build that across the river.
Because I'm using a lot of it for bloomeries, but I currently have 986 fire clay. I have 51 olivine still. I need to get more of that because you need that for higher grade refractory bricks, apparently. I didn't know that. But,
yeah, you need crushed. That's one of the ingredients, one of the ways you can make crushed olivine.
Aaron,
like, my big project was my guild hall, and I'm glad that worked out. It's, and like I said, I got extra storage space. I like it. I've had a lot of fun. Sadly, nobody really, that's another thing that, like, talking about, like, nobody really bit on, like, my offers to, like, do interior decoration. Like, we've got, like, purposeful storage and stuff. You can customize a lot of your furniture, like, colorings with different woods, and, like, there's a lot of good stuff. Like, I made sure that each of my peons has a room that is slightly cell-shaped, but it comes with a wardrobe and a chest and a trunk. And I built space for a fire pit in winter. Not that I think anybody's actually been that cold inside with their wool clothes on. I kind of had room for storefronts that are vaguely getting utilized, but also I think rebuilding the server database fucked with Vinconomy a little, so I've had problems like getting the registers to work. That was another thing too. We forgot to mention. I looked at the like Vinconomy like mod and like tried it out, and it had a lot of features, but I didn't have a lot of chance to like test it because it's multiplayer focused. it's cool. It does some really neat things. I really am glad that I already built the teller machine to convert currency. Because, like, that's actually, once we figured out kind of, like, the bit ratio of, like, gold, silver, copper, like, that's actually a really handy device to have lying around. But to actually, like, set up, like, shop crates and shit and displays, you need chests, which is minimum. You need lots of copper for nails and strips. So, like, that was another, like, hold up on the setup. It's cool, man. We traded stuff. But no, the red gum, the handle was pretty good. But, you know, like, it's just one of those things where, like, as always, we learn lessons. Like, we're planning what will probably be either Aaron's talked about, like, setting us up with, like, a quote-unquote sealed cart full of supplies that we have to, like, move around, you know, that we can unpack when we find a home. Like, so that probably means we're going to take over, like, a ruined village or, like, a castle, you know? Become an impromptu castle town.
That.
But that's the kind of thing that, right, like, we could probably have fit ourselves into an actual walled town-sized space and have plenty of room to set up the buildings we need and be closer to, like, yeet stuff back and forth. And like you said, we'll preserve more job integrity. And that's why, like I said, if we could do mods, we'd be crazy good. Because, like, we're already planning, like, a multi-tiered class system, multi-level job marketing.
Oh, yeah. We're going to have job ranks and stuff. Honestly, I'm like, if we could actually write it down, I might dip my toes into a modding and see if I can make a combination of working classes and X skills so that, you know, you can level up in jobs. Like, cause I had this idea before. Basically, you would start as basically, you know, 3 basic classes of either, you know, hunter, gatherer, or crafter. And, you know, you do things to, like, level up in certain things, and as you, like, max out one of those things, you open up the potential for, you know, another job, which gives you, you know, the ability to do things better in that particular thing. Because, like, gatherer would, like, you know, unlock farming, and, you know, hunter would unlock ranching, you know, crafter would unlock pottery and stuff like that. Basically make a job tree and stuff. Not the same way that X skills does, where it's just, like, you know, 6 or 7 skills. Each job would only have, like, a few things in it, but
basically, they would have, like, the normal things professions do, but you could rank them up, which I think would be nice, because this is a thing I think we were talking about earlier today, or technically yesterday, as it's now almost 1:30 in the morning. But we were talking about this thing where, like, there are a lot of cool things about occupations, but it's also very easy to get locked out of them. Like,
oh yeah,
Vintage Story really wants the tailor to be important, but
tailor does, like, one thing, and only one thing important, and that makes a sewing kit so you can fix clothes. Why is...
And it's like, okay, so, like, because, like, yeah, they get, like, we have working classes, so they get discounts on, like, making, like, flax and stuff, but it's like, but also it's like, that's not that critical. I mean, yes, you do need to make a shitload of flax because you need some of it for so many recipes, but, like, that's a farmer's job to farm so much flax. Like, it's
so much flax, guys.
Crazy to do that stuff. I mean, that's all just sheets, though. Like, we built a ship on our own, and then what's the rest of the ship? That's all, like, support beams and planks and stuff. That's you know, carpentry, you know? The tanner is probably also supposed to be the dyer, like dyeing things, but that requires, you know, setting up, like barrels and stuff. And also, you might need some mordant. Lucky I was able to prepare some blue cloth for something with just woad, because woad doesn't need a mordant. By the way, I have 5 liters of leftover woad blue dye if anybody ever needs that for anything. I put it in a demijohn bottle.
Yeah, Combat Overhaul updated recently. They made some changes. I'm not happy with those changes.
Oh, that's why I made it, X. I tried to prep everything, but we have an extra step, so we need gold chain, and we just don't have any more gold. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if you had a barrel full of woad blue, because it's one of the dyes you can just use. But I was just saying, like, I made a barrel of it because that's how much I had, and I didn't know exactly how much I'd need to dye 2 bolts of cloth, so I just, like I said, I stuck the extras in, I stuck the extra, like, 5 liters in a demijohn bottle and just have it, because purpose for storage and all the extra containers and shit we've got is so cool. Like, that's the thing. Mods are cool, but it's also, like, God, we can make so many different tankards and goblets. They're really neat, but that's all, like, cosmetic. But if we had, like, our job system, that would be, like, absolutely, like, the kind of thing to be like, oh yeah, you want a little, you know, tankard, and maybe you can custom order something, like, or just put them in a shop stall.
I mean, that was the thing I was thinking about, because I think I wanted to be like the potter next time. Get all the potter things and start making like the special storage vessels and the special, you know, planters and stuff. Also put, you know, glass blowing in there. Set up, you know, just glass bottles of variety colors. Just put that all up at the shop. Like, yes. Do you need some housewares?
Yeah, because I think, like, pottery level would be, like, that would level up into, like, you'd have to like order the parts from the blacksmith, but eventually you'd have a beehive kiln, right? So you can make certain custom stuff.
Probably not alchemist, but
I don't know if mason, like, that's one of those things, like, the stone quarry mod, once you figure that out, very cool, like, very flexible, but also, like, is the stonemason like that not just part of the mining blacksmithing tree, you know, kind of a thing? Like, that's why we need to put some ideas down.
Well, yeah, like, because I definitely think, because the idea is we want people to do jobs, particular jobs, and not do any other job, very specifically.
Because we haven't mentioned this yet, but I think one of the things to talk about is, like, part of the reason to play a multiplayer server is to, like, hang out and play with your friends, and, like, if we're all just doing everything ourselves without needing to rely on any other people, we could just be playing single player.
Yeah.
And just, like, talk, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, not, like, a huge deal, like I said. We're not, like, focused on, like, we're not going, like, hardcore roleplay, but it's also one of those things of, like, no, if we truly are doing every single job, you know, without need for anybody else, it's like, we are just playing single player. Mm-hmm. Which we still do sometimes in our own time, but yeah. So we want to preserve, we want niche protection, but also we, as we brought up, unlike Ignis's server, which was like backlogged with how many, like literally putting as many people as they could without the server exploding, which I still think was only like at most like maybe like 24, but that's still way more than we got. Like, they can have, like, ludicrously specialized people. And even then, they still had problem covering some jobs. I still think Quail the Elf King was the only tailor in the entire server ever because nobody else wanted that. They literally, like, Bean talked about it, they literally got him into the server just to farm. Like, Jay approached him in, like, a DM and was like, hey, we could use a farmer in the Vintage Story server. You down for that? And he's just like, okay, cool, I will farm. And then he became the farm elf who never went on adventures.
Yeah, that would be me.
He did a lot. Like, he cracked a lot of farming. He even was like, got to the point where Jay had to come down and like slay some of his boars because they experienced population explosion.
Yeah, that happens with boars.
Yeah, they get crazy. So like, they still had problem with job overlap, but also they were enough that they could get crazy people. Where like the dwarves just had like one mad chiseler, and like he went like crazy good at chiseling. Like the dwarven. If you haven't seen the footage, Lucky, we absolutely have to, like, if we ever get a chance to do more video nights, we gotta play through those VODs, because, like, I haven't touched, like, chiseling blocks at all in this game. They made the pillar room from Lord of the Rings. You remember the pillar room in the Mines of Moria? They made that in Vintage Story. Like, it's fucking huge, and super detailed. Like, they chiseled, like, you know, the dwarven version of use code Rubik's for 10% off into their walls. Like, again, shit we haven't even begun to check out. But they were able to do that because, you know, they like had all those free time to do all that stuff. You know, they had multiple dwarven smiths, you know, collabing. They had, you know, tavern keeps, shit like that. So, like, we can't get that dedicated, but we could combine a couple of roles. Like, I think the way it's going to work out is I will probably end up as the cook this time, because Loth said for sure that he doesn't want to cook anymore. And also, we told him he needs to branch out a little.
No, don't worry. Lucky will be the stay-at-home fucking guy, whatever I am. Lucky has a natural tendency to gravitate towards farming. I like farming, like, in games and in real life. So, that's why, you know, Axe saying he doesn't want to farm irks me very much. It's like, how dare you, you know, mock the son of a farmer.
Honestly, farming's like... In Vintage Story, farming's pretty simple. The main thing is just you gotta, like, mind your resources. You know, you gotta, like do crop rotation or mind your herbs.
Mind your fertilizer.
I think Axe's problem would just be, like, knowing how he is just, like... Yeah, he says it, like, trying to maximize your Terra Petra. But also, I think the problem would be, Axe, that even if you don't think it, is you would either obsessively check if the crops were grown every day, or you would, like, go down in the tank about, like, making Terra Petra and forget that, like, you just needed to wait 6 days. And then your crops are grown. Like I said, the chefing system is a little feisty, but I don't mind fighting it a little. Like, I've done it a few times, and like if we're trying to get Loft to branch out, it's like that's a thing I can take over. Like, it's a little annoying, but I've figured out a lot of the basics, and that means I can still do funny stuff. Like, I can, you know, once again, I can do my pemmican for survival food. I can do my syrup drizzled fruit bread. Because how can you have syrup drizzled fruit bread and not want to make it, man? That sounds rad. I can do syrup drizzled muffins. I can't do muffins in our current V3 because, like, to make soft dough, you need, like, egg liquid. And, like, that's probably another thing I should be asking you for, Lucky, is trying to get eggs. But it's also, like, oh, but
Eggs
do I
are
want to be,
man.
like, spending my time fucking around with more cooking stuff, you know? Like, that's not technically what I should be doing, is trying to cook cooler meals. I thought about getting some like, chickens and stuff set up, but then I never got around to setting up the coop.
Sorry, I'm gonna be slightly mean to Axe here for a second.
I think it's okay. I think he's gonna do that. Also, guess what? There's nothing to judge, Axe. It's Smith. I say this not necessarily to hurt your ego, but, like, I think when you did pick it out, smithing's not that complicated. It looks daunting, but when you start banging out the voxels, the main thing is just some of those recipes are just way too fucking annoying for no reason. Looking at you, arrowheads and chains.
They're not that bad once you figure out a certain rhythm.
I mean, it's
As someone
true.
who's
It's
made
just
like two sets of chain bismuth bronze chains.
It's true. Chains are annoying, but it's like you can still work with it, or you X-Skill autocomplete sometime. But like it just can be tedious to hammer out plates over and over again or shit like that.
It is, but like, do you know what I'm doing right now in Omega? I'm like fucking sitting down just doing pottery of shingles over and over and over again. I think that's one of the reasons why I'm good at staying home. If I just need to do like a fucking tedious ass project, I'll just be like, sit down and do it. It's like, that doesn't necessarily bug me. I think a lot of people get a lot more antsy when they aren't running around doing something. Like, I think you, like, I'm gonna say, I think you get a little antsy if you don't get out and run around a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I like to explore. It's funny, talking about kind of like where we've had to iron out problems. I get antsy with a little bit of like the FOMO, the idea of like cool stuff. And you guys early were exploring and found like a couple of things. And that made me go like, man, shit, I'm supposed to be out there like raiding ruins, you know? And so that made me kind of like get into my like, okay, I gotta like, build my tier list out. And then I actually went out and knocked over a couple of ruins and it turned into a fucking, Ouroboros because you were like, oh man, we didn't find any weird blueprints like that. It turned into a circle because I got a little ahead in the blueprint game. Most of the blueprints we find are not that cool, but some are neat. Reminds me, I gotta sell Arca, Flagman one that I found. It just kind of like a thing. The clothing thing could do a little work, yeah. I mean, hunting is just like, that's a thing that like requires proactive work, but not. But yeah, like I said, I get that sense of FOMO sometimes. But also, there have been days in Vintage Story, right, where just like where I'm like, okay, we need to do some work around the house. Like I said, I made my arquebus all myself. Like, I'm not afraid to like sit at home and work if we got the materials, But I need the setup. I need the work. And like I said, I have played Vintage Story decently solo, so I've hammered out a few things. There's stuff that I kind of like, but also don't have to do. Like, pottery can be fun, but also like. Many right now. Yeah, so I'm so glad we did get X skills fucking reinstalled and got my fucking mods up there, and that the new version of X skills actually added extra ones, like you can get like autocomplete and duplicator and shit on pottery now.
Not so good. But no, that's like normally, like I said, I like to farm, but like I'm one of those people. Just I can do anything. You give me a task, I probably have a little bit of experience. Like I actually set up the coke oven for Axe. Since he was interested in that, I've already built a helve hammer. Do the helve hammer. I'm trying to figure out a space for that because, like I said, I set up my mills already. Now I got this third windmill. That I need to figure out how to set up the base. And, I've been staring at my hut, staring at the windmill, stare back at my hut, and going, how do I do this? And then I go, no, it's time to make shingles.
Shingling are in there.
Yeah. So no, it's like. I guess I think I know what I want to do, but like if everyone like else has like specific things they want to do, as long as it's at home, I can probably like handle that load.
I mean, the funny thing is, I've wanted to be the blacksmith like every single server, and am literally always scooped. Like I actually don't mind smithing. Definitely not the first time you've heard that, as I have literally told you to your face for V2 that yeah, I was originally planning on being blacksmith, but then you were like, oh well, I guess I'll be blacksmith. It's also been like a year, but no, I've definitely mentioned it. Pretty sure with V3 I said that like, oh, I can run around and do stuff, and like we didn't even know if you were gonna play originally, and so it was like, and if Vax doesn't get it, I can do some smithing, kind of a thing. And then we're discussing roles for V4, and like I don't want to cut off Art because he said that he'd like to expand to actually trying out to do some blacksmithing, and I'm like, okay, but like smithing is probably the thing other than like potterizing, I think. and I guess alchemizing, putting juice in juice. Like smithing is the thing I've done the most, and like I said, I'm used to it. I don't mind it. There's been a side conversation going on. I'll talk about talking about Axe's appreciation of being appreciated and stuff. Axe has been our blacksmith a couple of times because he's in there. I mean, I don't think we're gonna do V4, immediately. I think we're gonna have to try out our project, solve some new things, and then figure it out later. Like we'll gotta probably take a little break ski, maybe not as long as V2 to V3. Like I said, having a side conversation. Axe has been our blacksmith a couple of times, and I'm trying to find a phrase that's to not be purposely mean without purpose. That's the correct grammar formation to Axe. I don't want to say you've been a bad blacksmith, but you have not been one of those, you have not been the most optimal town blacksmith because, you are not the kind of guy who just, we turn to you and say, hey, I need this, and you're just yeah, I'll do it. You were kind of living off on your own space, working on your own project, and you would get around to making us tools if we asked for them. But like Lucky brought up earlier, once you figured out certain alloys and were like, oh, this is the best alloy I can make, I will not make any more alloys. So, I ended up being, second or third, possibly blacksmith. I don't actually remember when I got my side, metalworks built up versus when, Lucky, you started making just, a public town anvil into. I don't actually remember, when that gap was. But that was because, as, the quote-unquote blacksmith role, Axe was not necessarily down to clown to just keep making us nails and strips all day, at least in V2. I think you've gotten better about it in 3, but it's one of those things of just it's several times in this server, I have asked you for a thing, and just because you were busy with something else, or you were slightly, cock-blocked in it, you were just oh, I can't make the thing, I gotta work on something else now. And literally I mean, we're pretty close to it, so overall, it's not been a resource net. But there was one session where Axe, you did nothing but make the parts to refurbish the Forlorn Hope armor, even though I said, well, I'm not going to wear the armor pieces until I have the chest piece, because then I'll be mismatched. Because Axe is the kind of person who that I don't think that bothers him, but you and I, Lucky, are people where that would bother me to be wearing legs and head and have a different chest piece.
No, I like to have my sets to match.
Yeah, I was so I'm not gonna do it. But yeah. So it was there was no pressing need to do it, and I did have things that I did want you to work on that you were not working on because you were working on the bit. So it's I think honestly, if you were semi-independent, working on your own projects, that would be better. But it's taking commissions is sometimes pulling teeth, which is a analogy I don't think Axe will complain about, given him talking to I said on Fail Betrayal, he was like, oh, I'll be late because I'm getting dental work done, and I'm like, okay, you can bow out of the thing entirely and say, nah, man, I've had so much dental work done, it doesn't faze me at all. Well, actually, guess what? I'm pretty sure, having had a tooth pulled, actually getting your teeth pulled is way easier than actually getting down for root canal and them drilling. Actually, yeah, having had crowns put in as well. Getting your tooth pulled is way easier than actually doing the crown shit. Getting my crowns in was way more annoying than when they actually pulled my fucking tooth out. When they pull your tooth, they numb you up and they just get the pliers, man. It's done pretty fast. Crown, you gotta fucking drill it out. They gotta put the temporary on. Then you gotta wait. And you gotta come back and you gotta get the permanent. And you gotta hope it's sized right. I think I literally had to wait an extra week on one of my crowns because they measured it. They went to go put the permanent. They took off the temporary. The dentist goes to put it on. He's like, no, that doesn't seem like it quite fits. I'm going to send that one back. Not something you would hear from your dentist, by the way. But, I had an extra week on that one. Yeah, so getting teeth pulled is not that dramatic. But yeah, like I said, we're workshopping it. If we can build a properly tiered job system, we will. But we might just, enforce honor rules.
No. That's like I said, I do want things to be shooken up. It's Axe wanted to be the blacksmith immediately. I'm all no, I think you need to do something different, man. And of course, Axe is immediately well, nothing's, nope, I just hit my piglet. Oh, then it spawned into a real piglet. Now it's mad at me. Shit.
Oh, rip, scatter. I mean, I think I understand, because I think the metalworking is pretty in depth, but I think there could be other things that could be interested. I mean, not that this analogy directly works, because Lucky's already said he'll probably do pottery, but I think the pottery system, for instance, can be similarly in depth with placing voxels correctly, working them out, and then eventually when you get to, like, the beehive kiln, you get to, like, do the math of, like, oh, well, if I leave 2 doors open, it's light gray, but if I close, leave only 1 door open, it's dark gray. Like, you can do some interesting things with that, like balancing your ratios of heat and stuff.
No, I have the behind kill, but it's actually pretty swanky.
Yeah, I want one, but I need... My parts are a little backlogged because Axe did actually get the parts for the pulverizer, which is the thing I was asking him to do when we were having that discussion about the Forlorn Hope armor. So I need an iron kiln door eventually, but later. I mean, I don't know where we're going to connect husbandry thing. But animals can be interesting as well. It's just one of those things where, like, we'd probably want the mods maybe to speed up some of the domestication, because the way that normally works is, like, really fucking long.
Yeah, no, you need generations upon generations of animals.
We're still not at dairy, right?
No, I just got pigs so we can have meat next year. There's goats in my backwood, but that's
just a
very
base game.
backhanded
Dairy's just
ways
annoying,
to
chat.
say that, Axe. It's not that only being commissioned, is that when we give you a commission, we want you to actually work on it instead of saying, no, I'm not going to do that.
And then being like, hey, I built this thing, aren't you happy for me? And I'm like, I mean, that's cool, but that's not what I asked you to do. That's not the thing I needed you to do to advance the technological progress. It's like I said, we're like, this last time, actually, no. Well, you might have done it for Lucky, but for me, not quite. I'm pretty sure I still don't have an iron kiln door.
I know, and the thing is, Axe, this has come after we had a big, well, I had a big blow up at you over it. I remember the early days of the server where Mega's asking you for armor, like, a couple times a day, and you were just kind of going like, to him. Because you didn't want to make it out of copper.
I don't have enough, bronze for plates.
Yeah, because you didn't want to use copper.
I think you did eventually, even though I was saying copper's fine. And then it was just like, well, no, it wasn't.
It is not.
Because it wasn't replaced to be. Like, genuinely, Axe, if you just made me the copper armor and I asked for it, it probably would have been several sessions before you did the bronze anyway. What actually happened was that for a couple of nights, I just didn't have armor, which also made going out and exploring hard, because Two Bear River.
Actually, we did update to the new server, which means they did balance bear spawn, so I don't think we see bears as much.
I have noticed fewer bears. There's still other critters out there. Like I said, there's a fucking, I think it was a saber-toothed tiger, or like a panther on my lawn.
Well, honestly, that's probably because now that bear spawns are down, other animals can get in. The bears have lost their fucking territory.
I mean, the game does want you to advance. Lucky and I have talked about this, bemoaning that, like, a lot of mods and mod systems are based around the idea that, like, minimum, you're going to bronze almost always. Like, very few of them involve copper parts. We've had this wrestle with the fucking the firearms mod where we, like, rediscovered, because we're back on class recipes being isolated, that, like, to make, like, wheel locks, which only take bronze materials, you need the Tinkerer trait to make the wheel lock with gears, and it's just like, why? I guess it's
the game does
try and make
the game does.
Good?
Oh, sorry. The game does want you to go up in tier, but one of those tiers is copper.
It's true. Flint is first. God
It's
knows
like-
we always usually make a full set of flint tools, some of which are still
It's not
around,
like
some
your
of which
first
never died completely.
So it's like one of those things. It's cool that if you don't want to work with copper, but if someone asks you for copper, you shouldn't necessarily fight them on it.
Customer's always right. I mean, hell, I literally just only the other night, like, I think it was, yesterday, I retired my copper shovel. Like, the head got low enough that I made a black bronze replacement.
Yeah, and the taste was copper.
This is why I think we need to get Axe out of his comfort zone a little, and, like, the blacksmithing. Like I said, he's good at it, but, like, he's way too optimized brain. It's just like, no, trust me. The copper tools, especially with the right handles, will be fine for a long time.
God, I think the only reason I left my copper tool is because I needed the bronze tool to mine some stuff.
I think we did
Like, that was the
also, we
only
did
reason.
tweak. I feel like every time we change the server, we do tweak a few things. I think tool durability is up slightly. Axe may, because of his mind goblins to focus on the negative, he may still be thinking of, like, V1, like, tier stuff when we did not have durability tweaked. And those copper tools did bum out pretty fast. Okay. V2
Well,
is
no,
still the
I
same,
also think
up
that
slightly.
Toolsmith helps with that because, sharpness is a new thing that, protects, your head durability. And you also have, like, handle and binding durability to fuck with, which is fun.
Copper is perfectly fine for once again, hey, we don't need to relitigate. We can move on to talking about rain if we want to. It's also almost 2 a.m.
Yes.
But fucking, yeah, copper tool isn't compared to an iron tool. There's a lot of fucking steps to get to an iron tool. If I didn't need it so much for, like, the pottery and the other systems, I would be like, maybe let's not include X skills. Because Axe would not be crowing so much about the iron if he couldn't recycle his bloomeries. That would have led to a whole different, like, basic resource crisis to hand make all the fire clay we needed.
I think that's one of the reasons why, like, if we actually hammer out this job system, maybe work on modding it. I don't think, like, maybe bloomers on, like, reusable, but maybe increase the amount you get back with a slower drain. Because I think right about now, you get between 6 to 9 blocks per bloomery when you need 12. So you always have, like, a minimum. There's always a bit lost. Probably, like, reduce that down. Because the fire clay, it's actually fun. The behind kiln and the cementation, furnace both can get damaged over time, so you have to replace things. So I don't think making the bloomeries reusable is necessarily a good balance, but I think making it so that you can get the maximum amount of bricks back from it would probably be better. So like I'm thinking like it'd probably be a skill probably in both pottery and well, not pottery, maybe like an art of like glass making skill. For pottery, we probably have to do something with the beehive kiln and maybe like increase the durability of blocks so that they break sooner. Or anyway, I've had thoughts about this job thing. I just haven't really had much time to think about it since we hadn't been playing Vintage Story. But yeah, we'll work it out. Like I said,
we'll crank it out. Yeah,
we're still doing a lot of stuff. I actually should probably feed my animals. I got chickens and boars now to think about.
It's important.
I also got a gray fox. You missed it. You were away at that time, but I just said gray fox.
Perfect.
And I caught it.
No notes. All right. Okay. Let's talk a little about Rain. Not probably too long, because the raw recording is like already 4.5 hours. Like I said, it's almost 2 a.m. I'm not going to play any more Yote tonight.
Rip.
But we don't have as much Rain to talk about as we could, because we didn't actually record this past week. So we mentioned this on Monday.
Plan changes.
Yeah. So we're just behind one episode talking about it, which is posted.
Well, honestly, I think our last session, we really don't have much to talk about, like, in the story context-wise of everything. Like I said, I think that's actually going around fairly smooth. We met some folk, we talked to some folk, we're doing some diplomatin, we're making some plans.
I mentioned earlier that I had a fucking, like, quest list type map, and then I, gave it to you this time, actually.
Mm-hmm. In the form of prophecy.
We love prophecy.
So that's cool. That's going around. I think probably the most interesting thing actually from the session was not something that happened, necessarily in character. Although I think we have, treated it as in character, but it was something more of an out of the character discussion. And which, I can say I got a little defensive, a little cantankerous, even, over a matter of our plans for the Vogvale. So, me, Lucky, playing as Enos, I always like having a plan going forward. I always like having a goal going forward. I want to know what we're working for and our general idea of how to get there.
I think this has also been reinforced specifically playing Rain because we have wasted some time in sessions by not having goals.
So I usually try to have a goal at the outset and then, work towards it. I never try to have, like the step by step to the plan because as an old adage, no plan survives contact with the enemy, with the players, or with the GM. And from the outset, I've been kind of pushing the goal of that we are going to try to bring the Fogvale into the fold of time. Get it maybe done as a banner house or something that put us in control of it. Come to find out, that last session, not everyone was on that exact same page. Now, this upset me because I previously thought we were all on the same page on this.
Yes, you had been pitching to, well, out of character mostly. Again, we talked about this. This was kind of an in-character discussion, but also kind of not. Like, we talked a lot about character motivations and argued from the perspective of the characters. I don't think how much of the discussion was actually supposed to be in character. It was more just being like, I think actually, we got a comment on this. I think the comment put it best where, like, nobody in the crew had necessarily said these thoughts out loud, but, following along and listening, to the characters through listening to the actual plays, none of their opinions, like, came out of nowhere, right?
Yeah.
Like, everything made sense for the characters to say, but we had not explicitly said it out loud, so there was definitely a moment of being like, you'd pitched explicitly to the Marquis, and so Leslock has signed off as being on board this plan. Axe out of character has said he's on board with this plan. And then you're like, okay, well, let's, talk it out. Let's make sure we got everybody's feelings. And then you're like, well, maybe we're not as on board with this plan as we thought. Like, you did get heated and defensive. You even admitted such in the episode. And, like, there were several times you were like, oh, guys, I'm sorry. This took an extra hour. And I'm like, no, I think it was important. Because I was not defensive, but you could hear it in my voice a couple of times. I was absolutely flabbergasted a couple of times. I was just like, I have been like, as the force of the narrative trying to throw up, roadblocks, bumps, and complexities to, your plans and ideas, because that's my job, like, you guys exist in a world that I'm, writing and adjudicating, so, like, very rarely should things just kind of be like, we snap our fingers and they happen, So I have been building up the narrative, like, kind of, like, flow to this plan for weeks since you proposed it, and, like, thinking about, like, character pushback and integration and stuff, and so I was just like, hey, guys, where the fuck was this energy earlier? Like, I've been out here completely understanding what Lucky's goals are and kind of, like, what am I call it? I'm making a, like, up and down gesture. Like, I've been foreseeing the opposition, the problems to this plan, and, like, trying to think of the counter arguments. Saying said more intelligent things is maybe a little too direct of it. Now, you said smart things yourself.
That's actually had a very good point. Like, and I think it, like, very, very well, like, highlights, differences in our character's mindset. Like, when Eno said, I think of everyone as potential enemies, Dallas said, no, Nicola thinks of everyone as potential allies. And I'm just like, you know what? Fair.
Yeah, that was a moment where you, like, I think that was actually the moment when you started being less heated and more just like, oh, wait, I've been talking about this the wrong way.
Yeah. No, so, like, no, like, Dallas is very intelligent. Dallas also is a man who does not fear or care necessarily about consequences. It's a very dangerous combination.
Yeah, that's like when Dallas said, or when Axe said about Dallas, like, oh, I wish he said more intelligent things. It's like, no, Dallas usually says intelligent things. It's just, when he says them, he sometimes says them with the wrong intelligence. Asking about, like realism questions when I'm just like, man, I don't know. Questions of scale are always out there. That's actually something I'm probably going to remind everybody of when the session starts, but I actually, like, double-checked my, like, ballparking because we were, like talking about, like, the scale of it, and, like, I described Verdenseppel as probably the size of a large village to maybe a small town, so it's, like, that's, like, to remind everybody of, like, the scaling of that, or what that means, or to put everybody on the same page, there are actually standards for, like, what counts as a village in real life. That means that they definitely have people in the hundreds, and probably at full size, if you were a possibility of being a small town, could get up to 4 digits in this settlement, which you have been told is probably the smallest of the settlements, other than maybe that one up in the Frost Mountains. Okay, so, like, not nothing, but on a macro scale, also not super large, though obviously population density in, like, these types of settings is different, I don't think Wicked is going to do the betrayal arc.
So, we had a lot of discussion on that, and it definitely made me realize that in character, like, really, we need to, like, if need be, drag everyone's opinions out of them and get them, like, situated at the foreset. Because I've realized I think everyone has thoughts and feelings, but I do feel like, because I do not like going without a plan, I do not like going without a goal, and if no one is going to suggest one on their own, I'm gonna do it. That's what I do. I move forward no matter what. Like, I don't necessarily mind, I do not mind differing opinions, I do not mind conflicting opinions, I do not mind moments of indecision. But only when they're moments. You take it's like, it's one of these things, we're playing a tabletop game, we're supposed to make a story together, and I will make people be part of that story whether they like it or not. That's what I did with Logesh, that's what I did with Leslock, kinda did it with Aaron. Dallas don't need my help. Dallas does weird shit on his own.
Dallas will, as we said, Dallas will make his own narrative, yes.
But it's like, it's one of those things I realized that we have been going throughout this plan, and no one, like, I do think that Aaron did, like, say some, I can't think of the proper word for it, spoke against the plan for a bit, but didn't necessarily, like, this is probably
he had
my fault, but
concerns and questions, but was not necessarily opposed. Like, some of it, I think, was Conrad playing a little bit devil's advocate, but some of it was just genuinely being like, I'm not against the plan, but I foresee problems.
Yeah, and that's also the stance, after we get on that, that's also the stance that Logesh is on. It's all like, I'm not against this, but there might be problems. And actually, like, this is when I think about it. Actually, like a few days later, I actually wrote up some of my thoughts on some of that thing, and and pitched it into the Cabal so other people can see it.
That was good because like we had a lot of player forward discussion out there, so I don't think I actually like got as into the nitty gritty with the NPCs as I wanted to, but definitely like I think next time I can like reaffirm where people are and also ask questions of like how much of that conversation was in character, because are you going to be like asking like Mainwall the Giant, about their thoughts on that? Are you asking Airless A? Like,
probably not Mainwall. Man King do not necessarily like the idea of, rulers, quote unquote. So,
I mean, that is going to be something to keep in mind because there are still some Mountainkin living in this land.
But it's one of those things of like I was mad because like the plan that I was working on, everyone wasn't on board. But the other part of that is that everyone didn't want to share their opinion or combat me in my plan. Like I've been trying to push forward that, it's the Marquis's final decision, but the Marquis should only make his decision after he has considered all angles and taken all advice. Like his job is, for him to sit on the throne, look, pensive and stern while, his advisors squabble beneath him, and then he goes, "Enough! I have decided."
Yeah, it's literally a fucking like paradox game where like the dialogue box opens and then the other things to say that, and then Leslock is the guy who gets the fucking menu button to click.
Yes, I know that requires other people to think, but that's the thing. Like others can facilitate discussions for others. If people do not necessarily have the opinion on their own or not necessarily have it, others can help them do that. Like Enos is very, like, me as Lucky. Like I said, the divide between Lucky and Enos is actually very slim. Which is essentially because, it helps me play him. But I have no problem doing this, Socratic method to others to help them narrow down their opinions. I have no problem asking, like, what do you think about this? I have no problem playing devil's advocate on such things. Like, there are multiple ways to get a discussion going. Like honestly, I'll say for the discussion we had, I was very heated and angry about that, but I don't think at any point did I necessarily shut down anyone else's opinion. I made sure that everyone spoke and got their opinion out, so everything was out on the table. And
yeah,
honestly,
you were heated about it, but you wanted to get it out. And like, yeah. It's funny, you're describing some of the work of GMing, and I try to do that too with players, but also we got a lot of moving parts. So it's harder when the guys won't volunteer their opinions in the first place to try and, like, interrogate them. Like, it's funny, you talk about, like, interrogating other people on your opinions. I feel like I do that a lot with Enos because you are usually forthright with your plans and opinions. So, like, you pitch these things out, and I'm like, okay, all right, so I gotta roll on that. And hey, sometimes interesting things go out there, because, like, I think I've changed the groups slowly over fucking, 60 sessions, but I think I've changed the group's opinion of, like, the Forest Fae and the Elves. There were times when, like, you guys were like, oh man, fuck them elves, I don't ever want to on site with elves, and, like, literally Lucky is, like, telling me when discussing the fiction I wrote, he's like, Lady White is, like, the coolest person ever, I want to be her friend.
That's true. I don't want to be her lover, I want to be her friend, I want to be her best friend. That's how I feel about Lady White, which is, important to me. I do love Lady White so much. I want to know her backstory. I want her to be my... But it's like, but no, like, you do that. Like you said, you've challenged us on the Fae, you've challenged us on the Church, you've challenged us on... The Fae and the Church are the two big ones.
I feel like I'm in the process of challenging you on the Fog Veil.
Yeah, you're challenging us on the Fog Veil right now.
Because, and like I said, it's one of those things where, like, I mean, you might call me a little bullshit, but, like, I could, if it made sense in the backstory, I could straight up be like right now and be like, no, if you take over command of the Fog Veil, you will become mega cursed. It's a bad idea. And, like I said, if that was how the fiction shook out, that would be how it shook out, and you guys would adapt accordingly. That's not really how it is, so it's more like, I'm like, okay, all right. If this is your plan, what will be your hurdles? What will be your challenges? Mm-hmm. What will be your concerns?
Like you said when we were talking about, I was talking about it earlier. No matter what, it's kind of a rough deal. It's like there is not a perfect solution. And
yeah, I think that was actually I meant that to be in character from Ike Whalen. She was like, listen, I think we need to do something. I also have long-term concerns about, like, cultural integration. And like I said, if we get a chance to reiterate, I think she would bring up that she feels about it on both sides, that, like, their culture is not going to line up with ours, and that means that we're going to get strife from their end, but also our people will experience strife, and that's going to be kind of like a thing we're going to have to be careful to navigate. Mm-hmm. Because if you were going integration, it would be like you would want to avoid showing favoritism, you know? They would effectively both be equal vassals. But I think her most concrete opinion at the time was like, but also, we shouldn't stress too much, because nobody's going to know if we make a good or a bad choice in this for, like, generations. Like, we're not going to know if we did the right thing. We're going to be dead before that happens. Well, everybody but Enos, you know. Like, it's one of those things of, like...
Enos might... Well, actually, no. Enos might survive to see, like, great-great-grandchildren of the current characters. Maybe.
Yeah, you know, you've got, like, double a human lifespan, probably, assuming if you don't, you know, die horribly. Like, 200-ish years. But, like, most of the other characters are probably going to be dead and buried before this thing achieves maximal fruition. Honestly, I can give you a little... Ayla Sake has her own opinions, and like I said, I'll let you guys decide if you want to include her in on these conversations and maybe make some rolls to get some stuff out of her.
I think we should probably have a... We some of this stuff probably should be in character.
Her notes about what her mother's opinion would be is that the current Countess A is probably looking for something which is much more slow and methodical and steady than what you guys are doing, if only because you guys are player characters who kind of want this thing to come to fruition sometime during the played campaign. Like, Countess Mule would probably want to go for, like, a 10 or 20 year or even longer plan that would, like, again, very methodically build this up slowly, because she is a person of, like, slowly and methodically building power base and alliances.
Honestly, I am too, but as you said, this is a game campaign. We can't do 20 years. We can maybe do a few years tops.
Yeah, and that's something I've been trying to, like, think about for, like, offering, like, alternative or funny solutions, you know, about, like, getting out there. Actually, I want to be careful about you be careful when criticizing Dallas about his ability to spell things.
But so, like, overall, like I said, I was, you know, slightly embarrassed about how my outburst was, but it flabbergasted you. It kind of shook me, and I was just all like, man, do I just not need to make plans anymore so other people will stand forward? And everyone was like, no, don't do that. Please keep making plans. I'm like,
no, it was the thing at the moment of, like, when you said that, I'm like, oh, that's going to be bad, because, like, these, as the GM whose job it is to herd the cats, I'm like, oh, we're going to be the only other person who is a proactive planner, like, a lot. Not all the time. Like, I think Aaron kind of, it's very in character for Conrad. Aaron kind of intermixes Conrad as, like, being very well planned and being very spontaneous. Mm-hmm. Which, like I said, very well fits in character. But Conrad tends to tackle problems, like, as they come up and not necessarily, like, worry about some of our super, like, macro thing. But, like, as the foremost, like, well, somebody's got to plan it guy. The only other planner is Dallas. And, like, the problem is that, like, Dallas, like, locks in layers to plans and thinks about things and knows what questions he wants to ask. The problem is that it's kind of the inverse of what we talked about, right, with Lucky. Dallas makes the whole plan ahead of time, including the steps he wants to do, without checking in about the steps. Like, he doesn't ask about what steps he needs to do. He thinks in his head about what steps he wants to take to achieve his desired goal and plots the whole thing out. And then sometimes he'll come through and be like, all right, and for my next trick, I need to invent sodium pentothal, truth serum. And I'm like, Dallas, you can't invent sodium pentothal. That doesn't even work. And he's like, shit, back to the drawing board. You know, like, he will start executing the steps of the plan as he's planned it out in his head without letting you know what the plan is until we get to the point of, like, Dallas, hold on a second. What are we doing? It's like, even sometimes with, like, casting spells, Dallas will be like, all right, I'm rolling sorcery, I'm casting a spell. And I'm like, Dallas, which spell? You do have to actually announce what you're making the roll for before you roll it, please? Because, I don't know, maybe or if you're shooting somebody with a wind bullet, they might want to counterspell it. Yes, put in the subject line.
No, but, like I said, I'm looking forward to the next session because we have a big fight planned, and the denouement of our trip to the Fogvale shouldn't take too long. And then we might be able to deal with the other big interesting thing that happened in Rain is the mission reward screen, I guess for the lack of a better word, of Aurelia's adventure in the Corewood. Omega actually wrote a short fiction on it. It was like, what, 40 pages?
Yeah, it's 47. It's just under 50.
Just under 50 pages, detailing Aurelia and Co.'s expedition to the Corewood, which was a very fascinating read. Made me intensely jealous, by the way.
So the beauty of constructed prose versus improv.
It is. It really is.
It did take me I think 2 or 3 weeks to write that.
But it's definitely one of those things when you can construct the story as you wish, you can do a lot more things, have better bands, have better scenes, do things you normally couldn't do in play. Like, I don't want to spoil it necessarily, but Aurelia does some things, sees some things, experiences some stuff. There's
and I will say, I think some of the extra detail for her.
Oh. Sorry, please go.
Yeah, a little bit of this good thing, but some of the extra detail for her is right that as she's not a player character, she's not constantly on screen, so I have to do more with some, with less, basically, of okay, this is all from Aurelia's point of view. We're not usually in her head. I gotta hit some highlights,
Mm-hmm. Highlights is she's a little spitfire under all that black.
That one I think was fairly well known. As I said, it's very easy to write for Aurelia because she is just the snarky teen sister. She has great affection for everybody in the family. Talking about even at some point, while she does say her conscious thought says that Enos is her senior in Soulcraft, she doesn't think of Enos as her teacher. She thinks of Enos as her foster older brother. The same way she thinks about Comrade and Lesluck, basically, and probably Logesh too, even though they're cousins. He's older and weirder. Nicola still gets to be the weird cousin. It's okay. Cousin Nicola, do you have those fulminating jars for me? Let's go jar bowling. Explosion. That's what I was going to say also. Nicola literally has an actual younger sister, so he doesn't need to worry about that.
But
Enos does kill little sisters.
I do. So the fiction's actually really good. I don't think we really need to talk at length of it. Like I said, for one, I don't want to give spoilers, and two, while many interesting things happened, like I said, it's something that's important to the story, but also separate from it.
It is
like
supplemental. It's not essential, but I think it's cool. I wrote it.
Oh, I think it's cool too. Like I said, it also did the thing where Mega says here's some things at the end. I'm just like, shit, these are things, man. Now I gotta think about these things.
I did the same thing I do with the player adventures, where all right, cool, you've completed your quest. Here's the shit you've unlocked. Discovered a new location, discovered some more backstory shit, and recovered a bunch of crap. Which, at least, that's going to be the funny moment where, because I've already written it, you talked about, the reward screen, right? You guys are going to get back to Stonearth, Aurelia's going to let you into the professor's, office, and just show you the table of, hey, so here's the stuff we found. You guys are going to be like, shit.
I'm going to be like, shit. Well, also because, again, I don't want to spoil it, but, finding, particular people, and, particular locations, and maybe the history of some locations goes wait a minute, can we do something with that? We're probably going to have to do something with that. So, again, we're going to fight a giant board next time, probably finish out the Fog Bale Adventures, and then deal with the fallout of all of that. And then I think after that, it might be Rogue Trader time, because I think you said you're going to be writing Summer Court during that time. Unless there's something else we need to do before then?
No, if you guys want to actually have a sit-down session and, hammer out Summer Court, I think we can do that, but I probably have enough notes that I can start, structuralizing it. We could probably improv if you want to, move into the stuff.
I'm sorry, improv what?
I'm trying not to spoil the end of the story, but there's a hook that I need you guys to look at something. That's not formally written because that would require a separate trip that I don't know if you guys want to take, but that could be something we could improv.
We could probably we could see. Well, depending on how long it I'm sorry, it took me a second to click on that.
Yeah,
but we can see how long the session takes and see if we can hammer it
out. But the actual Summer Court is like I said, I want your guys' proactive input on that, but you guys have given the general structure, so it's going to be more for me of okay, we're going to do this in this order of weeks, which I think, without me literally going through and like saying all of them again out loud, I think you guys have a preferred order or preferred alternation of stuff. And then just like, I have my like, not written, but, I have to work out my like, mandatory X times, like actually schedule out like, okay, so, you would be informed by, letter or whatever that like the High King was going to block out X many of hours on, so many days, like every other day or whatever for holding court sort of a thing. And like work all that out. And then also I do have like decisions to pitch you guys, but they could hypothetically be handled like off mic or on mic once we actually get to summer court. We'll be time skipping no matter what. Like I'm actually like I've talked about this before, but I'm actually like not just for a big feast, but also like I think I'm gonna frame it as like part of like the fair, but I'm gonna have you guys pick what sorts of refreshments you want to serve. Yeah. Of being like, which vintage of wine do you want to serve to like the general public or have in your coffers? Because each of these things sends a different message, whether you import a nice red from Forester or you serve, your own local, wine, which will have a different sort of like flavor because of like the different profiles and stuff. That sends very different messages. Are you, cultured and universal, appealing to the maximum possible, or you don't have to feel sorry. I'm making a joke. It's like that's like actually, sorry, it's an early line in the novel. It's not a spoiler. Axe is like talking about like the trends in ladies, and I'm just like, I was thinking about some stuff with some character dynamics I want to set up, just because I like little beats. I don't actually know if like some of the supporting cast from the Aurelia's Adventures will come back or not. We'll see. But like I did have to think about what the I guess romantic stereotypes of Tyne would be like. Like, if you're writing a wistful story about, a girl from down on Tyne, I mean, yes, no, that's yeah, I really picked up.
I know, but that's what I was like, this is what I'm invested in.
Yeah. But like I said, if you were writing a message, I would be like, okay, so you guys are known for your like scholarship, perceptiveness, technology, having a specific sorcery. So like, wayfish librarian types, or because we've joked about it, but also it's true, the rugged daughters of blacksmiths, miners and lumberjacks, woodcutters. But now I as the joke went, the Marquis is importing a horse girl princess.
Yeah, I know. I like how Aurelia literally says it, importing an equestrian princess. I was just all like, wow, Aurelia.
Hey, guess what? That. Aurelia does not fit the mold of an equestrian princess. She's also trying her hardest not to be a wayfish, librarian. She's like proto-goth / is vigilante core a thing? She calls herself the lion clad in black, like,
Actually, I'm trying to think of like a good term for it. Not quite vigilante.
I mean, we have discussed that she is definitely rocking that Bloodborne core. Like, that's her actual, like, current outfit's very...
I'll think on this word a bit.
I mean, like, masked vigilantes do have their origins in, like, Victorian or even pre-Victorian, like, mythology. Shit like Spring-Heeled Jack. I don't know what you call that aesthetic either, but it's definitely is a thing.
Yeah.
Like, Aurelia's trying to be a witch, but with a gun. And also flying swords.
Also, I find this extremely funny. She talks about real early about how Iron Knight's just getting passed around. She feels sorry for it. She also totally forgot about the damn sword the entire damn time.
Yes. I actually, I realized that towards the end of the narrative. Like, obviously it didn't make sense because halfway through the story, she goes through, like, a spirit journey, and, like, the kind of, like, free-for-all fight scene, she's trying not to kill people, so shooting them with sword beams would not work.
Nah, someone else used their sword beam.
But, like, she gets to that moment, and she has a moment of, like, oh, I did actually go back and write, like, a very slight, like, she does think about it, during a fight another person has, because she's like, oh shit, we're fighting like a ghost, maybe? Should I give Moira the sword that, like, one of the rules of the silver iron alloy is that it cuts intangible things?
Oh no, Moira don't need no fucking help, Jesus. I like how you wrote how fucking Moira fights, by the way. I don't know if I said that. That was...
I spent a lot of time thinking about
it,
yeah.
That was good.
Oh, I had to do the perfect setup. I was talking about her opponent, like, fights like a wild animal, swings like a bear, strikes like a wolf, and then it's like, just the line. Moira fights like a storm.
Nah, it's so good. No, I love that. But no, it's like definitely one of those things of like, and also it's like one of those things I'm thinking about the swords. Like actually, like I kind of just shot this thought into the dark early. It's like man, can I just become the hell of the like the house's reliquary and stuff, where we just put the cool ancient shit we find? Because I feel like that's where these swords are gonna end up. Because the new special sword we got, I don't know if anyone's actually gonna want to use that like offhandedly.
It is a great sword, so I don't know.
No.
Like, Comrade's already got one great sword. You can't dual-wield great swords.
No, Alestra is, for all intents and purposes, a priest.
You could, you could, if you wanted to push that character development, she doesn't have any points. Well, she has, 1 or 2 points in sword. But, she could develop the ability to use great swords. She is probably better suited as continuing the build she's on of, quarterstaffs and polearms. You can... We've talked about this before. You can whip a greatsword pretty fast.
No, it's true.
The sword should be... I described it in my notes to bring up with you guys later. It's similar to a Claymore-type sword. Not like a Zweihander, but, still long blade, but kind of smaller crossguard, maybe a little more V-shaped,
No, I like the idea of Aurelia being, the quarterstaff. Maybe get some fisticuffs in there.
I mean, you could give it to Everhelm as a Blessed Blade, but he went out of his way to get... Actually, I don't know if he's told Leslie about that, but he went out of the way to get his current greatsword awakened.
Yeah. His sword's +1, which means I can probably... Actually, he might like Heavy Metal Blade on his sword eventually.
That would probably be a good upgrade for him, yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those things of, the sword's cool, and I want the sword, because I love the power of free sword lore, but it's just one of those things of, I don't think we're actually going to take him out into combat that often. It's, because Conrad has, Beast Slayer, which is very good, even non-magical, very fucking good, and, wields Silver Tongue. Enos is not a sword builder. He is very specifically not a sword wielder. No one asked Enos why he doesn't want to use a sword, but that's okay. And, he kind of learned one while flirting with Raised Ghouls, but, again, we really haven't done much at Raised Ghouls flirting, either, as,
It was kind of like it was just like real life shit. You kind of went it latched on whirlwind and then kind of just went your separate ways as people. I think that's even Aurelia, for instance, describes her experience with all the members of the house in swordsmanship, right?
Oh yeah,
including the moment about Enos,
knows what end to hold.
Yeah, he picked it up while he was in a brief fling with reschools, and then has kind of moved on.
But
I also like that. Speaking of the stuff talking about Leslock, I hope that Axe's brain absorbs that Aurelia's inner monologue is full of snarky but still complimenting thoughts about Leslock, about being people think he's just some nerd, but she's pretty sure her brother is probably one of the top 5 swordsmen in the house. Because he technically did do while you guys were partying I was studying the blade thing. It's canonical in the story I wrote that during the 3-year time skip you guys just the house I should say funneled fencing tutors at him.
Yes, it's there's some sort of incident in which when someone was killed or something. I don't know, man. But no, Leslock, well, I don't want to give Logan. I don't want to give Logan. We're still having that beef. But also he uses spears more often. He has a very shiny black spear that he hasn't actually had a chance to use. So I want him to actually focus on, using spears. So I do not want him to be tempted with, a magical greatsword. We could give it to an NPC.
You could give it a NPC. If you guys find up another Nightblade, which you'll probably will keep finding more because I think we're in on this plot hook now. It's I literally wrote in its backstory that had a short chopping blade that he affixed to a polearm haft, so it's more like a glaive or bardiche.
Yeah, that one. I don't think I'll be able to fight Lothon. He'll want the shiny. We're okay, you can have the shiny.
Which, to be fair, and I literally wrote that because I'm I haven't actually asked Loth about it, but I am still 100% convinced that if I were to ask him, "Hey Loth, what do you think of Duda the Round?" he would go, "Hee hee." His name is Duda. I like him. And I'm got it.
But I don't think there's anyone that we could give it to an NPC, and that could be part of the stat books. But I feel the thing about giving it to an NPC is almost the same as kind of putting it in a room. Like, we won't always have that NPC with us, probably, so, it will just kind of become a background thing. And I personally would like to have continuous access to the sword, even if I'm not wielding it, because I need it for lore and stuff. So, it's one of those things.
I think, like, Axe has already talked about, like, Leslak would probably want, like, a trophy room or a relic room for, like, all the cool stuff he's gonna dig up.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm definitely for that. So. I would like to be named head of that reliquary, so I can, take care of this stuff. I need more fucking salad on my bars. Hey, word salad.
He needs to expand his business card more.
I do.
First crack at that would probably be...
Who's the Whispering Demon?
I think Axe just made that up because it sounds cool, which it does.
That's not... I don't whisper.
Whispering is like... I don't know if that describes... There's probably something more about, like, his Enos's deadly beauty or something. I've already said, if we ever get back to that, I gotta actually put notes on that. We've already talked about, like, developing Enos's signature Soulcraft move of being, like, basically the Dancer LB of, like, a raid deal where everybody gets the craving to, like, look at you or something or approach you for a short amount of time as a funny.
It is a funny. I have been thinking about developing more Soulcraft spells, but, just, upgrades to existing ones. I actually need to write them down and actually plot out the math. Makes them usually cost a little bit more, but either, longer durations or faster cast times.
Yeah. That is kind of like the most of my spells are priced at a midpoint of just, like, stuff. I think, like, one of the few times I've actually done linear upgrades was, like, Axe asked about, like, expanding his ability to briefly veil himself to be invisible, and I was like, okay, I'll just plot those.
Also, honestly, it's not a lot. It's not a lot to juggle. Also, what's Spy Master? I don't have Master Spies. I sent, like, one, like, Age of Diplomacy, like, I sent one, detachment up to, not to, uncover the secrets, but to, uncover potential threat. I don't know if that qualifies me for Spy Master yet. Wait till I have, fingers and all pies everywhere.
He's working his way up.
I'm working my way up.
I think we pitched Enos as your Spy Master early. That's not technically what Enos' his job has looked like exactly to the crew yet.
No. I'm trying to work in more espionage into stuff because I do think it's important, but that requires
I think your main thing is there's a split, which is kind of supported in this game, but kind of not. But there's a split definitely in our attitude and, like, styles between, like, espionage and, like, spycraft and, like, military scouting. Comrade's really good at military scouting and stuff. The problem is that, like, several of your last big plot hooks have been much more military scouting. You did do some spy shit when you, like, infiltrated the pirate fort for a little bit, but, it's a lot tougher to do that with some of the current plots, tasks you've been plotting.
So, maybe one day, but no. And honestly, I think being the head of, our reliquary is probably not that intensive a job. I wake up, I check the relics, everything cool, everything's still there, cool. Let me work on my other tasks, or I can hang out with my relics all day.
Yeah, that's what I think I was going to say that earlier, and I forgot to. The person who would probably have first crack at that assignment, like, seniority-wise, would probably be Lord Wayland Edgard, because he is your antiquarian. He is, like, your
head antiquarian, yeah.
Yes, your court's appointed guy for all matters historical and artifactly. But a office of reliquarian could be, attached to his department, basically.
Oh no, I'm definitely gonna get his opinion. He is our head antiquarian, but
to be honest, I'm pretty sure with his love of cool old things, if he like, if you guys want to set up a private display for these things, he's not going to object.
No,
actually,
and
never mind.
Enos who lives at Stonehearth, will have custody of it. Of course, the head art. It'd probably be something under the head antiquarian, so I would answer to Lord Wayland on the subject matter. But the day-to-day care and of it would be handled by Enos. It's something to think about when we get back.
Yeah, I immediately was going to be into a launch into a separate conversation about, like, oh yeah, did you ask him, like, straight up ask him about Argent Light and stuff?
No, I don't think I have.
No, I think about it. But also then I was like, I looked at the time and I'm like, oh, it's fucking 20 minutes to 3. This episode the raw audio is over 5 hours long.
All right, yeah, no. But no, Vintage Story, very good. Next week, like I said, we're going to play. I hope we're going to play this weekend.
We should play this weekend. We're good.
We should finally have wrapped up the Fogvale. I'll have the follow-up on the Corbwood. And we'll probably be taking a break to play Rogue Trader. I think so. Considering that we get a lot more people for the Rogue Trader stream, I'm hoping we get a lot more people for the AP as well. But after a few sessions of that, we'll get back and we'll start Summer Court, and a lot of plot threads will converge. We'll see if Anos gets shot or not.
Yeah, that one's going to be interesting because it's going to be probably like similar in structure to the like festivals, but also much looser of like, okay, you've got this week. Your big thing is at the end of this week. You know, you're going to finish this up all throughout the rest of this week. You know, you got to get your tournament matches in. Yeah, we got to talk about Summer Court plans. We'll figure them out. But that's Rain. Check out the APs. I did post Aurelia's Adventure on Patreon, so you can check that out. That's actually a pretty good segue to get into outro stuff. Do we got anything else we want to be talking about?
I don't think so. Rain Talk was long, as expected. I don't think we've ever had a short Rain Talk, man. Ever.
I think there have been some times where we've only talked for like 20 or 30 minutes and gone, oh yeah, I guess we're just out of stuff. That's still decently meaty. We'd like to do a little post-game carnage. But all right, let's wrap her upper and do outro. We'll be seeing you guys next week for more Let's Talk FGO. And like I said, keep your eyes peeled for some stuff. Because we should be hitting you up with not only a Let's Talk FGO, which will probably have our first impressions of the Grail front, and also if the Grand Dual Assassin actually fires and stuff like that. But I'll be working on a Wanted for Ptolemy coming up, for Ptolemios, so keep your eyes peeled for that. And like I said, throughout this month, I have plans for a couple of extra vidges, including, I don't know how many it'll be, because I have to, like, actually, like record it and figure out how long they are, but I'm planning on doing some readings of Robert Chambers' King in Yellow short stories. And like I said, I don't know how long those videos will be. I gotta work it out, but they gotta be at least 8 minutes for mid-roll. I do want to be making a little bit of money, cash money, because I got video games to buy. So we'll try and get a little extra juice there. But, you know, I have a few things planned for you. Stay tuned. Make sure that you're liking, commenting, and subscribing, as they say. You can also join our Discord. Check that out down below. You can join our channel memberships for memberships and join our memberships for memberships. God, we've been recording for 5 hours. It's been a week. Join channel memberships to support the channel, obviously, but also gain access to membership badges and emotes, which are visible when we stream, which we'll be doing. We're planning on at least one more Rogue Trader stream, because those have been doing pretty cool, and we're having fun.
We are having fun. I'm starting to do voices now.
And make sure to run back on our other regular streams, Fail Betrayal, Final Fantasy XIV, etc. And, like I said at the top of the show and earlier, you can support us on Patreon. You can get this show in audio format for as little as $1 a month. At higher levels, you can vote in topic polls like Fail Betrayal, like Fanservant Friday. Both of those are up. You can get access to videos like the Wanted early. At higher levels, you can listen to us record Let's Talk FGO live every week. And at our highest level, you can get a shout-out like Adam Tarp, Lexa G, Call Me Zed, Carlos Dragon, JDV9000, Starlight, Rise of Kenji, Rogue Robin, Shavor, and Varian the Crow. Thank you very much for your support, all of our patrons and listeners. We'll see you guys next week for more Let's Talk FGO. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.